准备，选择天雄。
人人都是斗士。
任务开始后，别打破。
距离进攻还有30秒。
我等不及见大家大展身手了。
我正在护送目标。
帮你恢复，帮助我。快帮我补下，恢复吧。
在目标找极限，出发。多谢。我需要治疗。
恢复吧，释放你的力量。我很强。自由开火。导弹完毕，现在我们目标。
发枪了。眼睛都打得中。
你好啊。你有解决方案。帮你恢复。
我的火后面。
鲍勃，快点上！
我会战到最后一刻。
状况正好，哈哈！帮你治疗目标，照我们期望的方向。在我面前拼死吧！我厉害的味道。
总得有人收拾我。过来呀！你好。结吧。 我还没死呢。
集合！
所有人都过来！
躲到我后面。
我锁定你。
法魔，快点上！目标好的给你一个来自远方。
比数3-0，攻守互换。做好防御准备，选择英雄。
建设才有破坏。
我会顾好你们的背后，让大家平平安安回家。
开动了！
攻击方将于30秒后开始行动。
找你血汗根本是错。
放马过来呀！
5、4、3、2、1，攻击方出动了，阻止目标前进。
保护我的炮塔！好好表现啊！我的宝贝！将全力运作！启动频道。
集合！放马过来呀！
热力全开！
治疗你。
挺好。
啊，你真是美极了！
过来呀！
Moira, healing, Moira.
哈哈，开始超载！
臣服于我的意志，在我面前虚无吧。
都出来吧！
你太慢。
你会没事的。
回来了！他们尝尝你的厉害！炮塔遭受攻击！
传送法阵开了，现在能快速移动。
随记了你。
back back back。
帮我治疗。少界结界释放完毕。我厉害！这就是真实威力前驱，臣服于我的意志。 我会依循正道。我的传送器已启动。
流星降临。
滚开！
比数3-3。做好防御准备，选择英雄。
人人都是斗士。
嗨，
很荣幸能率领你们上战场。
攻击方将于30秒后开始行动。
安娜，真的是你？我还以为你死了。
莱因哈特，抱歉，我当时需要时间整理思绪。
莫伊拉多一点补，不要只顾着攻击啊！
龙魂之眼，洞悉。
5、4、3、2、1，攻击方出动了，阻止目标前进。
发现敌人了。
后排后排，只能在腰后。
我还没死呢。
回来回来回来，别冲那么前，都没盾。
让龙魂吞噬一切！我需要自由。
臣服于我的意志。
大家过来接受治疗。
还剩60秒。
释放耐力强化。
准备好了吗？
自由开火。
我死地。到处都是。
一起走。
目标抵达检查。
再累也不能停。
还剩10秒。常赛。
让灵魂吞噬一切。
我的意志。
比数3-5，攻守互换，做好攻击准备，选择英雄。还有30秒。厉害！
我的意志化为现实。
放马过来呀！
你好啊。
5、4、3、2、1，开始进攻。目标照我们希望方向前进。
别担心，我就是你们的盾。
小心！没有人躲得过我的双眼。
迎战不是我。
感受毁灭的力量。
躲到我后面。
备，选择英雄。
我立誓保护无辜的人民。
程。准备战斗，选择英雄。
今天适合老破呀，
让我享受此刻的宁静。
看看我们这队，一定会表现得很好。
5、4、3、2、1。第一回合，战斗目标。
敌人正在攻击我。在此。
现在可占领目标。
这点皮肉伤杀不死我的，太完美了。
敌人有炮塔。解决敌方炮塔。
让龙魂吞噬一切。
我的仆人永不消逝。各位英雄，站起来！
一起走吧。
臣服于我的意志。
是真过瘾，太完美了。
让龙魂吞噬一切，
火力全开！
比数
发现
1-0。来收集这次任务的数据吧。
朋友，别担心，我就是你们的
像训练一样，设定目标，再执行。
5、4、3、2、1。 我又回来了。
在这里集合。
我来支援你。
看我的！找到敌人了，完全不对劲。
朋友，别担心，我就是你。
来吧，啥？我恢复了。
给我站住！
看你还过不过得来？
人人都是斗士，
还是白开水？
太畅快了！
我的音波屏障准备好了，帮我补一下。
跟我来。
好多了。
我的仆人永不消失。
我是音乐治疗专家。
火力全开，
让龙魂送
自由开火。
漂亮的一击。
利用价值。
谁都挡不住。
掩护我。我的仆人永不消失。
准备进行战术锁定。
臣服于我的意志。
胜利。精彩重播。
第一次，
平常。
Of the most grueling match I think we've ever seen in Overwatch League history. This game was historic for perhaps all the wrong reasons, but for the Houston Outlaws, there are glimmers of hope. They started out playing really poorly, it's got to be said, but the later this match went on, they managed to hold in. Their grit, determination, and just desire to win kept them through it, and they started to rebound towards the end of the series.
Yeah.
And when they got to Oasis, when they got to Ilios, they started to look pretty decent.
You can feel them starting to warm up ever so slightly. You see Jexa had some great moments here, even with the Diva boosters, mate. There's nothing that can stop that boop coming through. And I feel like Jexa is one of the shining lights for the Houston Outlaws team. And it's funny as well, when you look at this roster, you would assume that it would be probably some of the other additions that have been made. Players like Meko coming in as well, who's coincidentally also today playing against his former team.
Absolutely.
So, in general, the Houston Outlaws, they've made the right acquisitions, but it still feels like there's a bit of time for them. They need to just mesh it together. They need a bit more time to do that.
Absolutely. But we have seen this roster previously have huge upsets. They were the ones that defeated the San Francisco Shock in 2019, where nobody saw that upset coming. So occasionally, Houston can just produce magic from seemingly nowhere. Whether or not they can produce it today is a whole different discussion, but they will have to produce something way better than what we've seen so far to take down NYXL.
All right, well, enough of us chewing your ears off in the pre-game. Let's start walking out the teams, starting with the New York Excelsior. This is a team that's been packed with talent from head to toe. And honestly, a lot of people's rankings before this season even began, they had them at number 2, number 3 spot, just below the San Francisco Shock. A lot of expectations for them, and it feels like they're just still kind of getting their footing alongside a lot of other teams, but still, no doubt in my mind that they are one of the stronger teams in the league.
I definitely agree with you. I think you still have to place them top 5, but with that loss yesterday to the Fusion, I think it exposed some real weaknesses for the team. Who Are You got caught out in quite a number of situations on that May. I can see why they wanted to play him to get him game time really early on, integrate him into the roster, but they're playing a little sloppy. Both Who Are You and JJoNak actually going for a very aggressive plays, getting caught out of position. You can get away with that against worse teams. You can flex on your opponents, but against the stronger, more cohesive teams, JJoNak ended up getting caught out. So either today he'll tighten it up a bit, or they'll just flex on Houston.
Yeah.
Animo, though, continues to be one of the best Lucios and just generally main supports that we have in this league. And New York, you always know that they can improve, they can bounce back, because the talent on this roster is just so supremely good.
It's time to see who the opponents are, the one and only Houston Outlaws. A rough start for the Houston Outlaws. They, of course, all aware of that one. And a team that we've said over and over again, the potential is there in terms of the players they picked up. The roster, they have talent. It just needs to be unlocked in some way. And whether that takes time, or a different style of coaching, different strategies, we've yet to see. But a lot of question marks remain with this squad and the way that they've been sort of acting with it.
Yeah, Jexa, though, was a shining light yesterday in that grueling victory over the Boston Uprising. He was getting so many kills all over the place. You can see that the Outlaws have also started by fielding Raucus. Expect him to be swapped in and swapped out with Repel. We have still really yet to figure out how that's going on.
Yeah.
But this is Meko's match against his former team, the NYXL. And that, I think, is going to be a big game for him. He's really going to want to be putting up a strong performance against the squad that he ended up parting from in this offseason. It's always rough when you move from a team at the absolute top of the league to one towards the bottom, and Meko's still yet to really find his feet on this roster, which still has communication issues and some team synergy problems.
It's a rough transition. The DPS players for the Houston Outlaws seem to be performing a little bit better when they're on those comfort roles, per se, when Blase can flex a little bit onto the Doomfist. Dante now coming in as well into this roster. But we'll see if they've made any adjustments from yesterday. We'll see if they're able to turn it around and potentially turn those frowns upside down. Because I certainly want to see it, Josh.
Yeah, the Houston Outlaws do not look like they're in a great mental state, but they'll have to be to start out here on Ilios. Yesterday, they began on a control point. It went pretty badly for them, but the ones towards the end of the match went incredibly well. Which Houston Outlaws will we see today? Blase tempting us with the Doomfist early on. That would be a good sign for me. I would like to see him move away from these hit scan rolls. He is statistically been poor compared to the competition. I don't know whether he can stand up to Sabiobi.
Well, Sabiobi, of course, the solid foundation, a rock for the New York Excelsior. And we'll see now as the New York Excelsior and the Houston Outlaws face off. The gates are open.
And what an OG composition for Sabiobi and Who Are You? The Tracer and the Farah.
Flashbacks to previous years here.
Yeah, like 2017 kind of compositions.
You love to see it. We'll see. You see New York Excelsior, they're going to be running Who Are You? He's taking positioning around the lighthouses, using the line of sight as cover. Just going to be raining rockets down onto them. Houston just trying to find an opening now. They're a little bit lost, it feels like, because there's really only one player who can take care of him. And that's going to be Blase and Raucus, but Raucus instantly falls. A lack of healing now for the Houston Outlaws. And they are just going to get dismantled, taken out from above. Who Are You with the damage boost? The rockets rain down. Houston, you've got to go back to the drawing board a little bit here. How are you going to be tackling this?
And in theory, Blase should be the counter to both Sabiobi and Who Are You.
What?
But I like the strat from New York because it puts so much pressure on Blase incredibly well. Which Houston Outlaws will we see today? Blase tempting us with the Doomfist early on. That would be a good sign for me. I would like to see him move away from these hit scan rolls. He has statistically been poor compared to the competition. I don't know whether he can stand up to Sabiobi.
We'll see as well. Sabiobi, of course, the solid foundation, a rock for the New York Excelsior. And we'll see now as the New York Excelsior and the Houston Outlaws face off. The gates are open.
And what an OG composition for Sabiobi and Who Are You? The Tracer and the Farah.
Flashbacks to previous years here.
Yeah, like 2017 kind of compositions.
You love to see it. We'll see. You see New York Excelsior, they're going to be running Who Are You? He's taking positioning around the lighthouses, using the line of sight as cover. Just going to be raining rockets down onto them. Houston just trying to find an opening now. They're a little bit lost, it feels like, because there's really only one player who can take care of him. And that's going to be Blase and Raucus, but Raucus instantly falls. A lack of healing now for the Houston Outlaws. And they are just going to get dismantled, taken out from above. Who Are You with the damage boost? The rockets rain down. Houston. You've got to go back to the drawing board a little bit here. How are you going to be tackling this?
And in theory, Blase should be the counter to both Sabiobi and Who Are You?
What?
But I like the strat from New York because it puts so much pressure on Blase, a player who's been struggling a lot on that McCree role. So now Houston have made the swap over themselves.
That's the issue with those damage boosted rockets. Enough damage to one-shot you if you're playing Tracer. And this spam damage is brutal for the Houston Outlaws, barely able to get a foothold onto the point.
But this is really interesting. Houston were a team that struggled in dive when we had that at the beginning of 2018. They never had a Tracer player on their team. Now Dante is available.
Very nice. Boomer comes in with the Wrecking Ball, the grappling hook, able to dislodge JJoNak away from the point here. Not a hero that we would strongly associate with him, but he's turned up so far, and now the lack of heals from New York might spell a bit of trouble for them. Houston Outlaws going to take this opportunity now to work their way in, but Raucus is in the danger zone. Sabiobi on the back line, recalls away. Who Are You ends up picking up that kill. Still a winnable fight though for Houston Outlaws right now.
JJonak's used the nano boost as well. That goes on to Mano. Takes down Jexor on his own actually as he gets pressured. And in the back, Sabiobi dueling with Blase.
Trying to go for the 1v1 here. Dante's in trouble on the beatdown. Cracking the cranium. Sabiobi wins that one out. Boomer now in a bit of trouble though. Trying to knock a couple of these players off, but he will be falling as well. It was looking so good for the Houston Outlaws. They got the great opening pick onto JJoNak, but not enough to capitalize on.
Tell you what, Brent, I just love watching Sabiobi on Tracer.
It is.
Tracer v Tracer. It's magical. This guy was just well known as the best Tracer that we had in the whole of the Overwatch League. Arguable that Striker could have contested
I would
that,
make the argument for Striker.
but Sabiobi was unbelievable.
Definitely one of the best. Now we see who are you getting very aggressive. He's got the barrage running and waiting. He wants to see if Meko uses up the defense matrix. He doesn't want to unleash it because it would mean his own demise here. But the pressure being pocketed by Animo. Houston Outlaws, they have to touch the point here. The overtime is already ticked over. They are split right now. Confused as to how to take this fight out. Raucous falls again at the beginning of this fight. Blase just still holding on to this EMP, waiting for an opportunity to use it.
Sound barrier gets used and he's getting pressured, pushed up the map, forced to use the EMP. 2 players caught.
Yeah,
both tanks.
Both the tank lines going to be disabled for the time being, but it's not enough. It seems like New York Excelsior are just too overpowering. Even despite the fact that Mano was hacked, he couldn't jump around, he was still getting value out of the Primal Rage. They recap the point out. Houston Outlaws with no foothold whatsoever. Someone's able to touch just in the nick of time. Boomer managed to get now onto the Wrecking Ball. But the New York Excelsior are perfectly splitting up the Houston Outlaws. They're dismantling the backline, taking them out. Without the support line, it is just going to be crumbling. It's the Houston Outlaws. They don't have the sustain to really keep fighting like this. The mines are going to keep them off the point for the time being. But that's going to be round number 1. Very decisive fashion here for New York.
Sabiobi, the man on your screen, 6-0 on Tracer. He was not killed a single time throughout that round. And he devoured the backline. Both Raucous and Jexa, 4 deaths apiece. They just couldn't do anything against the combined pressure of Sabiobi and Who Are You. They are truly playing against the elite players when it comes to this divey kind of style.
Yeah.
New York set the pace. They were absolutely the best team in the world at this kind of style of Overwatch.
It seems like they want to stick with a similar composition here against the Houston Outlaws. This reads to me like they've kind of read that Blase's not particularly comfortable on the hit scan, so why not run heroes that, you know, maybe can get a little bit more done when the McCree isn't really stepping up to the task.
A lot of pressure on Blase now because he is going to run the McCree. He'll have a bit more of a safe space behind Muma's shield, and Muma is a very good Orisa.
Yeah.
But a lot of pressure on Blase's shoulders to actually get work done and push Who Are You back.
The well section of Ilios, notorious for Orisa gameplay. Notorious, famous, depends on your definition of how good you think Orisa is.
A lot of space being controlled here by New York as well.
Yeah, they've got them surrounded, but Houston, they want to try and counterattack this. They're going to try and group up here now, but the spam damage from Who Are You is absolutely destroying them. Manado falling very low, has to back off, gets frozen up in the process. Concussion blast, not going to be doing enough to knock Meko off, but Meko's going to get desuited, taking out the Diva. But this is good for the Houston Outlaws still. They have a player advantage, and they can work off of that. Blase, they hit a couple of these shots, doesn't have the flashbang for another 2 seconds, so luckily, Who Are You able to escape out of that? Now it seems like they want to try and get at least a couple of shots off onto Who Are You. One more shot onto Animo would take him out, but Blase just can't quite find it in the end. Still, somehow New York are in this fight once more. Houston Outlaws forced to use ultimates now. Raucous using the nano boost. Again, no value getting out of these ultimates. Great post bomb by Sabiobi. Straight into the back, brings down Raucous. And this should crack this open now for New York Excelsior.
Yeah, Jonak has just been running wild, picks up 2 kills in that fight as well. Houston, they held on for a bit, but as the New York Excelsior slowly gathered space and got their players into position, Houston just couldn't find the picks. You saw them desperately trying to put damage and stop the New York Excelsior taking space, but there was nothing that they could really do. Houston have got some decent ultimates to work with here. The Blizzard, but who are you really going to catch in the Blizzard? New York are running a very, very mobile composition. The Supercharger could get a lot of work done by Muma, but that'll be late in the fight. The advantage, though, for Houston is that they held control of the point that entire time. 38% on the back of 1 team fight win.
It feels like the game plan for New York a lot of this time is to try and dive onto Raucous. They recognize that he is the vulnerability right now. Blizzard gets used defensively by Houston, so New York, they cannot capitalize. They can't jump on them here. A lot of ultimates being used up for New York and sent straight into the back line. The Sound Destruct gets exactly what they were looking for. Picks up 1 kill. It's going to be another lost fight here for Houston as they reset into the Abyss.
This is not the time.
And New York really are just snacking on the back line of the Houston Outlaws. Both Raucous and Jexa have 6 deaths to their name at the moment, compared to Jonak and Animo. Jonak has 2 deaths, and Animo hasn't been killed. So this is a huge difference in how the support line is being dealt with on both sides. Houston making an adjustment now as well. Dante going over to the Sombra.
It's a role he's been known for quite some time. Some would say possibly the best Sombra player in the league. A lot of competition these days. We can see they're trying to go for the hack. Bottom lane down. Who I use? Barrage gets most of the damage done. Those 3 kills. There you go. With a damage boost, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. And now we see New York still in control at this point now, getting into last fight territory. Here's this replay once more.
Just focus down that supercharger immediately and everybody's in a vulnerable position. Great timing, but nobody even looks at who are you.
And now Houston are going to be relying on Dante to get a hack off, try and set something up now for his team to capitalize and try and jump on. BMoJack in the backline again. Look at this coordinated attack. They've collapsed onto Houston straight away, and Dante's taken out. That's one of their win conditions gone. Raucus uses the nano boost. Blase's got to try and hit some shots of it. He's got the bonus damage, so enough to bring down JJack. This could be enough for them. Sleep down into the back.
They've retaken the point.
This is pretty good so far for Houston. See if they can get a couple more kills though. Blase needs to be careful. Battered down by the primal rage of Mano, taken out into the corner. Houston though still in control, and Dante now back in the fight.
Jex is going to be close to his sound barrier as well. Just about gets it, but who can he save?
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one for now. Houston committing the sound barrier. They only connect onto the 3 targets. Try and use that bonus HP. Dante looking for a hack target right now. It's difficult though. He's being pressured so heavily.
If he can hold on and just make sure that he gets this EMP, and Muma maybe survives. No, he gets taken out. Great priority target focus from New York. They know exactly who to pick off here.
Houston are not in an awful scenario here. It's still going to go to overtime. They have a bit of time to work with, but the longer this fight goes, the worse it's going to be. And say BMoJack when he's on your backline on a signature roll, it's not what you want to see. Slamming in the damage into the Houston Outlaws, barely trying to hold on here. You can see Blase, he's locked the legs just to try and get back onto the point as fast as possible.
The EMP is here as well. There's some potential to get something done, but Jackson goes down. New York are struggling to be able to clear the Houston Outlaws off. People just keep coming back in and in.
99%. Here, the post bomb whiffs here. BMoJack in a bit of trouble. Houston, they might just be able to do this. Kudos to them for trying to turn this one around. They are very close to doing it. They just need to get a couple more kills. But New York Excelsior now focusing on the attack line. Boomer in a bit of trouble, has to back out. The rest of the team is able to clean up Dante and Raucus. A punch into the back. Boomer falls. Only a few more players remaining for Houston Outlaws. A scrappy round, a scrappy team fight, never ending in some ways. The uppercut is going to connect Jex to just the last man remaining, but it won't be enough. New York Excelsior are going to be claiming map number 1 in this series.
And it was scrappy. It wasn't really the meta, but it was decent performance from New York. They play a composition that they're ultra comfortable with, and they're able to ride that.
现在进入阿努比斯神庙，做好防御准备，选择英雄。
人人都是斗士。
我会重整秩序。
谁都挡不住我。
攻击方将于30秒后开始行动，
让对方尝尝我们的厉害。
屏障立场启动。生活就是要尽情战斗。
出动了，防守目标 A，
加速复原。
我发现敌人了。
大家过来接受治疗。
我来帮你。小心头！
战争尚未结束。
各位英雄，站起来！
由我掌控。
再累也不能停。
目标已被敌人占领，防守据点变更为目标 B。
恢复能力。
就这点能耐。
没有人躲得过我的双眼。
我的绝招准备就绪。
我还没死呢。
休息时间。
完全不意外。
躲到我后面。
各位英雄，站起来！
我还没死呢。快来这里治疗。
没有人躲得过我的双眼。
发现敌人了。比数0
快倒下去。
比2，攻守互换。做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
无序才是人类真正的敌人。
正在分析地理环境，高温、干燥，适合人体对仓鼠身体影响的环境。
距离进攻还有30秒。
照计划行事，如果有状况，我一定会救你出来。应该再多花一点时间准备的。
狙击手。设置传送法阵，我正在占领目标，来支援我。 还有许多事情要做。
目前状态占领目标。
这样应该会舒服。
没有人躲得过我的双眼。
查理啊，敌人在报道，想我吗？防御系统就定位，小心！发现敌人，帮你治疗。我的工作尚未完成。这位英雄站起来，行动自导成性。瘫痪系统，可恶！战斗还没结束。我的传送器已启动，
躲得过我的
正在占领目标。
这就是真实的威力。
少剑行剑就绪。
瞧准！
我强化你了，上来！他们回到战场了。快点占领这里！完好如初。
发现敌人了！还剩30秒。
召唤少剑行剑，
无可攻击。已占领目标。开始进攻目标。我来修传送法震开了，现在能快速移动。这就是真实的威力！站起来！可恶，我正在占领目标，来支援我！
躲得过我的双眼。
战斗还没结束，防御系统就都复活了。正在占领目标，需要支援。
结束。比数2-2。做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
无序才是人类真正的敌人。
知识才是值得争夺的事物。
距离进攻还有30秒。
对吧？你有没有看过斯达哥尔？
那种东西才叫做机甲。
大又不一定有用。
有狙击手，高解决，会让大家平安回家。不是我的意志。我的传送器已启动，哨戒警戒，我进入目标区了，快点占领这里！会依循正道。
快睡！
这个会治疗你。传送法阵开了，
没有
现在能快速移动，正在占领。在我面前屈服吧！我从火焰中重生了。
来对决吧！拔枪吧！
我的传送器
还剩60秒。
瞧瞧我们的厉害！
水甲流装。
目标，各位英雄站起来！我的工作尚未完成。
别人在攻击我。还剩30秒。
时间不够了，大家奋战到底。
快点的。来吧，还有10秒，时间要不够，伤害到我吧。
这就是真实的威力。少界结界释放完毕。
帮你恢复。
就是真实的威力。正在干死机
还剩30秒。开始要走目标 B。
行动机正开了，现在能快速移动。各位英雄，站起来！
还剩10秒，帮我恢复自然空间。
战斗还没结束。
战局。
快点占领这里！少界结界释放完毕。正在占领目标，一切都按照计划进行。
结束。比数4比2，攻守互换。 日准备，选择英雄。
哈哈，开始超载！就统计数字来看，我大多数的队友都能生还归来。不过，谁在乎这种事？
攻击方将于30秒后开始行动。好，准备上场，来吧！迪玛，准备就绪。
别让我失望哦！
出动了，防守目标 A， 好戏上场。
有狙击！从头再来。力量达到极限！快躲进来！
治疗你。各位英雄，站起来！站住！别想走！
给他们一个痛快！
我会保佑你。治疗。
没有人躲得过我的双眼。
躲进来！完全踏过，暂时了。
加油啊！还剩60秒。
That one all the way through.
Great game plan from New York. Houston Outlaws gonna have to rally now to see if they stand a chance in map 2. We'll see after the break.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Trying to get that finish on him, and he does. Drops him down. Grecian on Coma. Poco gets the finish. This is looking good for Philly now.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
Oh, finally some huge value from Hotfoot. Does get a couple onto the point, and that might just save it for Guangzhou.
Unreal. And of course it's Hotfoot, Hex. Of course it's Hotfoot.
Jack of all trades.
Exactly. He's
Master of most.
Hello. That safely. The Jester is under pressure now. Finished off. Prophet takes the out of the sky. He drops down. He nearly finds Coma. He's still chasing. He's in the back line. Prophet's on a tracer, and he is wrecking your team.
Oh, Josh, did you know that today is the exact day that the Battle of the Alamo existed? On this very day, Josh.
Was that 184 years ago?
It was exactly 184 years ago.
I did know that.
If you're a fan of Overwatch League and also Texas history, you can go down to the Houston homestand, which is next weekend. Tickets still available. You don't want to miss it. It's only like, what, about 1,000 miles away from here? Roughly. But still, just walk. If you're a true fan, you'd go. So
yeah, absolutely.
There you go. Get your tickets now, still available, of course. But we're back into the match at hand, New York Excelsior versus the Houston Outlaws. And they are currently one map down, the Houston Outlaws that is, and they're up against the New York Excelsior. It's been quite, I don't want to say a one-sided affair because the Houston Outlaws have shown signs that they can compete every now and then, particularly when players are playing on a comfort roles. You're grimacing, which tells me you disagree to a degree.
Well, I'm grimacing because I don't really see a way out for Houston, because the players that should be stepping up to try and counter what New York are playing, it's Blase on the McCree, essentially, and he has just not been comfortable on that hero. He hasn't been able to hang at the kind of level that Sabiobi and Who Are You are. So, yes, the round looked fairly close towards the end, and it was on the board, 99-99, went into overtime. But in terms of the kill difference and the team fights that were actually being won, it was really all New York. So I really feel like Houston have got a lot of work to do here to be able to get back into this game if this is what New York decide to run.
Well, here's a shocker. Repel in for Raucus.
Yep.
It does definitely feel like every other map.
I saw it coming.
You did, yeah, you did. You called it.
I still can't tell you why.
Yeah, it's difficult, but I mean, there must be a rhyme or reason that our tiny, minuscule walnut brains can't decipher.
Yep.
You know, we'll just have to talk to the staff later and find out the exact reasoning behind it. But at least my personal theory for now is that it comes down to who's practicing on what maps. They're probably still splitting practice time for players on certain maps, so it probably comes down to that. Still deciding who they probably want to run full time. This is one of the ways that you can decide. Now looking at the map set, the next one's going to be Hanamura, an Overwatch classic. You either love it or you hate it, a bit like Marmite.
it is an Overwatch classic. And when we think about how this map ends up going down, there are opportunities to play stuff like dive on point A. We've seen a lot of creative strategies come out. So I'm wondering how much the NYXL are going to move away from the default when they play against Houston. Maybe they're going to flex a bunch of different compositions at us. Is Sabiobi really going to lock the legs? 1,000 different questions in this match.
I mean, if he locks the legs, he's a braver man than I, because I don't even want to do that on my plat games, let alone on the Overwatch League stage. But it seems like New York Excelsior, they've got a pretty good grasp of how to counteract a lot of what teams are weak to. They knew that Blase was going to be struggling a little bit with the McCree, so why not play a role, a composition that can really excel when they don't have a hit scan to shut you down. But it looks like New York running something ever so slightly standard. Jonak on the Moira.
这款游戏叫做《食物语》，顾名思义呢，是一款充满食物的游戏，融合了川鲁、粤苏、闽浙徽湘8大菜系，以及台湾、香港。
Dante going to be splitting them up here. This is opportunity for Houston if they want to collapse onto the.
Not been comfortable on that.
游戏的介绍、游戏的套路、游戏的技。
前往努巴尼，做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
才是人类真正的敌人。
朋友，大家干嘛站着不动啊？荣耀在等着我们呢！
距离进攻还有30秒。
什么大风大浪我都见过，
只要大家了解，一定能完成任务。
任务开始后，就别打混了。
我的传送器已启动，我进入目标区了，快点！我的工作尚未完成。 传送法阵开了，现在能快速移动。发现敌人。释放少剑结界。龙会吞噬一切。敌人出现。在哪里？你的解决方案。我来协助，快就定位。
流星降临。
这个世界值得我们努力保护。
听到了。
你会没事，这能阻止他们。
我来修复你的伤口。
来我这里集合。
死神在此。
等等我！在我面
我是西格玛。
迪瓦上场了。嘿，我又回来了。
屏障设置完毕。各位，有何高见？
不与我的意志。快就定位。
毁灭拳皇驾到！
这能阻止他们。
来自警方的问候。
敌人进入范围了。
我来修复你的伤口，
升起来吧！
狼心背后。
我可以发动暴风雪了。
屏障要过。
战斗还没结束呢。
巴蒂斯特报道。
还剩60秒。
你好。
新任务，任务要动员。
旋律？
臣服于我的意志。
重重，不许走！自由开火！正在移动。
屏障设置完毕。
还剩30秒。不能让他们得逞！大家加油，快攻击！
我锁定你。
来吧，目标即将抵达终点。还剩10秒，我们到了。延长赛加薪，正戏。出招完毕。
人人都是斗士。
元士前来助阵。
回合结束。比数2-0，攻守互换。做好防御准备，选择英雄。
开始操载！日声波动，快躲进来！快进入维生立场。
攻击方将于30秒后开始行动。
我们很快就会知道下注能不能成。就统计数字来看，大多数的队员都能返回来。不过，谁在乎这个？该来场争气秀了！
5、4、3、2、1，攻击方出动了，防守目标 A。送到我的屏障后面。
需要治疗。炮塔遭受攻击。屏障测试开始。
人人都是斗士，魂之一，斗士。
目标被阻止目标前进。
攻击，臣服于我的意志。
让龙魂吞噬一切。让这个部位，
我锁定你了。
你太慢。
这个世界值得我们努力保护。
士兵7六前来报告。
帮助我，力量可以挡住他们。
我的意志。
瞧瞧这个！
目标雷达检查所。
我来修复你的伤口。
啊，刚刚真惨。
帮你维护一下。我利用不业。
失败。精彩重播。
对决吧。
双杀，3杀。
释放少界体。
好，大家好，我是邓肯。这一期要录的是《宠物高原》高级版的5+6到5+10的攻略。那我们来看我的宠物高原5+6的阵型是 T3 冰冻恶魔3只 ，T3 剑舞者2只。如果你有其他队形过3星的话，也欢迎留言，然后分享出来，然后帮助其他人可以过3星。宠物高原高级版5+7关，我的队形是 T3 冰冻恶魔2只 ，T3 剑圣。版的5+6到 5+10的攻略。那我们来看，我的宠物高原5+6的阵型是 T3 冰冻恶魔3只 ，T3 剑舞者2只。如果你有其他队形过3星的话，也欢迎留言，然后分享出来，然后帮助其他人可以过3星。宠物高原高级版5+7关，我的队形是 T3 冰冻恶魔2只 ，T3 剑圣。高级版5+8，我的队形是 T3。
Hero. He hasn't been able to hang at the kind of level that Sabiobi and Who Are You are. So yes, the round looked fairly close towards the end, and it was on the board, 99 to 99, went into overtime. But in terms of the kill difference and the team fights that were actually being won, it was really all New York. So I really feel like Houston have got a lot of work to do here to be able to get back into this game if this is what New York decide to run.
Well, here's a shocker. Repelling for Raucus.
Yep.
It does definitely feel like every other map.
I saw it coming.
You did, yeah, you did. You called it.
I still can't tell you why.
Yeah, it's difficult, but I mean...
Saw it coming.
You did, yeah, you did. You called it.
I still can't tell you why.
Yeah, it's... There must be a rhyme or reason that our tiny, minuscule walnut brains can't decipher.
Yep, yep.
You know, we'll just have to talk to the staff later and find out the exact reasoning behind it. But at least my personal theory for now is that it comes down to who's practicing on what maps. They're probably still splitting practice time
for
players on certain maps, so it probably comes down to that. Still deciding who they probably want to run full time. This is one of the ways that you can decide. Now looking at the map set, the next one's going to be Hanamura, an Overwatch classic. You either love it or you hate it, a bit like Marmite.
It is an Overwatch classic. And when we think about how this map ends up going down, there are opportunities to play stuff like dive on point A. We've seen a lot of creative strategies come out. So I'm wondering how much the NYXL are going to move away from the default when they play against Houston. Maybe they're going to flex a bunch of different compositions at us. Is Xavier really going to lock the legs? 1,000 different questions in this match.
I mean, if he locks the legs, he's a braver man than I, because I don't even want to do that on my plat games, let alone on the Overwatch League stage. But it seems like New York Excelsior, they've got a pretty good grasp of how to counteract a lot of what teams are weak to. They knew that Blase was going to be struggling a little bit with the McCree, so why not play a role, a composition that can really excel when they don't have a hit scan to shut you down. But it looks like New York running something ever so slightly standard. Jonak on the Moira, Sabiobi. This is very interesting.
Yep.
We've seen this every now and then.
Yeah, it's a nice little TP that just goes up and around the back. Dante,
nice
beautiful
ice
wall.
Okay, Dante going to be splitting them up here. This is opportunity for Houston if they want to collapse onto the front line. It's a lot of damage being pumped in though from Sabiobi, but Blase claims the first kill to JJoNak. Nice boop as well from Meko using those boosters. Houston Outlaws, great read of what was going on.
Yeah, now that we're back into comfort territory, Houston knew exactly how to react to that move. We've seen it a lot from a bunch of different teams, and it's all about that very first Mei wall coming down from Dante. It either splits people off and stops Sabiobi from getting a lot of value with the Symmetra, or it's misplaced and you just get run over. So now Sabiobi's going to make the move over to McCree again. A 1-for-1 mirror match, Sabiobi versus Blase.
We'll see how it goes. Checks on the Brigitte are going to be giving a lot more heals as well. Now, New York Excelsior, they switch things up. JJoNak going to be moving back over to the Ana. See the rotations now as they're just taking the positioning out of line of sight, just trying to take as little damage as possible and gain the best approach to the point. This route that they're taking is the best way, and now they're finally back down. They can start taking a head-to-head battle. You can see Mano just kind of scouting out for now. Hopper's just making sure his team are nice and easy. He's going to be taking an off angle there, pumping a bit of damage in. Dante's Ice Wall is going to be used defensively. That's off cooldown now. New York are going to be wanting to work around it.
But it's ball time for a lot of ultimates to come up. Huge bionic comes out from JJoNak. Now Shadow only finds 2RU.
He's going to find a one target here. New York Excelsior look like they're in a very dominant position to take this one. Dante uses his Blizzard, but the ice block of Who Are You is going to block that from getting any sort of freezing done. Still, Dante doing a bit of damage, putting in a bit of work here on the side as Hopper falls. Flashbang comes out. Who Are You in trouble? Has to use his Ice Wall. Slams it down again. Dante just backing off here. Sabiobi backing up his teammate. Houston still want to try and fight this one here. You see Muma actually, on second thought, not going to just feed into this.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that Blizzard usage from Dante towards the end there. I think it was pretty much lost as soon as they fought that. And now take a look at the ults. New York have all 6 available for this fight. And Houston, I mean, they're working around a rally and maybe a nano boost on Muma when the engagement comes in. Possibly some kind of zoning Deadeye. It's hard to piece together a good game plan for Houston.
Well, here it is. Deadeye's going to be actually exchanged between the two. The nano boost committed onto Sabiobi. He gets nothing done. And now, Houston Outlaws, they want to move in. They've got the rally. A lot of armor to work with. It's going to be pumped onto a lot of their tank line here, along with the nano boost. Mano's behind enemy lines here. That's the Shatter. Doesn't want to use it just yet, just holding, biding his time to charge. It's risky, gets frozen up. Muma with the counter charge, pins him to the far side of Narnia, and finds the kill onto Mano in the process.
The Houston Outlaws actually managed to hold on to that one incredibly well. It was a decent performance from Houston, but more so, New York just not finding any value with their ultimates. Surely people don't die here. The whole of New York are trapped in a corridor. Yeah, a wardrobe, if you want to continue the Narnian references. New York completely messed up their ult bank there, I think. The nano-boosted McCree is not going to get much value, and combining it with the Deadeye, you're almost guaranteed not to. And Mano's got a difficult job getting value out of his Shatter as well, because not only do you have Muma's shield, but Jexer also has one of his own.
That's so rough, actually, against multiple shields like that.
They needed to use their ults, I think, to take the control of the high ground on the top right instead of just going straight through main. And now they've got Dante's Blizzard to work around. The Ice Wall doesn't really split off too many as they make their first attempt in.
It's going to be off cooldown now for a couple of seconds. An opportunity for New York if they want to try and go in. Who Are You going to get healed up? 3, 2, 1, go time. Who Are You lays up the wall, but Dante comes back with one of his own.
So Hopper made a boost up there to see if he could eat the Blizzard. He was expecting it to come out from Dante. JJonak's been picked again, maybe going for one of those aggressive plays that hurt them so much against Fusion.
Houston Outlaws went for a little bit of a pincer attack actually when New York was trying to push through the upper staircase. A lot of Houston ended up jumping onto JJoNak, off onto the right side, taking them out. It's a nice little play from Houston actually reading this. And look at the aggression from them. The wall's not, unfortunately, going to be stopping Animo. He's going to escape with his life, but I like the proactiveness, and Outlaws, they have a lot of ultimates to use now.
Yeah, I like this chasing down that Houston do after winning team fights. It's something that Houston fans should be delighted to see. It's one of the rare high points, despite the fact that Outlaws are Norton 3. They chase down these kills, they don't overextend, they get the picks, and they continue this team fight win by staggering their opponents.
Again, same move being made here. Sabio with the Deadeye from the high ground. He's hunting for a target, but the ice wall. Nice defense matrix coming out from Meko here, but a bigger Bionate comes out from JJoNak. Dante and Meko in a bit of trouble here, caught up into the blizzard. Ryu's going to bring him down, but Muma was cleaning up in the backline. Still could be anyone's game. It's going to be even trades across the board here. You can see Mano goes for the pin.
Well, that's optimistic. I love to see it from Mano. There was nothing else that he could do, but Sabiobi's on the back.
I mean, it's a free tick for Sabiobi.
Not quite, actually. I think they already had the take, but it's progress on the point.
Progress on the point indeed. 57%. Houston's still holding on. They expended all of their ultimates in the process, but so did New York now. So we're looking at maybe a more neutral engagement. New York might have this sound barrier to work with by the time they get in. Dante gets slept up though. That's going to force Houston to play a bit more forward to protect him.
Yeah, they have to protect him, but New York aren't really in position. Oh, they've been walled out. Their heels are not there.
This could be a disaster, but Dante wakes up. He's going to put up his own ice wall, but Blase ends up paying the price for it. Sabiobi, he's popping off now. The sleep dart from JJoNak has set all of that up. Houston had no choice but to try and capitalize off of it. And now they're jumping onto Rappel, taking him out slowly but surely. They're winning this fight out, taking out the members of the Outlaws. Now the Outlaws are going to have a closer respawn point. It's going to be better for them. They might be able to contest this one, but New York too fast. They already had the bodies onto the point. They're going to get the second capture point with 50 seconds remaining.
50 seconds, though, is a pretty good defense from the Houston Outlaws. If you're a Texan fan, you're actually fairly happy with how that one went. You managed to repel, and pardon the pun, you managed to repel multiple attacks coming out from NYXL.
Good stuff so far from both of these teams. The players just discussing exactly what went right, what went wrong. You can see them. Communication is key to success.
I'd like to put a focus as well on Meko, because this is Meko's performance against his former team. It's him stepping up against Hopper, his replacement. And this guy's had a rough time so far on the Houston Outlaws. He is a good player. We know he's an excellent D.Va player. We've watched him for years with this core of the NYXL, even before they joined the Overwatch League. He was very, very well respected. Now coming into the Outlaws, most of his statistics are really low, towards the bottom. It's what you expect when you go Norton 3, but they're even lower in a lot of categories than people like Bernard and Note, who are on teams that have only lost as well. So Meko has yet to really gel with this Outlaws squad.
If I was to play devil's advocate to that point, I would say that I think D.Va's a role you can't really read into statistics too much. It's a hard role to read into with the stats.
It definitely is.
And second to that, Houston are one of the only teams that have just been battered in the Overwatch League. They have. Teams like the Dallas, they've had reasonably close games against some of the better teams.
The game yesterday, though, against Boston was very close.
Yes.
That's in some sense, that's a stat-boosting kind of match.
It should be, yeah.
But I think the biggest problem is that Meko's working with a roster that has yet to fix some of these communication issues. You know, when he goes aggressive and when he tries to peel, and what the plays that he's going for are all based on communication as a D.Va player. And that system seems to not quite be working yet on the Houston Outlaws.
Well, we're going to be jumping back into the game. Rappel just had a slight issue, technical problems. They crop up every now and then, but luckily we've got stellar IT teams on the case, able to shut it down. And the game is going to be starting momentarily. As Sabiobi, Sky has been a leadership figure for so long. A real staple for New York Excelsior. The Rock is what I've mentioned him and called him previously. We've had some iconic moments.
He has a similar physique.
Similar physique to The Rock, to Dwayne, DJ.
I think it's interesting to see the community perception to Sabiobi as well, because he is such an important in-game character for the NYXL. And yesterday, when this team lost to the Philadelphia Fusion, a lot of people were asking, where was Nene? Arguably a little more skilled on the characters like the McCree, perhaps. He did look good when he was fielded previously. I think Sabiobi is just such a leadership figure, an emotional carry for this team, that you want him in as much as humanly possible.
Anyone who makes that kind of claim, I implore them to just look at that clip of him reaffirming Flower on the stage. Yeah. cemented in my mind as Sabiobi. It's not the mechanical skill necessary that he brings, but it's that kind of leadership. But enough about that. Houston Outlaws now going to be looking to attack of their own here on Hanamura. You can see Blase going to be running the TP straight into the back line. They're going to be taking the high ground. Nice approach. We see a lot of teams trying this these days. You see the turret's going to be set up and instantly brought down by Who Are You. But they've got a vantage point now to work around. This point, playing around the line of sight of the Bell in the middle. We'll see what they can do here to charge into the back line. New York Excelsior have surrounded the Houston Outlaws here. Boomer is in troubling times, brought down in the end by Hopper. And they easily quell the attack.
Yeah, I'm not really sure that I like that plan particularly. Not so much the teleporter, that's perfectly fine. But then the Houston Outlaws split up. Jexa actually went for the back line to try and boot JJoNak out of position. But Meko didn't go with him. Instead, it was Muma pinning all the way to the back. The team is splitting up in weird ways for Houston.
Hopper, the Ice Wall comes up. Stop Houston in their track. Dante falling quite low, but now they're going to be getting very aggressive onto them. But Sabiobi picks up the kill onto Repel. Losing your Ana is never ideal when you're pushing in here, especially when you only have a Lucio over heals. It's not enough to really push forward. You can see Muma, he gets obliterated.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing you can do. I would say the Ana is arguably the most important pick that you can get right at the beginning. Without those heals, there's nothing that can be done, and New York are just sweeping up the remainders, the stragglers that couldn't quite get back to the safety of spawn. 2 minutes left. Houston still have a lot of time to be able to pursue this, but they need a good first engagement. Push Hopper off the high ground, try and bait Mano forward, see if you can get a good ice wall off.
A lot of ultimates for New York. A lot in the war chest. See if they've been reading up on Sun Tzu, the Art of War, but
they're walling off and trying to go aggressively down this right-hand side. This house is where JJoNak was holding from, but Sabiobi was there. A three-man flashbang, I believe, just to slow everybody down. And now they know exactly where Houston are rotating, put themselves in the perfect position to counter.
This is the same approach. Nice bio-nade from Repel, actually. Connects onto 3 members of New York. They weren't fast enough to capitalize. Shatter into the back line. I don't believe Muma actually managed to connect onto too many, but again, the counter shatter comes out from Mano. Beautiful Blizzard is going to freeze up a lot of these members up, but I think the tank line of Houston is in a bit of danger right now. Sabiobi, nice flashbang into the headshot. Connects up the shot. Blase now. Flashbang connects, but he doesn't get the headshot. Still, ends up finding the kill, but it's too little, too late. Hopper already managed to deal the damage, the death blow, if you will, with those 2 kills from the self-destruct.
It almost looked like it could have worked there. I like the play, the attempt from Muma, honestly. He shatters up the stairs to try and get something going. This bomb into the back, though, catches everybody just at the end of the fight. That's Pilot Diva Meko and Muma as he was just pushed backwards. Jexa again there went for the backline, though. And he's not pairing up with Meko. If you're with the Diva, you can get success.
Dead-Eye by Blase, but he gets taken out by the Icicles. Who Are You removes him from the fight. The ultimate gone. Now Sabiobi's going to be answering with his own, seeing if he can get any kills whatsoever. Muma, once again caught. Not quite frozen in place, but an ice wall will do the job. And Repel just being chased down, dodging, juking. Luckily escaping with his life here. 30 seconds. We're getting into last fight territory here for Houston Outlaws.
And this is really difficult because they need a quick way to get on the point that doesn't compromise their entire positioning. It's very difficult, on the verge of impossible. They need either Jexa or Meko to go deep and touch the point while the rest of their team slowly engages.
Ice will switch them up. The Violet gets 8 here. JJoNak though, he's caught. He's in a difficult position. Muma with the Earth Shatter. Lays it down onto 2. The pin into the back line. My goodness, they crack it open in the nick of time. They clutch it up. The Houston Outlaws now in control of the point. New York look like they still want to try and contest this one. Trying to buy a bit of time, but I think losing Sabiobi there, you have to give this one up. Hopper's going to be committing his body to the cause, but ends up just sacrificing himself now off.
前往福斯凯雅工业区，做好防御准备，选择英雄。
还有破坏，
目标。
我的炮塔，
你会没事的。
那是我新武的，集合起来！
我的绝招正在蓄力。我的绝招正在蓄力。
自由开火，
我重复定
力量达到极限，
你的力量没人拦得住我。
招数攻击。开始超载！
目标已被敌人镇住，防守据点变更为耐力强化，准备就绪。
绝招准备就绪。
厉害！
恢复吧。
绝招主就是白虎的化身。
我的仆人永不消逝。
我的手艺很高明啊！
加速治疗。会复原的。
我找到
自由开火。
托比昂，你还是一样可靠。
在这里集合。整队。
谢谢你。
超载！
耐力强化，准备就绪。
好表现啊！
加速治疗。
我的仆人永不消逝，是真实的威力。
没用的家伙！
你还有利用价值。
需要治疗，我需要治疗。
过来帮我。
在这里。我去。凭证立场启动。
我的绝招正在蓄力。
正在为绝招蓄力。
绝招正在蓄力。
哈哈，那可是我设计的哦。炮塔遭受攻击。
喷射推进启动。来 nerf 这一招啊！
我可以唔使。
力量不要极限。
60秒。
我要把事情办好，就得自己动手。
ありがとうよ。
代理强化还在准备中。
让他们尝尝你的厉害。
还剩30秒。
同心协力，守住就赢了。
你好。比数0比1，攻守互换。做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
无序才是人类真正的敌人。盔甲，这不是中世纪的产物吗？
小姐，我会把那句话当作赞美。
马上就有的忙了。
过来帮我。
死の匂いか。よし、いつでも来い。知道了。
5、4、3、2、1，开始进攻，占领目标 A。
帮你恢复。传送法阵开了，现在能快速移动。正在占领目标，一切都按照计划进行。加速治疗。
来呀！
死亡是虚幻的。
毁掉敌方炮塔了。
我的传送器已启动，从虚无到实。 就是真实的威力。我的仆人永不消失。有人要过来支援，龙神的烈火在我的体内熊熊燃烧。少界结招正在蓄力。
了解。
我在对你
集合，在这里蓄力。
开始进攻目标 B。
躲到我后面。
释放少界，来。加速。毁掉敌方的炮塔，我们是周上的
让他们尝到地。
毁掉敌方的
会
炮塔
依循正道。
正在占领据点。觉着我就是白虎的化身。
治疗你。
友人の毛をくれ！
少界结界召唤完成，
即将就绪。
来我这里集合。
一起出击！
汇合。传送法阵开了，现在能快速移动。召唤少界结界。
帮你恢复。
只会痛1分钟而已。
进入目标区了，快点站住！
仆人永不消失。
毁掉敌方的炮塔了，这就是真实的威力。
胜利。精彩重播。
就是真实的威力。
Luckily, the respawns aren't going to be too brutal. You can see New York all back up in time. Houston going to be making a couple of adaptations now that they've opened up that first point.
So clutch from the Houston Outlaws, though. They had almost no chance of being able to do that. But New York make a little bit of a slip-up, get overconfident. Houston are there with the punish.
Hubris from Jonak, trying to go for those bayonets around the corner, thinking he wouldn't be punished, but...
Okay, fast TP straight in, but Dante is actually slept. He's slept and can't really get too much done.
Yeah, and that Blizzard is actually just going to freeze up Repel. Didn't even freeze him up, the slow was enough to actually take him out of here. Houston, I think you just need to give up with this fight here now. Boomer, fortunately, stuck in the bottom area.
I love that play from Jonak. He sends the sleep dart over towards the teleporter. It's likely to catch somebody, and if not everyone goes through the TP, if only 5 of you go through the TP, there's a fairly good chance that that push is just totally ruined.
Yeah.
One of those percentage plays that can often just win you a team fight straight up.
It's as good as an elimination in a lot of scenarios.
Houston have the Blizzard to be able to work with. They were good on their defense. Can they crack New York's?
Be careful here because Hopper is ready and waiting with the defense matrix. And this Blizzard from Dante, it's going to be one of the big win conditions for this next fight for Houston. Pay attention to how he ends up utilizing it. Right now, they're just spamming, just trying to see if they can get any sort of chip damage, any sort of kill, but it looks like 3, 2, 1. It's go time right now. Mumado brought down. Plaza's able to find a kill. The ice wall, oh my word. Muma's taken for a ride onto the far side of the map. Dante, if he used the blizzards, doesn't connect onto any targets. New York going to be answering back with their own soundmire just to try and stay on into this fight.
And Houston have taken control of the high ground, but they don't really have the players to be able to fight it when New York come back up here.
Dante's getting frozen, slowed. He couldn't actually escape in time. The Outlaws need to seriously consider just regrouping now.
Only 60 seconds. Can the Houston Outlaws be clutch once more? Muma's got the shatter. That's definitely something they can work around. Previously, there was a nice nano boost coming out from him as well. It's hard to engage with the self-destruct too. They don't really have the best tools in the world, but that didn't stop them on point A.
Muma's shattered and set it up for the point A open, but he's got to do it again now. A lot of pressure. Plaza very close to this Deadeye now. Oh. Look at that, Dante! Opening pick! It's looking pretty good so far now to Deadeye. A great shadow from Mano! Oh my word, from the top ropes! Takes him out for Meko. He said it's not over just yet. I'm still in the game. The self-destruct brings down 2. Now the Outlaws have got a tough task. They've got to hold on to this one. Blizzard from Who Are You is going to be freezing up a lot of them.
Mano's in the backline, solo shattering Meko, ends up going down to him as well.
This is a brutal series of events though. Houston, do they have anyone who can even touch onto the point here? Dante is trying to run down to it, but it's not enough, unfortunately, for the Houston Outlaws. New York Excelsior going to be taking map number 2 in this series. The full hold on point B.
Well, the NYXL established a bit more dominance there on Hanamura. It got very sloppy once again, but New York looked like the better team overall. Houston Outlaws, they've got their moments, but they just haven't been able to hang.
We'll see if Houston Outlaws can come back from it on the other side of the break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network. And by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
We are 2 maps in and it is going as expected. New York is putting the hurt on the Outlaws. Now, guys, it is time for a game break presented by Pringles Wavy. Let's start with the first map we just saw. I would say that was a dominant performance by the NYXL. We still saw the same struggles from the Houston Outlaws as we saw in their previous performance yesterday. So let's dissect it. Let's talk about who are you going absolutely uncontested on that Pharah.
I love the disrespect coming out here from New York, where even if this might have been their strategy to go with, it's just so brilliant, right? Where you look at the Outlaws and you go, we don't respect their hit scan player. Blase struggles, well known to all. Well, what's the thing you do against that? You go Pharah. How do you deal with the Pharah when you don't have a good hit scan player on the other side? And the answer is, here on Control, you don't. You just fall.
Yeah, and I think you really just got to respect NYXL just sort of stepping up with like something that they're comfortable with. This is something that makes them such a strong team because they can just go dive at any given point, and they have players who are incredibly strong in all their roles.
I mean, I can just agree, really. It's just, I just love to watch New York, okay? It's not so much about the Houston Outlaws when I look at this series. It's just a pleasure to see New York doing what they do best. And when they pull out the Winston Diva composition and Cybiol with Tracer, I mean, we haven't seen that in a while, so you gotta cherish it while it lasts.
Yeah, they're definitely doing this the fan service, that's for sure. Now, if we're looking at map number 2, yeah, see, and they're doing it all for you.
Oh,
all for you, just for you. Now, Hanamura, we did see a sub coming in. Kasa wants you to take it. Rockers was out, Rappel was in. Who do you want to see being kept in, though?
Okay, so I want to go and give a little bit of justification for what the Outlaws are doing. When you scrim for a week, they came in this weekend with a plan that they've scrimmed with Rappel and Raucus on specific maps. Same thing with Blase, why he's playing McCree. He's playing it because they've practiced with it, okay? So I don't hate that they're still doing it from they did yesterday, but they need to decide on one. And if I was to decide on one, it would be Rappel. I think he's looked significantly better on the Ana. I think he has been playing, you know, somewhat solid, been getting some value here and there. So you can't go wrong either way, but you can go wrong if you just don't choose a way.
You have to move away from your habits as well, because we've seen Raucus in this lineup for years now, and he is a big part of this team, you know, the shot calling and the leadership aspect. But at some point, you have to start moving away from that. And I think Rappel, I agree with you that he's probably the right pick for this lineup. And that might take some time to adapt to, and yes, other players in the team will have to step up communication-wise, like Muma on the main tank. We see a lot of main tanks call in the Overwatch League, and maybe it's time for someone like Muma or, I mean, I don't want to put pressure on Mecca to shot call, but someone who is not Diana, because you need to put, you don't need to put Rappel, but I think you should put Rappel in the shoes of the flex support player, and that means that other players on the team have to start taking more responsibility.
Sure.
Well, CP, what were your thoughts looking at that? Do you feel like the Outlaws played it a little closer, at least on Hanamura?
Well, going to the Outlaws and Hanamura, I feel like part of it was New York, sort of going back to what we saw yesterday, where New York, their engagements weren't necessarily great, but it's Assault, right? Assault is a game type where even if you're a great team, you can really just get hung up as you go in on point B, but it did look a little bit better for the Outlaws. I just don't know how much of that was the Outlaws and how much was New York kind of going through some growing pains, because one key thing throughout the series is that New York, when Who Are You is on anything other than the Mei, looks immensely dominant. When they go to something that's more meta with the McCree Mei, they don't look quite as good.
Well, speaking of good, it is that time of the day. It is Crunch Time, presented by Pringles Wavy. So, Reinforce, you got something very crunchy for us.
Yeah, I picked out a play. I had to pick out a play for the Crunch Time, and I'm going with this one where we see New York just capitalizing on Houston Outlaws' mistake. Houston Outlaws, they extend a bit too far. Nice sleep dart from JJoNak onto Dante on the Mei, and from there, it's a nice ice wall from Who Are You, blocks out the Houston Outlaws, and there you go. That's how you cap a point on Hanamura point B. So I think that this matchup sort of suits the New York Excelsior a bit more, because Houston Outlaws, they have been playing a bit more aggressive so far this season, and we see players like Jexe going pretty aggressive on the Lucio. And knowing the New York Excelsior, even though New York were a bit more aggressive yesterday and they like to engage a bit more, this matchup just suits New York so well because they are able to capitalize on Houston Outlaws' mistakes. And that's a perfect example where JJoNak hits the sleep dart, you follow up with an ice wall, and that's how you cap Hanamura.
Well, Havana is coming up next, so I hope both teams have some aces up in their sleeves. Thank you guys so much for breaking down the game. And we're now heading back for all the action over to the East Coast, and we'll be back after the match for Watch Point Reset.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles Wavy. Big crunch, big flavor.
Sometimes jokes go over your head, and you can accept that, but when self-destructs do it, you don't realize that you're gonna have a bad time.
Blink and you'll miss it, but check it out.
You gotta get up pretty early in the morning to pull one over Meko. Meko decimates their lineup!
And Meko, the silent hero from above.
Meko just ready right there.
Dropping the bomb up over the top, can he get the picks? Yes, he absolutely can! A quadra kill for Meko!
There he is, Meko, in some of his most iconic moments when he was playing for the New York Excelsior, now on the other side of the stage.
Yeah, and Meko is playing this role, the diva, the off-tank, that relies so much on communication and how the rest of your team set you up, but it is a pound-for-pound upgrade for the Houston Outlaws. And this is a kind of roster that should be able to develop as the season goes on. Yeah. They're not going to stay at this same kind of level the entirety of the year. They should continue to get better as they develop this synergy and cohesion.
I feel like I've heard that before.
Sure, but they have a better roster in terms of their players than they have ever had before.
They absolutely do, yeah. Well, something fun happened whilst we were in the break. Something quite heartwarming that would even touch your heart, Josh.
It did. It touched my cruel heart of stone. It was so cute.
We had a lovely marriage proposal here live in the Washington venue, and it was just fantastic. I love weddings. I absolutely love weddings. I don't get invited to many because people don't want me out.
Are you trying to get an invite?
Yes, maybe. But I don't know. I always get emotional at weddings. I don't know about you.
Yeah, it's a very heartwarming thing as well to see. It's like the Overwatch community getting brought together, seeing this in person as well. Yeah. The crowd was loving it too. You know, they could feel
it.
They could feel the energy.
Yeah.
It was a fantastic little moment. You get moments like that all the time. Oh, different moments. You don't get marriage proposals all the time at home stands. Still quite a rare thing. Tell you what's not a rare thing. Houston Outlaws, they swap their flex supports.
Yes, every other map it seems like.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point we've ruled out a coin flip.
No, I mean, coin flips can produce all sorts of different results.
But it would be statistically quite improbable that a coin would flip to heads and tails, heads and tails, heads and tails.
That is quite improbable. It's as probable as any other coin flip.
But okay, right, we're not going to get into the statistics class with you. All right. Still, they've made the substitution. Got Raucous back in now. And it is going to be map point for the New York Excelsior. Remember, we've moved to this first to 3 map format, which means 1 map will do it.
I'll tell you what I would love to see as we move over onto Havana. I would love to see the NYXL pull out a Widowmaker to really force Meko to play very aggressive into them so that we get this Meko versus his old team kind of stuff. But also because I think the strategy would work very well. Because Blase and Dante aren't really known for their Widowmaker, they're not going to be able to answer. So it's one of the ways that they could apply a bunch of pressure.
Sabiobi also not really known for his Widowmaker. He can definitely pull it out, though.
He was previously in like 2018. He had some periods where he looked incredible on it. But yeah, he needs a bit of practice to get back to that level again. Tell you what I wouldn't mind whatsoever and would really just be the perfect cherry on the cake for this series. Who are you, Genji? If you come out on Genji and start on the Houston Outlaws, I will love you forever.
I can't see it. Not
please,
with this. The sidelines are too long, Josh.
No!
The sidelines are too long, bro. It's too long. I'd love to see it as well. No one more than me, but it is going to be the New York playing a pretty standard comp, and Houston, they want to take their fight straight to them. Right on the cart.
4-man Bionade from Jonak.
Very nice, actually. That's a lot of damage being laid into them. Mano and Hopper also going to be caught by Raucous' Bionade, but we only lost to 1. Houston, though, are holding on. This doesn't win this one.
It doesn't really matter, though, because with Raucous going down, the next time that NYXL spawn...
做好防御准备，选择英雄。
撤才有破坏。我有许多同伴长眠于这个战场，希望能安。
你好啊，伙计。
方将于30秒后开始行动。
大家痛快吧！
才是值得争夺的事物。
莱因哈特，不要再说那些滑稽的故事了，不会有人相信的。滑稽的故事？我那些光荣的冒险故事全是真的。
5、4、3、2、1，攻击方出动了，防守目标 A。我的意志化为现实。
极限！表现啊！我可以发动绝招了。
我来修复你的伤口。
别让我失望哦！
自由开启，
双杀。
回回炸弹来啦！
每次节目
还剩60秒。
自己的。
我来修复你的伤口。我得补充能量。
痛快了！
臣服于我的意志。
3杀。
一个接着一个，又一个，再一个。
还剩30秒。
大家要谨守岗位。在这儿集合。帮助出生感激。
还剩10秒。
好些了。
我利用你位。
热力全开。
细水祥和。
比数0比0，攻守互换。 好攻击准备，选择英雄。
无序才是人类真正的敌人。
距离进攻还有30秒。
我会重整秩序。
嘿，不知道能不能倒点酒出来喝？快渴死了！非常感谢你。
我正在占领目标，来支援我。给我看住！守护天使在此的控制。
该死！后台加入，谢谢。感激不尽。
我从火焰中冲。
胜利。精彩重播。双杀。
下个痛快吧！
三杀。
一个一个，又一个，再一个。
Oh my goodness, I thought who are you was going to kill both of you. The next time that New York spawn, they're going to win the fight. So Houston Outlaws have to back off as the season goes on. Yeah. They're not going to stay at this same kind of level the entirety of the year. They should continue to get better as they develop this synergy and cohesion.
I feel like I've heard that before.
Sure, but they have a better roster in terms of their players than they have ever had before.
They absolutely do, yeah. Well, something fun happened whilst we were in the break. Something quite heartwarming that would even touch your heart, Josh.
It did. It touched my cruel heart of stone. It was so cute.
We had a lovely marriage proposal here live in the Washington venue, and it was just fantastic. I love weddings. I absolutely love weddings. I don't get invited to many because people don't want me at them.
Are you trying to get an invite?
Yes, maybe. But I don't know. I always get emotional at weddings. I don't know about you.
Yeah, it's a very heartwarming thing as well to see. It's like the Overwatch community getting brought together, seeing this in person as well. Yeah. The crowd was loving it too. You know, they could feel
it.
They could feel the energy.
Yeah.
It was a fantastic little moment. You get moments like that all the time. Oh, different moments. You don't get marriage proposals all the time at home stands. Still quite a rare thing. Tell you what's not a rare thing. Houston Outlaws, they swap their flex supports.
Yes, every other map it seems like.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point we've ruled out a coin flip.
No, I mean coin flips can produce all sorts of different results.
But it would be statistically quite improbable that a coin would flip to heads and tails, heads and tails, heads and tails.
That is quite improbable. It's as probable as any other coin flip.
But okay, right, we're not going to get into the statistics class with you. All right. Still, they've made the substitution. Got Raucous back in now. And it is going to be map point for the New York Excelsior. Remember, we've moved to this first to 3 map format, which means 1 map will do it.
I'll tell you what I would love to see as we move over onto Havana. I would love to see the NYXL pull out a Widowmaker to really force Meko to play very aggressive into them so that we get this Meko versus his old team kind of stuff. But also because I think the strategy would work very well. Because Blase and Dante aren't really known for their Widowmaker, they're not going to be able to answer. So it's one of the ways that they could apply a bunch of pressure.
Sabiobi also not really known for his Widowmaker. He can definitely pull it out, though.
He was previously in like 2018. He had some periods where he looked incredible on it. But yeah, he needs a bit of practice to get back to that level again. Tell you what I wouldn't mind whatsoever and would really just be the perfect cherry on the cake for this series. Who are you, Genji? If you come out on Genji and start on the Houston Outlaws, I will love you forever.
I can't see it. Not
please,
with this. The sidelines are too long, Josh.
No!
The sidelines are too long, bro. It's too long. I'd love to see it as well. No one more than me, but it is going to be the New York playing a pretty standard comp. And Houston, they want to take their fight straight to them. Right on the cart.
4-man Bionade from Jonak.
Very nice, actually. That's a lot of damage being laid into them. Mano and Hopper also going to be caught by Raucous' Bionade, but really lost the one. Houston, though, are holding on. This doesn't win this one.
It doesn't really matter, though, because with Raucous going down, the next time that NYXL spawn... Oh, my goodness, I thought Who Are You was going to kill both of them. The next time that New York spawn, they're going to win the fight. So Houston Outlaws have to back off anyway. They lost Raucous, they didn't have the heals, they lost Blase and Dante as well. But they can still take this fight at the back of point A.
Yeah.
And these are the ones that really decide Havana.
We often see some teams decide to not even entirely opt into this first fight at all. Like
the Philadelphia Fusion, the team that beat New York yesterday, like to only take 1 fight on Havana point A. Houston, though, making a big rotation around the side so that they can block the payload.
Whoa, Blase, the So Min-Soo strategy, lad. Okay, Flashbang Van the Hammer, listen. It works.
It's very effective. If it works, it's a good strategy.
Exactly. Look at this. Blaze's in a bit of trouble still. Goes for it again. See Hopper getting demolished, demegged. But now they're in a similar scenario right now where New York are going to have the superior spawns. They're actually closer to this cart than Houston Outlaws are. So any equal trades are going to be more beneficial for the New York Excelsior.
But the Outlaws have forced 3 fights here at the beginning of Havana. They're still going to be able to come out and recontest. The problem is Dante's a long way away, and his Blizzard is going to be crucial. So Blase is just buying a bit of time with his Deadeye.
Look at this. You can see New York's positioning is completely forced round the bend here. Mano, though, comes out. Didn't get flashbang just to be stopped in his tracks. The Nano Boost didn't get maximum value out of it, but now he has an Earth Shadow to work with. Still, Blizzard's going to be coming out here. Dante is easily able to clean up Who Are You. Samurai on top, but to look at the Earth Shatter. The Deadeye as well. Sabiobi, they combo it. It's going to be taking out Dante. Mano sleeping in the back line, but they've only got little Diva to work with, take care of on the point. It's going to be 4 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock here now for New York to push this one in.
Houston Outlaws have really struggled with being able to focus down the right targets in these fights. Nice little flick from Mano to block the Bionade as it was splashing behind him on the wall. But yeah, the Houston Outlaws, even when they got the Blizzard down and froze up a couple of targets, they struggle to convert it into kills without putting themselves in dangerous positions. It's gonna bite them. It's a very basic, fundamental thing in Overwatch.
This high ground section right now is one of the most important areas of Havana to control on point B. Mano gets walled up. The soundbar is forced out. They want to try and keep him up alive. Pinned in the back, that's Muma. He's going for it, but frozen, taken out. Icicle straight to the head. Enough to deal with most people. And it is just going to be taking out the stragglers from this point on. Houston, they lose Raucous, which means, again, no more heals, no more Bionades. For some reason, still trying to just fight this on the point. At this point, you just want to try and get this fight over with as fast as humanly possible. At least dying on the cart, so you can stall out a bit at a time.
Yeah, they have stalled out a little bit of time. New York's still making rapid pace here through Havana Point B. But this is the next fight is a really crucial one. If Houston Outlaws invest a lot of ultimates and don't end up winning the fight, New York are just going to continue with this momentum. Roll it forwards. We're looking for the nano boost onto Muma. See if he can counter this.
Well, the nano boost did Reinhardt. Slept up though. Oh my word!
Three-man shatter.
Three-man shatter from Mano. He lays down a lot of the Houston Outlaws members, but no one falls up and ejects her. Now we see Muma. He has his own Earth Shatter ready and waiting. Hasn't had the most luck from it. See if he's able to capitalize. Self-destruct into the backline. Just trying to force a couple of them out. Now Sabiobi with the Deadeye. Lays it down. Dante using his own blizzard as well. Flashbangs exchange. Blase comes out on top.
And Muma's managed to find a pick onto Hopper as well. Takes him down when he was demeched. Houston Outlaws are just about staying in control of this one.
It's a scrappy fight, but a 1-1 nonetheless. You see still, New York are trying to fight this one out. There's a tank line Meko though, gonna get demeched. Just trying to push this one in. It feels like New York, they don't have too many players on though. Blase using that Deadeye, it does bring down Who Are You. The Icebug wasn't there.
And Houston desperately need reinforcements here. This scrappy engagement, they're slowly getting picked off. Blase's in a weird position too.
Oh, nano boost into the back, it's clinical. Raucous gets deleted off the map. I love the respawn, see you later.
I love the nano boosted D.Va. It's so good at being able to deal with the backline or deal with the McCree.
Yeah, and now it is just the inevitable at this point. New York, they seem to be in control, and they are going to be able to cap point B of Havana. Houston, time to regroup and rethink things. Now, sometimes we see teams switch up to a little bit of a Widowmaker. I don't think Blase is going to be doing that.
Now, it seems like the default for now, and Houston aren't going to get another great opportunity to defend here. They have to go forwards. They have to try and make two fights happen before the inevitable final hold and point C castle.
Look at this, self-destruct into the back. It is clean from New York. They know exactly how to play it. Flashbangs missed from Blase, and that was his only escape mechanism.
Dante with a nice snipe.
Dante has been, getting a pick or two with the spam damage from afar.
They're just taking time off the clock, though. There's going to be about 2 minutes left when they have this final fight underneath the archway of point C. This is where we see most teams finish on Havana. It's hard to full complete this map.
Very difficult.
Both support ultimates and the Blizzard as well.
Nice
Houston is still in a good position.
Baits out the ice wall. It's going to be off cooldown for a short while. See, look at the Houston, they hold control of the high ground because they know Dante, if he wants to contest the car, he can do so from that position. Whether he's ice blocked or what? Mano comes down, the ice wall wasn't just there, but it is going to block a lot of the damage coming out though, but a huge Bionade from JJoNak. There's a lot of damage. damage to Blase, takes him out. Dante, though, now with his own Blizzard, frees up a couple of the members. They take out Mano. One side of the tank line out of the fight. And it's usually going to be enough to try and clean up the rest of them. But at the end of the day, this is New York Excelsior we're talking about. They've been known for being quite a clutch team, usually.
Dante with a great play there. He realized that Mano was going to go for the solo shatter on him, so he put the ice wall up in front. Yes, it didn't block the shatter, but it did come up just in time to save him.
Yep.
And so he was able to be sound barriered, kept alive, and then used his Blizzard to really win the fight there for Houston. Hard point to push.
Very hard point to push. Look at all the high ground that's around them when they try and push down here. Blase just holding onto this Deadeye. We've seen him a little bit of value every now and then out of it. Flashbangs exchange once more. Wants to try and take a 1v1. Not quite a 1v1 though, because Animo wants to join the fight. You see New York Excelsior just winning the frontline battle. The sleep down in the back, that will get a D-Mech onto Hopper. It's going to be enough though. Blase needs to try and hit these shots. It is go time. He has to try and clutch this one up for his team because the cart is steadily being pushed in. The flashbang into the back, but Sabi always protected by Animo. No one really remains to try and clean this one up. Chicks are desperately trying to stop it, but New York Excelsior are going to get the full completion of Havana. 30 seconds in their timeline.
Very solid play from New York. They're just able to bully the Houston Outlaws further and further back. The backline of Houston is getting put under so much pressure, and I think that's one of the main reasons that the tank line of Mumura Meko is folding. Like New York are at an origami class. JJoNak is so good at being able to snipe the opposing Ana, put pressure on them, and push them away from sightlines. It's beautiful to watch.
Well, it's an interesting game so far, but we'll see what happens on the other side of Havana after the break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Groups. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch.
Outlaws fans, next week the Houston Outlaws, they've got their homestand. You're going to be buying those tickets the 29th and the 1st of March. You can also watch it at youtube.com/Overwatch League, but you got to make it out because you know the Houston crowd is going to be wild. They're going to be crazy. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and the Houston Outlaws need that kind of support behind them as well. We've seen it from a bunch of different homestands. The home team getting a boost in performance, the crowd getting behind them. Also the first time that you'll be able to see the Atlanta Reign perform.
That's going to be interesting as well. They're one of the last teams we've seen, at least Western teams that aren't based in Asia. We haven't really seen what they're capable of. A lot of people rating them quite highly though, but enough about the Atlanta Reign, Josh, because listen, we got New York versus Houston right now. We're up into the second round of Havana.
Yeah.
And see how Houston do on the attack.
I really want to take a look at JJoNak. I feel like there's been such a spotlight on his performance against the Philadelphia Fusion. He died at first a couple of times. He was very aggressive with his positioning. And he, I think, has been able to apply a lot of pressure in this match as well. It's a very specific style that he plays.
Yeah.
Aggro, but not really punished by the lower level teams.
Definitely punished by Philly earlier, but Houston not able to get on him here. Sleep dart from Raucus is going to take Hopper out on flank here. Friday from Jonak doesn't really get anything done. Still, though, keeping these players alive. How is Mano still alive? Finally, though, Muma's going to bring him down. Houston forced to just back off a little bit here. Just regroup for now, but they do have an advantage with that one pick-off. Mano is not on the card. So Houston's just going to heal up. Now they're going to go in with the speed boosts.
I thought New York was staying around a little too long there, but they just managed to back out in time. Nobody really gets punished for it. And Mano is now back with the team. Looks like they want to take an aggressive hold at this corner. This isn't something that we've seen from most teams.
Who do you want to see as the Nana Boost target here, Josh?
I would definitely like to see Muma, because it seems like it's a frontline battle.
Well, that's exactly what it's going to be. Muma with the Nana Boost. Tries to get a bit of damage, but again, get him frozen up. He can't get too much done still. Sabiobi goes down to Blase on the left-hand flank, which is going to open this up now. We move a lot of damage from New York. Muma's looking for an opportunity to unleash this Earth Shatter. The Ice Wall's going to be used up defensively. It is a great opportunity for the Earth Shatter if he chooses to use it. Instead, he's just going to hit that shift key. Try and get at least one of the charge. Kill or two. But just holding on to the ultimates. Quite reserved for the Houston Outlaws.
Yeah, because they know that another fight is likely to come in here. Hopper's going to block the point. The zoning Deadeye coming out from Blase, but that Blizzard on the left-hand side.
He's in trouble, but so is the New York Excelsior here. Blase putting in a lot of damage onto the flank here. Sabiobi, though, with that Deadeye somehow manages to connect it onto Meko. The defense matrix wasn't reaching. He's going to get taken out. Still a winnable fight, though, for the Outlaws. Vexer and Dante have been putting in a bit of work. Dante's Blizzard did manage to set up a couple of kills.
Sabiobi just trying to get a little too aggressive here, perhaps, but takes the Nana Boost. Potential to clutch. I'm not sure this is the best target, though. I would have preferred a Nana Boost onto Hopper if you're going to really try and dive into people.
He looks a bit like me, you know, you panic a little bit when a Nana Boost gets put on you. There's a lot of pressure. Oh, somehow finds a kill. The flashbang was not there in time. Meko, though, tries to clutch it up. Bomb of the backline takes out Jonak. Earth Shatter now from Muma. Doesn't find anything. In fact, both Earth Shatters not really finding the marks. Still enough. A lot of damage by Mano, though. Still alive with that fire strike. Cleaving through the Houston Outlaws. At this point, Houston need to reconsider how exactly they're going to be trying to approach this one.
It feels like Houston should be able to abuse the fact that Sabiobi's on his own up in that right-hand room. Maybe send Meko in there, see if you can deal with him at the same time as Blase. Or have the Lucio and the McCree attack him at the same time. But he's been able to hold down that kind of flank and got the better end of Blase a couple of times.
See Deadeye by Sabiobi.
60 seconds.
See if we can get a kill or two. Don't know if he actually got any shield damage down to Muma, but no casualties, which is good things for Houston. Still only 50 seconds remaining, and look at this angle right now. He's sneaking around the corner. Sabiobi wants to try and find something, but as it stands, New York are just playing incredibly aggressive. The South Destructor to the backline is going to try and force out the fight. Dante using his Blizzard. That is going to set up a kill onto Mano there. They got off the freeze. A big pick-off for them, but nobody really taking care of Sabiobi, but I don't think it really matters.
We are watching a man have no effect while the rest of his team dies. I mean, that flank didn't find anything. He's not in a good position to make anything work, and the front line gets demolished as a result.
Jonak. Oh, he's caught out of position once more. He had no choice but to try and help his team out. See the Earth Shatter, though. Muma and Blase gonna hit the deck in the background. Sabiobi somehow wins that one. Meko forced to use the South Destruct. He needs to be in his mech for this next fight. Otherwise, they might just end up losing it. New York are back in it.
Mano's just made his way to the front lines. Jexter takes down Hopper as well. That Pilot Diva is not going to be able to remake, and Houston Outlaws are applying a lot of pressure in this back left-hand side.
They have to try and take out Mano, but Mano receives a Nana Boost. He's going to start swinging into them. It's do or die time right now for the Houston Outlaws. Muma goes down. The Earth Shadow was in process. He didn't connect onto anyone. They're all falling bit by bit, piece by piece. Houston Outlaws struggling. The sound barrier, a last-ditch effort. Dante's still alive, though. The sound barrier going to be helping him along with the Nana Boost. He's trying to get it done, but frozen in place. The crowd control was there. New York Excelsior seemed to be in complete control of this fight. Muma, it's a last-ditch effort. He's going to move over to the Wrecking Ball. Blase onto the Tracer. Don't want to count him out just yet, but that Earth Shatter is definitely going to be doing the damage. 2 players down on the floor, 2 players down. Meko, the last man standing. The Blizzard is going to do the rest. That is going to be New York Excelsior winning the series.
Dominance from the NYXL here in the Anthem in DC as they put Houston Outlaws 0-4 to start out the 2020 season. NYXL bouncing back pretty easily, honestly, from that loss against the Philadelphia Fusion yesterday. The result that would be expected, but New York Excel had a bit of flair with the way that they played today as well. We got to see Sebiobi on the Tracer.
Yep.
We got to see Who Are You on the Farah as well.
I think good takeaways here if you're a New York Excelsior fan is that they still got these kind of pocket picks with these different heroes in your arsenal.
Yeah,
a lot of teams are going to be looking at hero pools in the near future with a bit of a problematic eye. But for now, we've got Golden Boy down on the stage with JJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJ
York. Big win for them here against the Houston Outlaws after yesterday. Joined by, of course, Steven, the player manager for the NYXL. So, Jonak, first question is in Philadelphia yesterday, you lost 3-1. What happened in that game and what has the team done to improve?
네, 조현 선수 일단 오늘 경기 이겨서 축하드립니다. 어제 이제 퓨전과 경기를 했는데 아쉽게도 3대1로 경기를 졌어요. 근데 이제 아무래도 경기를 지고 나서 어떤 생각이 들었고 그걸 바탕으로 팀이 어떻게 그걸 보완해서 오늘 경기에 임했는지 한번 팬들에게 말씀해 주시기 바랍니다.
저희가 어제 이제 필라 퓨전한테 패배의 쓴맛을 느꼈는데 저는 개인적으로 이제 제가 어제 많이 실수를 해가지고 그냥 진짜 더 열심히 해야겠다, 진짜 이러면 안 되겠다 이런 마음가짐으로 지금 했습니다 오늘은.
So Jordan saying he had a pretty bad loss against Fusion last night, but you know he said he didn't do well and he didn't do well as what he prepared. But you know that was a big lesson that he had yesterday, and you know he come up with he had a thought that he's gonna do better and show a better performance to the fans today. So that's the outcome today he had for the game today.
Indeed they did, dominating victory. So now you're known as a top-tier support player as well as a top-tier Ana player. You know, what's more important when it comes to playing Ana? Is it, you know, hitting those sleep darts or is it landing those bio nades? What is critical for playing that role?
이제 조현 선수는 아무래도 이제 서포팅 포지션에서 최고의 선수고 그리고 아나를 플레이할 때 최고의 선수로 알고 있습니다. 거기서 이제 아나를 플레이할 때 상대를 이제 그 수면총을 맞추는 것과 그리고 생체 수류탄 던지는 것 중에서 둘 중에 비교를 했을 때 어떤 게 더 중요한지 한 말씀 해주세요.
저는 일단 수면총과 헬벤 중에 더 중요하다고 생각하는 거는 수면총이 더 중요하다 생각하고 그게 자는 시간이 꽤 길고 그래가지고 좀 아무것도 못하는 시간이 길어가지고 수면총이 더 중요하다 생각해요.
So Jordan is saying definitely sleep dart is most important compared to the biotic nade because it makes opponent more disabled for a long time or period. So that can make a huge change during the matches. So that's how Jordan felt.
And he's a master of doing that, nails it every time. And finally, NYXL is going to be traveling a lot this season. How's the team handling the travel? And do you like traveling yourself? Are you enjoying it?
조현 선수 이제 다음 경기도 또 원정이고 원정 경기가 되게 많이 붙어 있어요. 그래서 원정 경기 많이 담으면 몸이 피로하기도 하고 그럴 텐데 팀으로서 그걸 어떻게 해결을 하고 있고 그리고 이제 마지막으로 이제 여행하는 걸 많이 좋아하시는지 이제 물어봤습니다.
팀으로서 어떻게 해결하고 있냐면 일단 매니저분들이나 이제 그분들이 이제 저희 컨디션 관리를 많이 해주시고 있고 그리고 저는 개인적으로 이런 여행을 좋아해가지고 딱히 컨디션 문제는 지금 하나도 없고. 일단 이번에 기차를 타봤는데 재밌더라고요.
So what Jordan is saying, overall condition as a team-wise, manager as me, and then you know general manager, they're helping out with their condition for overall matches. And then you know Jordan is enjoying the travel along the cities, and we took the train this time, and then he really loved traveling by train. So he's looking forward to the other games.
I like traveling by train too, so that works out. All right, well, Jonak, thank you so much, my friend, for your time. That's awesome, and let's send it back over to the casters. Jonak from the NYXL.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Yeah, that was a lovely interview.
I like traveling by train.
I also like traveling by train. It's a lot. Well, I guess. I mean, it depends how far away it is, but.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't like traveling by train. What, across the water?
Yeah, there is actually a lovely train. Anyway, we're not going to get into it. we got our player of the match. Obviously, no sponsors as yet. You can sponsor it if you want. At the moment, I'm going to say it's sponsored by me, but it's Mano, the one and only main tank of NYXL. He's had some absolute alpha Chad moments so far in this game, at least. These charges were out of this world.
They really were.
And almost out of the map.
Mano just decided to pin Muma whenever he possibly could.
This was ridiculous.
And also anybody else he could find. I mean, he just goes all the way over here to take Blase out of the picture while he was nano boosted and executing his Deadeye.
Look at this. I mean, the guy, he just oozes confidence, really. At the end of the day, oozes confidence. You can see it in his statistics here as well. Very large numbers.
Yep, big old numbers. Mano has long been thought of as possibly the best tank in the Overwatch League. He will certainly have to fight to retain that crown. I think it's very arguable that he still is coming into the 2020 season. There are so many good main tanks at the moment spread across a lot of the top teams, but he's certainly someone to keep an eye on that could be contesting for that crown.
Thanks again to Golden Boy for that Coca-Cola victory moment. And the next match is going to be Toronto versus the Philadelphia Fusion. That's going to be a good one, I think, and we're going to be seeing it on the other side. But first, back to LA to see how they break down the match we just seen.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Once again by CP, Custa, and Reinforce. We already dissected map 1 and 2 of the match we just saw. So let's jump straight into map 3 and discuss a little bit of how New York continued looking fairly dominant on Havana. What went right for them?
Everything, I think, is probably the best way to describe it. It's just, honestly, it's just a team that's outclassed.
You are all waiting for will be coming up next. The London Spitfire, Washington Justice, the revolutionary rematch.
But we're up. Fusion, Defiant.
Yeah.
To get one through that one first, and I think Toronto are going to have to get
so
through that one.
Oh, we got to get through that one.
Oh
first.
no, I'm speaking as a kind of being on the Toronto side there. I'm kind of scared of Carpe at this point. Let's be honest with ourselves here. He looked monstrous yesterday.
He should be. I think this is a really interesting match and an important match at that, because I think we're at that point in the season where we're going to start getting answers. Because this Toronto team, remember, they beat Paris. Paris looked legit yesterday. So you know, it's all this kind of mathematical equations. If they beat them, are they better than them? And then Philly right now could make an argument is the best team in the league, just based on what we've seen.
Oh, Poco definitely thinks so, and one man on that squad that's trying to make everybody believe that they are the best team in the league. That is Carpe. Unreal Widowmaker from the other day, and did get messed around just a little bit, but as soon as Carpe gets rolling, it feels like he's pretty unstoppable.
Happy Carpe is a dangerous Carpe, and he seems to be very happy with this squad. We get starting rosters, and I'm like, I don't need to see Phillies. I think they're going to run out the same 6 until they lose. Wouldn't you? Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. He seems very happy. Ivy is kind of overlooked. The tank line has looked really good. But again, I think the revamp that has happened for this team is that rookie support line. They're keeping everybody alive, and they have a lot of space to work because Carpe.
How does he peek these angles as well? You see that high nooning McCree is just sitting there, about to draw his revolver, double peeks him, double headshot, easy kill. And like you said, Alarm and Funny Astro just setting him up for success. And the tank line as well, of course, it's normally down to Funny Astro kind of getting everybody into position. His favorite hero being the Lucio, of course, and he loves to play it super aggressively. I can imagine we're going to see that again today, him just beating into Toronto, just making sure their tanks are set up for the perfect shots and the perfect self-destructs.
They look good. It's going to be a lot on Nebix and perhaps the Toronto DPS line to try to shut him down, but teams have tried, teams have failed so far. Toronto's going to give their best shot against Philly today.
Oh yes, they will be. I think it's time we bring out some of the teams,
don't you? Let's do it.
That's a good idea. Toronto versus Fusion. It's going to be a good one. Defiant coming out first, though. There's a few fans in the audience. There'll be a few fans of Philly, too. Mr. Logix leading the way.
Thank you, Mr. Logix. Dude, indeed. Oddly enough, it does not appear that Lane Shore4 Roberts is on that stage. In my opinion, their most consistent DPS player. I think the issue that I have with both Logix and Agilities is they are highlight machines, but they're also magicians in that they will disappear at times. And Lane was a nice balance to that. Shore4 is a consistently above average DPS. You know exactly what you're going to get out of them. But Logix versus Carpe, maybe some Widow battles. Logix can go off, and Agilities can go off.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
which one of those is actually going to show up today. If Logix is going off, he's going to be able to stand up against Carpe, right?
ZP's favorite player, Beast.
Oh, yeah.
I was really impressed with his very first performance in New York. Nevix never really got to see playtime last year, but everyone in the league, every single one of his colleagues, speaks extremely highly of him. And Kellex, of course, former Boston main support as well. This Toronto team has gone through a lot of changes. There's Kariv. Kariv and Agility is the best bromance in all of Overwatch League.
Oh, you wouldn't separate them, not for a moment. Let's get Philadelphia out on the stage, though. You want to see those handsome boys' faces. Poco has just been on fire recently, and, you know, there's a few spicy tweets here and there, but I just want to see Alarm. He put out another spicy tweet a little bit earlier on today as well. Fusion has bring him on out. Rookie backline, like you were saying, Hex, Alarm, and Astro stepping up to the keyboards.
Even talking about Poco streets, I like what Alarm's doing. He is taking on all comers, and when you're undefeated like the Fusion are, and you have kept Sato alive, and really, reinvigorated his career to an extent. I mean, maybe that's overstating it, a bit of hyperbole perhaps, but Alarm is keeping Sato alive at such an amazing rate. Sato looks comfortable. Now Sato is dangerous.
One of the flashiest haircuts in the league as well. Alarm looking like a straight-up CEO.
Yeah.
Maybe head affiliate, no point.
Funny Astro, I mean, we've seen such a great influx of Lucios in this league. It makes me want to play Lucio even more, watching guys like FP God and Funny Astro go at it. Poco, captain consistency there. Sato, as I mentioned, reinvigorated now with his brand new support line. Ivy, going against his former team, was on Toronto last year, along with a laundry list of other players who were on Toronto last year. I think they cut like 9 guys. And then there's the star, Carpe, one and only the fish. Of course, his name is not from the carp, it is from the phrase Carpe Diem. His buddy Diem, of course, we will see play later in the year.
Simplest social media game out there as well. We won, GG's. We play now. GG's
I like it. You know,
perfect.
I'm a
Gets
man
the
of
point,
few
right?
words. I'm a simple guy when it comes to tweets. I'm like, hey, I'm casting Overwatch, watch it. Hey, I'm going to be in Overwatch League in 2020. Thanks.
I click heads.
Yeah.
I kill people now. Jonak dead, we win.
I like it. I like it a lot. What I also like is Control. I'm one of the few people who loves Control to play and to watch. We're going to kick it off on Oasis. And which one are we at? We're at the University, yeah.
Oh, yes. I was hoping it was City Center so we can see Funny Astro with a couple of boops.
I like watching people get hit by cars. Please don't take that out of context.
You got a few last.
I mean, it's actually not even wrong. Let's get onto the University and off of my train of thought, please. You know what's really interesting about this is that there is still kind of, it's not environmental kills necessarily, because a lot of people don't play on that high ground where it happens. But there is a big hole in the middle of the map, which is almost better than a kill. If you can knock someone down to that low ground, they're out of the fight, and when they rejoin it, you've usually won the fight, and it's an instant stagger. So you have to be very careful of the environment in the middle of this stage.
Yeah, it takes so long for you to actually get back onto the points. Logic and Agility is going a little bit low. Beast with the attempted cutoff there, but didn't think it was all too worth it. Sato and Beast kind of jostling on the point. Just Flame Strike's going a little bit wide, but it's a bit hard when you're that distance out. Nice wall, actually, coming through from Toronto. They're just trying to corral Sato into this corner, so it's way easier for Beast to do some damage to him, but Sato is taking to the field just a minute. Look at that nade, though, from the side. Alarm hitting 4 people, and Carpe and Ivy cleaning on up. 90% on the ult as well. He's going to have Nano for the next fight. That is what you want out of Alarm.
It's really interesting what Philly's doing. They're kind of squatting up right now. You saw Sato and the Mei just on the point controlling space while everyone else was over on the side supporting Carpe, just waiting for the pick. Look, it's no secret how Philadelphia wants to play. They're going to support Carpe until you try to shut it down. When you try to shut it down, they're going to take that opening of all the resources you've devoted to Carpe, and they're going to punish you with the other 5 guys.
You want an early push here. Alarm knows he has Nano advantage. He doesn't want to let Kari build up to that Nano. He's 10% away. There it is. Does get unleashed, and look at that Beast in the corner. Is going to find the repin, but the freeze from Ivy on the back, and then the
欢迎来到绿洲城。准备战斗，选择英雄。
今天适合搞破坏，什么大风大浪我都经历，只要大家团结，一定能完成任务。太完美了！
哦，我想到了。
4、3、2、1，第一回合，
路西欧上场了。
莫伊拉与你
放在这里对了。
别想逃。
好多了。
Nade to finish him all off. Pogo them going down. They do end up nanoing somebody. I believe that is Logix. Yeah, using that high noon to actually reload on the side. Carpe is going to use his to push everybody from Toronto back. Still jostling on point. 50% almost now for Philly and building. Sato with the Shadow. Beast only a little bit behind. Agility's open to fight up with the ult, but Carpe on the side. Going to kill off Logix. Now Toronto basically out of damage and out of hope as Beast ends up going down. They've only got really one good fight now because Agility's using that ult so early on. That place takes a long time to build up when you're against someone like a Ryan and a Diva.
Yeah, and this low ground Kareem is going to get cleaned up late. I'm just not sure what Logix was thinking there. That's where Carpe's been all game. He's been hanging out in a small pack room in the corridor, peeking left and right. And Logix leads the charge instead of letting someone else go in first so that maybe if they get flashbanged and Logix can hit a shot. But that was just bad situational awareness. Carpe's dangerous when you don't know where he is. Like, that would be my priority one if I'm Toronto. Where's Carpe? Let's play around that.
Try so good at playing Widowmaker. Playing the unpredictable angles sometimes. And his aim is just sick, of course. Sato with the Shadow, almost gets moved into the hole. He's going to have to be a little bit careful, though. Potentially knows Beast is close to his, but Carpe once again opening kill onto Kellex. Beast in a lot of trouble now. As OT's ticking down, he has to stay on the point, but he's up against Sato. He's going to get Nano too, so he's going to present a little bit more of a threat. Oh, the perfect Shadow! Straight through the shield, self-destruct on top. Beast going to come through. Astro didn't even need it. OT ticks down. University taking 100-0.
The industry professional term, you all know it, you all love it. The fatty shatty comes down to seal the deal. I'm actually just really disappointed in Poco. He's the only one who died.
Oh.
The only death for Philadelphia was Poco during that round, a 17-1 differential in eliminations. About as one-sided as it gets. Yeah, it's just everyone's doing better. I mean, there's not really deep analysis here. Everyone on their role in Fusion is playing better than everyone on their role in Toronto. I think if you really want to look into it, some of the walls were a little bit off. There was a wall that could have gotten Sato early on and you get the main tank, but he squeaks out because there's a meter left in there. Even Ryan's big body gets in there. So, I don't know, is Agility super comfortable on the Mei? There's not really much to write home about in that first stage. If you're Toronto, you try to forget about it, call it nerves, call it warming up, and you move on.
Yeah, he did use it earlier when Nevix was demeched as well, so Nevix couldn't even follow it up. Of course, he got killed, and Logix got killed too. Unlucky, but different stage. Now, all is in the past. They're posturing on the high ground, but on the overhead, we can actually see Carpe just with the
Carpe's a mile away.
Look at this. Yeah. He's on Mega Pack right now. He's going to be able to just
blink it away.
There you go.
From a mile away.
Opening pick.
Look,
they didn't know where he was, clearly, right?
Carpe was in Mega Pack all the way across the map, and he gets Logix. It was 5v6, and Philly just waited. They just waited for Carpe to do something, and now Carpe gets Kellex.
There's another one. There's 3. Ooh, don't want to take one of those Carpe. Just back away. 3 kills. Or maybe 4. Oh, just in time, maybe not. I take it back. That does heal you, by the way, as well.
Not all the way, but you know, it
would have been.
It's a nice build. Yeah,
There
this
you
is
go.
Carpe on the open. Right now it's 5v6 as everyone's fighting over there.
Look at that aim!
Just plinking.
4 out of 5 shots hitting.
Yeah, 4 out of 5 stars, not a headshot.
Wow.
Eh,
You really have to nitpick, don't you?
Hey, look, I expect perfection out of Carpe.
It's okay. You don't all have to be perfect. Only when you play with Hex.
Well, someone has to carry me.
Yo, true. Wall going up. Alarm with the nano. Nice nade, actually. Doesn't quite find anybody. Splash didn't quite hit agility. Shadow on the side. That's a nano beast now on the floor. He's going to get pinned up against the wall as well. No, saving him now. Finding Astro with the kill credits. Poco and Ivy do end up going down, but without a main tank. You haven't really got a hope, and without a mech, of course, as well, as Nevex was playing around Mega Room.
Logic's got a couple, but it's simply not enough. There's only 5 now alive for Toronto, given a respawn from their Reinhardt, and everyone's going to be back in position and ready in fighting form for the Philadelphia Fusion. We've also got defensive ults and a sound barrier and a blizzard. Philly in a good spot at 63 and counting up.
Very good spot. So what Agility does with this blizzard. Problem is, obviously, they're on high ground, right? They don't really have to navigate to the low ground. Ivy's got a massive advantage in respect, and Carpe picking up first blood yet again. Logix is going to go down. There's the blizzard, there's the wall. Goodbye, Beast, and goodbye, Toronto. They have ults. Agility, is he going to be able to get out alive? Nice little
That's a stutter step, yeah.
All right, okay, but they have got one more fight left. They've almost got 6 ults. Agility needs to land something big. Logix just can't die to Carpe first yet again.
I mean, they're in a tough spot because Philly's just working out their ultimates. It's time to hit Q and go, but yeah, Carpe is hiding in the corner. There's 5 on the point for Philly, but Carpe is coming around the back end.
He almost has Deadeye as well. Toronto have a little bit of time on the point. Logix opening up with the Deadeye, doesn't quite find anything just yet. Forcing Philly to jump on the point as the point almost got flipped. Beautiful fire grenade once more. Agility, Logix ends up going down. Sano swinging. Beat come through from Funny Astro as well. Toronto defiant are cleaned off the face of Oasis. And Philly take the map 2-0.
Final tally, 32 eliminations to 3, as one-sided as an Oasis you'll ever see. And you know what's impressive? They were doing it on the ground, mostly 5v6, while Carpe just did whatever he wanted to do in the back end.
It was a permanent 5v6 Carpe, permanently on the fight. They need to watch out for this man. He is going to pick off somebody, either support or the DPS. Shut him down. We're gonna jump to a quick break, guys. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Floor crying. Not so kind of reminiscent of what we just saw.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird that a support is going after a tank on the other side. You don't often see those duels happening, but I'm guessing if Philadelphia gets enough of a lead, that Alarm's just going to start going.
Ready?
I think my answer to that would just be no, but I wonder what Beast Halo replied during that.
I think Beast had a little something to say.
Yeah, Beast shortened his name. It used to be Beast Halo, now it's on Beast.
I can't wait. You're going to be on the floor crying. Not so kind of reminiscent of what we just saw.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird that a support is going after a tank on the other side. You don't often see those duels happening, but I'm guessing if Philadelphia gets enough of a lead, that Alarm's just going to start going super aggro and is like running through shields, trying to hit darts on them just to back up the smack talk. I think that's kind of the team that they are right now, and Philadelphia's got this kind of quiet confidence, and why wouldn't you be? They're beating everybody.
They're definitely some of my favorite people on Twitter currently.
Here's
someone coming in though.
Yeah.
Logix taking a backseat for the time being.
Logic's up.
The Sherfall.
It's a little tough because sometimes you need a map to warm up on DPS, but you know, the lane has been the most consistent. You know, he looks a lot like Tsumi, but not to be confused with Tsumi. And yeah, he's, like I said, he's the most consistent part of this team, I think, and you just need that. You need someone to be able to hit shots most of the time when you have other DPS players who are streaky. And when I saw the starting lineup, I was like, I think they're going to put Short Forward in map 2. You give Logic a chance, and you test, is the hand hot? Are you on today? And the answer early on was no, so it's like, okay, well then lane's coming. Because Short 4 will always give you a consistent high level of play.
Yeah, we need some consistency right now going into map number 2. And that map is going to be Anubis. We could see, of course, a little bit of Widowmaker here, but more than likely it's going to be the Kree and the Mei.
The Frosty Cowboy was what it was pitched to me as a name for the composition.
Oh, we have seen a little bit actually of this. Double shield, not double shield, sorry. The Orisa with the hands.
Yeah, we have seen double shield on this map too as well. Yeah, because they're going to switch actually. Sato is going to go over to that.
Oh, there we go.
It's one of the reasons that we thought that this Philadelphia team was running Poco rather than their other pickup Fury on the Diva, because Fury's a god-tier Diva. But Poco can play the Orisa probably a little bit better, so it gives him this versatility to run the double main tank composition. Carpe is going to be on the Hanzo here. Toronto Defiant right now in an interesting composition, but this may or may not be a scouting Sombra. You never really know until they leave the gates, but it looks divey. And I think this plays to Agility's best hero.
Yeah, it does look very divey right now on the Sombra. So yeah, he has to put the Translocator on the Mega Pack rather than the Spawn, so yeah, he's going to stay as the Sombra. I would like to see him actually destroy that Translocator and then throw it through the top wood window, unless he wants to take care of the Mega Pack.
Fly Beast.
That is an unfortunate freeze. Beautiful Bio Grenade though coming through from Kareev. You saw him on the left-hand side, just setting it up, lands the nade on the platform, then they all dive in, but the problem is Alarm was sitting there. What do you have? Immortality.
What you want to do is land on the lip as the Winston there, get a lot of cleave damage in, try to get your ult going, and then back out, but they walled him in, froze him up, and just eliminated him. The rest of his team's going to have to wait. Winston shouldn't have a problem getting to join the rest of his team!
Oh boy, that's not good.
You nut! Carpe's a nut!
These damage boosts as well by Kellex as well. Agilities is going to build this blade rather slowly. Going up against double shield, and if he keeps getting killed like that, it's not going to be an easy time.
Well, see, the thing about the Toronto Defiant composition here is it's about building ultimates and getting those combos. Look, Genji as a vanilla hero, not that great. Really good ultimate. Sombra, vanilla hero, really good ultimate.
Another beautiful Fire Grenade land on the platform. Poco, Salo, and Ivy end up going purple. Funny Astro taking out Agilities this time instead.
With headshots as well.
He honestly, like, with Lucio's gun, it's one of the weirdest guns in the game to actually operate. Funny Astro has mastered it and then some.
I mean, those Lucio mains who are just clipping people with headshots, it's amazing to me. It's a very odd projectile, but I suppose you put enough hours in. And that's brutal, because Agility's now died twice. He's only at 60% on his blade. Short 4, only at 60% on EMP. Gets a little boost there.
They killed the perfect target, though. Alarm is going to go down.
It's enormous. That's the best kill.
Now available for Fusion. They're going to have to rely on Funny Astro. Kareev can be rather safe here too, and Carpe actually goes down too. So now Beast can walk onto the point basically for free without fear of Carpe. Has got the Primal Rage as well. One by one, a Fusion getting slowly picked apart. Sato is solo, gets tasered through the shield.
Nevix eating up Ivy. Ivy with a desperation Blizzard attempt trying to get it in there, and it gets gobbled up. And I see a tap on the screen there, Jack. Toronto Defiant about to have 5 ultimates to go. Kellex used the Valkyrie mode just to ensure their victory on first. And yeah, Philadelphia's best chance was to have a Blizzard for the second point on defense, but Nevix, God, he's so good. It was tragic he didn't get to play last year.
Or to be fair, oh my, you heard that voice line come out. Yep. He's like, well, my time to right-click right in front of your face. Thank you very much. Now, they have the perfect tools, like you said. There's the Nano, there's the Blade, straight in the bag. Goodbye, Carpe. He's hunting for more in the sidelines. However, Supercharger's down, and Jesus has to be a little bit more careful. Does manage to take out the Supercharger with him as well. Shadow went on the floor. I'm not entirely sure where that Shadow went, but it doesn't matter because Sherfold's in the back, assassinating the...
No, he was trying to, but
Ivy's trying to.
Ivy turned the tables. Now Short 4 and Kareev are dead. That's huge for the defense.
Agilities at least kills Alarm. This isn't bad at all. Everybody's now getting poked out ever so slightly. Funny Astro's going to be able to come back with a beat as Kareev does get resurrected. Beast still jostling on the point, but Philly can get back on one by one just to make sure they can stall this out for their DPS to come back and secure the kills. Kellex ends up falling Agilities as well, so everything, in fact, invested in that last fight, Hex. Ivy's gonna get hacked, 1 HP, he goes down, shouldn't matter too much, but they don't secure a single thing.
It started off so well, and then maybe a bit of an overextension by Short 4 as he's chasing into spawn. He gets domed by the Icicle, he goes down, and now you put Kellex in a Sophie's choice. Got to decide between Short 4 or Kareev, brings back Kareev, but then Sato gets another couple picks, and After all said and done, a lot of people hit Q and no permanent progress on the point for Toronto. Economy in shambles, a good hold for Philadelphia Fusion, and they're getting ults online of their own.
Yeah, they're going to switch to Sim, TP up to the high ground, get a little bit more up close and personal with the Fusion. That wall going down fairly early is pretty big for Toronto if they can just navigate around or at least heal up before they go in. Nice block by Beast. Sada going pretty low, but so...
前往爱希瓦德。做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
正义必将伸张。
是没办法悄悄的处理掉，你觉得呢？给他点颜色瞧瞧。
距离进攻还有30秒。让我想。
5、4、3、2、1，
躲到我后面。
加速治疗。
朋友，别担心，我就是你的好
谁说我派不上用场了？绝招准备完毕。
地裂级就绪了。
绝招就会治疗，准备好。
躲到我后面。
我强化你了，上我
世纪。
让你恢复战力。
帮你恢复。
躲到我后面。
正在配送目标。我来修复你的伤势。瞧瞧我。
就这样吧。
臣服于我的意志。这是我的意志。加速治疗。
再一次，再一次！灵照烈堂血路。再一次，再一次！我充满干劲。
比数3-0，攻守互换。做好防御准备，选择英雄。
正义必将伸张。
部占领，我不会让这里发生的惨剧再组合重演。
信标放好了，攻击方将于30秒后开始启动。
当时我们面临了一场苦战，
启动治
损
疗
失了许多人士。你好。
4、3、2、1，攻击方出动了，防守目标 A。
放马过来呀！谢谢。冲着我来呀！来生！
阻止目标前进。
放马过来呀！
治疗。我发现敌人了。
冲着我来呀！我就是为此而生。屏障被摧毁了，躲到我后面。等等我！主上场。
现实由我掌控。
我来掩护你。
躲到我后面。地裂级就绪。
我见过伤势比你更糟的。伤口在哪里？恢复吧。
屏障立场启动。发现他们。让我来对付他们。太叫人死了！瞧瞧我们这个！
臣服于我的意志，不给我买消息，只要些许代价。我来修复。
屏障立场启动。
我闪人了。
朋友，别担心，我就是你们的大腿。
咬紧牙关撑过去，胜利就是我们的。进行向位转移，感谢教训。英雄永不行事，只要些许代价。帮我击退他们！各位英雄站起来！所有人集合！
我听到了，死神在此。温斯顿报道。
就是要赢！
敵を食らう！
带领强化还在准备中。还剩30秒，还没打够呢。目标结束。比数3比3。 做好防御准备，选择英雄。
宇宙没有义务让你了解各种意义。
正在执行备战程序，最佳化调整策略系统。攻击方将于30秒后开始行动。你最好移动到我的屏障后方。注意，请尽快移动至屏障后方。5、4、3、2、1，还 还剩60秒，防守目标 A。
发现敌人，睡吧。
快要突破现状了。
目标已被敌人阻止目标前进。
屏障设置完毕。
还剩10秒。战况分析器显示，我们获胜的几率很高。延长赛。选择英雄。
躲到我后面。控制连接建立完成。阵小动物不喜欢等待。
距离进攻还有30秒。
马上就有的忙了。
朋友，别担心，我就是你们的盾牌。
有种就来啊！信标放好了。
标正在移动。
进行探索，凭证你的想象力就要输了。
绝招正在蓄力。
进入视线。我强化你了，上吧。
好像回到全都
胜利。 消逝，只要些许代价。
With the rest of Toronto, so they can't engage on this one at all. And they're actually engaging straight into a blizzard if they're not careful. Carpe once again finding the first kill of the fight, taking off Sherfor's head. There's another one too. Headshot after headshot after headshot. Easy win for Carpe. There's the third. And Alarm finishes off Beast to end it all out.
I don't doubt Sherfor's game intelligence or abilities, but I don't know about the Symmetra here on last point offense. You don't see it too often. So I'm curious of what the true plan is. Maybe it's to work up to ult, because the ult can really cut the team in half here.
He was on the side again.
Yep.
Sherfor's like, well, oops, daisy. Didn't realize he was up there. And this is what you got to watch out for. This is what you said before on Oasis. Please just look at your backs. Carpe is going to be on the side.
It just makes it all the more impressive that, like, the ground and pound when it does come through and Carpe doesn't hit shots, that they're winning at 5v6. It just goes to show how good the support and tank line is for this Philadelphia team as well.
Nice little wall. Ivy's going to look for that Matrix. Might not even need to use the Blizzard, to be fair. He's checking to see if any stragglers were left behind by Toronto. Sado is going to fall to the ground, but that Nano helped him out for the time being. He's going to get walled off for the rest of his team, and the Blizzard does freeze him up. Still somehow alive. Nathan Green will finish off the kill, and a beautiful shadow by Beast. He just needs to swing on through, but Ivy in the back. They didn't see it coming. That's 3 kills for the May. And they should now get cleaned up with ease. Fusion once more, holding on to point 2, refusing to let it tick go.
Yeah, that's a 1 fight too, and even though Sado went down early, it took him so long to kill him because he was getting so much support. And by the time they got him, Ivy is in great position to just toss in a blizzard of his own, waits it out. There's no cooldowns left. Bye, see you later.
Like you said, if Carpe's not popping off, it don't matter because Ivy's there to back him up. Let's take stock real fast. What if Toronto actually got 2 support ultimates? Facing up against Funny Astro's beat, but Sado's coming up with a big shatter. Kellex has to stay out of the way, potentially beat the shatter if he needs to. They're going to get cornered. Nano boost onto Beast. Self-destruct in the back, actually kills Sherfor. And now Philly they can play up here without a problem. Toronto haven't really got much damage to really play with, plus they've got 30 seconds left. They have 1 clean push, and that is it, Hex.
Toronto, bereft of check marks, the only one above 50% on ultimate charges. Nevix gonna have to hit a miracle of a bomb, but even if he places it perfectly, Astro's got the defensive barrier ready to go. Sado might slam him, but not even let him get to the point. 10 seconds left, Jack.
You heard Athena, and you heard Hex. 10 seconds remains. They still have to touch the payload, mind you. Kellex has gone purple and fairly low as well. Someone is on the point. No, they're not. The shatter hits the ground in celebration, and Toronto don't get there. I kind of want to know what actually happened to Kellex.
Got slept.
He got slept. He also got naded as well, so it's way too dangerous for him to peek. Carpe could just body shot him once and he'd die. What a horrible situation Toronto were put in there.
I mean, Alarm does it on Bap, he does it on Ana. I'm telling you, and I'll say it one last time, but Severin, write it down, my Rookie of the Year candidate. He is looking like it. I mean, right now, the way Philadelphia is playing, and this is small sample size, but we haven't seen a lot of teams play. I believe there's still 6 teams who have yet to play a game in the Overwatch League. But Alarm could be the Rookie of the Year, and Carpe could be the MVP. Really early on, but let's see exactly what happened here. They got a D.Va low trying to come up. And then
Kellex is so close!
Yeah, he gets slept after the buzzer.
Nice sleep.
Yeah. It wasn't slow-mo, it's a little easier.
Nah. Shut up. Come on, man. Give me this one.
Oh, all right. You can have it. Jeez.
That's where all my plays happen, in the slow-mo at the end of a round.
Oh, I have crit accuracy nearing 50% in slow-mo.
You could be in Overwatch League. You could straight up beat Carpe.
I kind of am. I'm on the talent team.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah. We'll play the All-Star break. I want you on my team though. You were like top 500 in 3 regions.
Grandmaster in 3 regions. Top 500
I know you've been dying to say it on broadcast. I figured I'd help you out and just let people know for you. You know.
I haven't been dying.
I'm a bro.
I was going to mention it at some point, though. I carried Custer to his tank Grandmaster on support. So. Sorry, Custer. I had to expose you there for a second.
All right. You know, fine for boosting. Anyway, Philadelphia is going to be on their offense. Only 1 point conquered by the Toronto Defiant on their attempt. So Philadelphia, a very easy win condition to try to pop up 2-0 very quickly. Just get 33% on the first, or on the second point. First things first. First point up first.
Nice little nade. Oh, agilities.
Yep.
With the instant kill onto Alarm. Not bad at all. Now they're kind of in this room, which is kind of painful, to be honest, because Sherfall can kind of skirt around at this point. He can either try and hunt for the people in spawn, which is exactly what he's actually going to do.
That's a great stat we just saw. Philadelphia's won 52 out of 55 team fights where they get the opening elimination. That's that killer instinct. We got one, let's go.
Yeah, so Alarm right now is in spawn, dueling out Sherfall. Sherfall's not going to let him go. They're going to have Funny Astro to kind of push them on forward, but Alarm is going to be their main source of healing, and I think he's still stuck in spawn. Nope, he has got back to his team just in time, but Sherfall got back a little bit quicker, dealing the damage to Carpe. Both tanks from Fusions, though, actually end up picking up a couple of kills. Fusion now marching on forward. Ivy with nearing a Blizzard 2. All he needs to do is build this up for the next fight, and it could just be a 2-0 ever so quickly as well. This match felt like a speed run at this point.
Sato getting Karib was brutal there too, because now you just have a Brigida on the ground trying to do enough healing, and it's simply not enough to go forward. What Toronto needs to do right now is stall out a little bit, because they're gonna have, they can get EMP, and they can get another nice stall in the Primal Rage from the Winston. All of that is for naught though if Sato can hit a Earthshatter or this Blizzard comes up. Philadelphia's in a good spot. Oftentimes your first fight on Assault is your best fight on second point. And again, only 33. They only need 33.
One fight. 6-man nade. Bree basically builds a entirety of Nano with that, almost. EMP available from Sherfall. Back in spawn. Nice go onto Carpe. Might not even need it. Blizzard comes out as well. Agility's going to escape. He's the main man that you really want to make sure is alive. Beautiful hack on the Coalescence too. There's the Meteor Strike straight on top of Alarm's head. You do not need the EMP this fight at all. So just a hack and a Doom Fist ult is all that they needed.
Best case scenario for Toronto as well. They really only needed the Primal Rage to slow it down and stall out. They're able to hold on to the EMP. You know what's really interesting? I watched Short4 talk about Sombra the other day and how just the threats of the EMP is so valuable. He's like, watch where they're playing, watch where they have to play because I have EMP. Now they're here, now they're there. Sometimes not using an ultimate is the right thing to do because it forces a play style out of the team that you can exploit.
Especially if you're lurking in the shadows right now, like Short4 is. He's in the back line, just trying to find the perfect 6-man EMP. Doesn't want to get flashed. Has to make sure he catches Funny Astro as well. Yeet! He's going to up straight in the air. There's the 6-man EMP, and there's the damage. Agilities with the 3K. Oh, it's so easy when they don't have abilities. That's 4. Make that 5. Oh, come on. Give it to him, give it to him. There's the 5, potentially 6. Give him the ace.
Let him ace it.
Oh, don't you do it. No, they let him escape. We'll call that an ace. It might as well have been. He was a pilot diva after all. 5K for the Doom Fist.
I'll take it.
And a lot of time off the time bank as well. 4 minutes to get that 33%.
Philadelphia is banking ultimates, though. They did not throw any into that last fight. It's kind of the counterpoint of the EMP. The EMP forces your opponent into a good economic position because they're unable to use those ultimate abilities. Toronto not in a bad spot, though, with their defensive ultimates available here. Gonna have to hold on for at least 3 more fights with 3:30 on the phone.
And they got still holding on to Ivy's Blizzard. Carpe going low. Nevix once again just helping Agility set up for these kills. The perfect kill, some would say. Killing off Carpe.
It's been the first death of the last couple fights.
I want to focus him down. Like we said before, that's all you need to do, apparently, is focus him down. You just got to watch out for Ivy now.
Just kill Carpe.
Just kill Carpe. That was very aggressive agilities, but it's got the mobility. It's Doomfist after all.
Philadelphia's playing it really slow, banking up, nearing 6 ultimates on the other side of things. Toronto's got 5. We're going to hit an ultimate fiesta here in a moment. Count the scraps when it's all said and done.
Sherfall's 50% towards his EMP. 6 ultimates available for the Fusion. Agility's hiding away. He has to be careful of this beat coming out as well. Can't really insta-kill people. There's the nano on the Kree. Goes in and out again. Saw the high noon going off. Beat and Blizzard have been laid on the point. Beautiful shadow on the Beast. Goes a little bit wide though as he gets nanoed at the primal rage to keep him alive. Agility finds the kill onto Ivy though. Now Beast running Fusion down. Nothing Poco can do. You got 3-second boosters now, but you can't get away from Beast, who's jumping on your head. A nice team fight once again from Defiant. Earning that time back down, 2 minutes remain.
Yeah, defense is always in a great position here because you can play reactionarily, and that allows you to see how the fight is going, what do you need to use, and it puts you ahead economically. Because short 4 and agilities, I mean, agility's ultimate, yeah, it's not all that great, especially if you don't have a grab to combo it or even an Orisa halt. But EMP is real
there
good.
we go. In the ice block was Ivy though, so he doesn't get hacked, but I'm not sure it matters. Agility's just going to go straight in on him. A hack onto the main now. An instant kill for Agilities. Toronto Defiant making their stand on the second point of Anubis. They are not out of this just yet, but the best they can do, Hex, is a draw at this point. Do not forget that.
Toronto playing for the draw here with 90 seconds remaining. Shore 4 already at 30% nearing the MP. He's doing a really good job of charging this up on the defense. And they're going to have a stall ultimate again, where Beast has been just stalling out with Primal Rage. And he's been doing a good job of isolating targets, knocking them in alone, and then Agility just coming in and slamming them into walls.
You hear that punch charging up, does hit the wall.
Carpe hacked.
He has to wait for his cooldowns to come off there, or he's going to try and kill Poco, but he is going to use that self-destruct to get the remeg. Yeah, he's going to be able to do that. Didn't get instant by Agility. He's beautiful punch to onto Alarm. Didn't have fade. Doesn't have a life anymore either. Beast getting nanoed in the Primal Rage. 2 fights in a row, but Agilities! Again, someone stop this man! Fusion have now one more fight in the bank before the Defiants are going to hold them on second point and cause this map to be a draw.
That Alarm kill was just a big unlucky though. He wasn't even going for him, didn't know where Alarm was, and Alarm just crosses traffic and finds the Agility fist, knocking him in there. Agilities has been cleaning up here. Only 20 seconds remain. That ominous music says we might be on our way to a draw. Philadelphia can open up with some support ultimates.
75% of the ultimate for Agilities as well. Doesn't quite connect with anybody, so doesn't get the 100%. Alarm has been hacked, so can't use the Coalescence, but they've got a little bit of time to work with here. Asado makes his way towards the point. Agilities with a Meteor Strike. Using it for safety, not for a kill. Carpe finds the first kill. Beast going down. Sherthal with the EMP in the front line. 4-man hack. Carpe spinning to win, but it doesn't matter because Agilities is on the field. 2 kills onto Sado and Alarm, and now it's him fending off against the rest of Fusion before the 33% is capped. Ivy with a couple of kills. He's going to get frozen out as the Blizzard forces Beast away. Thinking a couple of percent and they've done it. Fusion with a nail-biting finish. Go up in the series 2-0.
When that fight first started, Funny Astro and Alarm were at slivers of health. 10 HP just about. So immediately, Alarm hits Coalescence, gets himself going. Funny Astro doesn't get any of that healing, and he hits Beats and gets himself alive. If they go down, that fight is different. This rookie support line from Philly is absolutely crushing. We got a game break in LA. See you on the other side.
Philadelphia is proving to be just as dominant as we all thought. They are up 2-0 against her.
On the other side, while the rest of his team is brawling patiently, 5v6 on the ground, they should be losing some of these fights. And then Ivy is just this kind of quiet storm where if they need a clutch play, he is coming up with it. His May play has been impeccable.
Well, that was right at the end, right? He had that Blizzard.
Yep.
Agilities was popping off on Doomfist. What do you need from a May? Hit a big Blizzard, keep your supports alive in the back using the Ice Wall to block Agilities off, and that's exactly what happened. Let's jump on to Dorado, though. Philly are going to start out on the defense. We've got Toronto on the offense. We've got Carpe McCree. We have Ivy back on the main. Not too much of a shock. May was played here regardless a lot of the time. Just a lot of your solo queue games, of course. That archway is just so deadly to go up against if you're Orion walking through.
May is an extremely high pick right now, but she did have a lot of places on specific maps when there was simple, like, single entry archways. Dorado comes to mind, you think of Hanamura, King's Row. Like, May has always been, she's always had a spot in the game for the most part, but now she's just really strong, so there's no reason not to pick her. Toronto is going to try to run a dive composition with a Sombra in it. Beast and Nevix on what we call dive tanks, highly mobile, able to get to high ground, isolate targets, and try to take them out.
Oh, like we said before, we like this kind of comp, right? But the problem is it does rely a lot on those. Oh, Sherfor is going to have to build in this EMP at least once every couple of fights, at minimum, right? One every fight, not really possible anymore after Goats rotated out and 2-2-2 was implemented.
It's a lot of scouting information here in the backline, making calls, letting know where the position is. Hasn't found a hack target yet. As, I mean, there's Carpe right there. You gotta be careful.
Astro misses completely, unfortunately, couldn't interrupt the hack. Instantly jumped on by the front line. Beast does end up going down though, so they do trade. Alarm is still alive and well, and he's going to build that ult charge a little bit quicker now that Funny Astro is going to have to come back to spawn. Nice little pick to start off with, but he is Lucio up. Nice kill onto Carpe though, very good start. Poco's going to get slept as well. Should just be about it. Alarm falling. And Agility's and Sherfor at this point as well, they don't really have to be on the payload, they can just sit and build ultimates. That's the best thing about Genji and Sombra. Well, Genji specifically, because you can build ult from quite far away, but now Sherfor can set up for a really nice hack on this corner too.
I think they're coming back in though. They're setting up to come back in. Everybody is in full fighting form. They will re-enter and contest this point while the Philly defense.
They have to look out for Sherfor though. One hack on Sado's shield. And it will be also vulnerable. Even Poco, to be fair, as well. Nice kill from Ivy, though, onto Nevix. They did manage to find the D-Mech. Karif going so low. Already used the fire grenade. Hasn't really got too much defense to himself, but a beautiful sleep on the side will do him good for the time.
As tanks are going to peel, though, Ivy's going to be alive, and he's got that Blizzard ready to go. The momentum seems to be slowing down for Toronto, and they want to take it a little bit slowly here because they're building up to the ultimate combo, what this composition is designed to do. But Short4 dies before he gets up to EMP. Carpe with a headshot, very likely a stun into a headshot on a Sombra of all things. They're nanoblading anyway, Jones.
Nano, there's the blade into the back. Alarm gets it. Oh no, Carpe! Punched him right between the eyes. Takes him out when he's nanoed. Making sure everybody's going for the heals as well, activating that dead eye. He only collected one kill. Sherfor has almost got EMP. Agility's now switching over to the Doomfist.
Two ultimates shut down by the Fist of the Cowboy in the end of the day. However, Toronto does have a backup plan here. EMP about to come online for Short4. He gets himself all healed up. It's time for plan B with under 90 seconds left in this fight. Astro's got his abilities, though. He needs to stay out of this EMP and keep his team alive.
Astro's going to be pretty good at peeling away for Carpe, though. There's the Shadow on the payload. Shadow actually just kills Agility straight up. They've got ult to spare as well for the next fight. However, Toronto maybe have the winning ultimate online. That EMP has come out. Agility's again switching over, foregoing that ult charge that built on for Doomfist. Wasn't too much, of course, but every little does count.
This is all about the EMP. Everybody is split up right now, too. Toronto has a great opportunity to hit an EMP and maybe into a self-destruct as well. These can knock around shields. Calyx kicking in there. They have to go all in here for the most part with only 40 seconds left.
Yeah, he's looking for Astro. He's seen him now, and he's been called out as well because that Sonic Blaster shots are ricocheting throughout the map. The potential D-Mech. Beautiful turnaround from the Alarm there. Actually does interrupt the hack. He's still going to get jumped on. Beast is going to get nanoed in the back line once again as he goes primal, juggling Alarm. Alarm needs to sleep up. He doesn't get it. Oh, Carpe from the back, though. I didn't even see him. I don't think Beast saw him either. Sherfor's going to find a nice little kill, though. EMP still held on to Ivy with the Blizzard on the point with 10 seconds to go. Toronto with a man up, or quite a few actually, as they do bundle onto this payload. They will have to fend off against Fusion for a little while longer as they do jump back on. However, Blade available. They have the EMP as well. They might not even need it. Agility's still unleashing it to make sure and guarantee Toronto this point. Sado knocks Agilities once again for sixes, but it shouldn't matter. OT ticks down, but they managed to get the payload. 2 minutes and 30 seconds now for the second phase.
I gotta give Beast a ton of credit there. The Primal Rage to initiate. At very first, I thought he was just gonna try to knock 2 targets away and let his team take a favorable fight on the cart. He's able to isolate Alarm, not able to hit the dart. That's the only way he would have saved his own life. Beast gets that kill, and without your main healer, you saw the flies and the dominoes kind of drop right after that. Karif on this off angle. Karif, you see that little icon next to his name? That's a roll star icon.
Uh-oh. He might not be okay. Poke's coming over. Beautiful nade by Alarm. Finished up in an instant.
You ever see a kill in Overwatch and just feel it somehow?
Oh boy, I
felt that one.
Right through my whole body, into my core. Beast is going to be feeling this one in the morning as well. Trapped up against the wall. Sado just walks towards him, claims the kill, and a little bit of ult charge to boot.
Still not much time left as Toronto had to use everything to get that first point. Shore4 going down is tough. He was trying to set up for an EMP. He's got it ready to go again. And Kareev is going to have Nano, but Agilities needs to be charging this blade a little faster, though. The Nano Blades have been unimpressive thus far. Philadelphia also holding on to the barrier, so what's Nano Blade really going to accomplish? I think the EMP and Blade have to go together here.
I think so. She needs, and Funny Astro obviously has to peek and make sure everybody gets that, so Shore4 potentially setting up for something rather big. Nano, EMP not available now because Shore4 actually goes down. Agility still cutting everybody to pieces though. 1, 2, and 3. He's not stepping anywhere near Carpe though this time, but it is going to be enough to push the Toronto Defiant towards this second point.
Astro dies with the barrier. May not have been enough to save him there. The Nano Blade is a very strong ultimate combo. And here's the great thing. Look at the only people without ultimates on Toronto. It's the Nano and the Blade that they just used. It's still 4 remaining. Philadelphia, though, reaching 5 of their own. They should be able to come out and contest this and get back in position. You got to watch Ivy here.
High noon for Carpe, gets pushed all the way back, hacked on the side as well. You're as good as dead. Alarm is so low actually. His purple receives the beat. He's going to be alive for the time being, but they still need to touch the payload to stop Toronto just putting it in. Shadow onto it. They do manage to kill off Nevex, potentially demecking him. Yes, self-destruct is there. EMP eventually used by Shore4, but this should be it. That Blizzard, I'm not entirely sure actually what happened to him, but it doesn't matter because Agility's just resetting off of everybody. Carpe is still alive on the payload, but there you go, he goes down.
For the time being.
That was the one ultimate they needed to hit right there, the Blizzard, and I didn't even notice it, and Toronto didn't either, because they just skirted around it.
I think Toronto has the winning formula here, and it's just about execution, because they're just diving on Carpe, right? We've talked about it so much, but when you have a player like Carpe, the plan is he can't beat us. Whatever we need to do to take Carpe out of the game, he can't beat us. And so the dive is there, and this Sombra dive is perfect because Shore4 is able to get back here, being invisible, knowing where Carpe is. He calls the dive, then Carpe gets the dive, he's trying to roll back, and then there's Shore4 there as well, and he didn't even know it. So Carpe makes the switch onto the Reaper, much less susceptible to the Winston dive.
Nano Blade available yet again for Agilities rather soon. There you go, Kareev's got it now. Nano onto the Blade, Agility's going on in. He's avoiding Carpe once again. Nice little nade by Alarm there to make sure Agility's has to play a little bit more safe, but the damage has already been done. Alarm and Sado going down, but Funny Extra on the side, hunting the Genji. Manages to pick him off, but Toronto still with the beat at their backs, and Shore4 nearing that EMP once again. Philly on the retreat for the time being.
Oh, Carpe gets hunted down, not enough heals there. The Moira unable to get there too. So right now, Toronto has forced Philadelphia to play heroes that they don't necessarily want to be on based on the composition that they're running, because they're running time and they're isolating targets. So Alarm off of an Ana or a BAP, which would be way better. Carpe not able to play McCree, and Toronto is really making Philadelphia uncomfortable with their comp. It's worked out really well. EMP ready.
A pretty aggressive beat from Kellex. Funny Astro only just got his online. Agility manages to get out of there rather quickly as that Blizzard gets laid out on the payload as Ivy takes care of Beast. He dived a little bit too far forward and was walled off from the rest of his team. Shore4 with the EMP is the last tool that Toronto have to get onto this payload. The punch onto the wall ever so slightly misses, and Shore4 now in a lot of trouble. Kareev doing his work at carrying though as he kills off Carpe. The EMP did strike goals, but Toronto still without a kill as Poco protecting his supports, killing off Kellex, pushing everybody away from this payload. Even nanoing Shore4 at this point, just desperation from the Toronto Defiants.
Shore4's going to get beamed down by the Coalescence as the cleanup comes in. There's going to be a Blossom for the cherry on top too. If they just want to throw that in on the cart, they will do just that. Carpe dances with death in the pale moonlight to secure that one. And I think it was just a little bit of indecisiveness from Agilities on that very last punch. He had somebody sleeping and then he saw someone else and ended up splitting the uprights.
It's looking like Anubis all over again. Toronto, now they got to defend just before that third point hex. Philly, though, still looking on fire. Carpe looking as good as ever. So all a bit about those Nano Blades. Agilities and Kareev have been so good at coordinating these, and he's been so good at target focus. We're going to jump to a quick break, though, guys. Do not go anywhere. We've got Philly on the attack.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Just a few weeks, and then again, and again, and again, because this city has been killing it.
That dog has no idea what is going on, but he loves it anyway.
And he's happy, and he's a good boy.
I want to see more pets of Overwatch. I really do.
I really do. Yeah.
Please tweet us your pets.
Those are my favorite posts that I see. Well, Toronto, it's an uphill battle. It is an uphill battle for them for sure. They still have a chance to defend here right before the final point of Dorado to stay alive in this series as Philadelphia leads 2-0. The first map is an afterthought, a complete domination. The second map could have been a draw, unable to work that one out, and Philadelphia.
现在抵达伊利欧斯，准备战斗，选择英雄。模拟可能面临的状况，分析所有结果。5、4、3、2、1，第一回合占领目标。
毁灭拳王驾到！
移动到我的屏障后面。注意，尽快移动至屏障后方。现在控制目标。
臣服于我的意志。在我面前屈服吧。
一个都别想逃！流星坠！ 绝招正在续集。集合，发动特殊攻击。准备开始战斗，敌人在攻击。 关掉麦克。
拦路猪复活了，谢了。
这样就对了。
在我面前屈服吧。
火箭据点呢？最好回到我的屏障后方。 启动屏障。
这是我的意志。
都出来吧！
释放你的力量。
集合，发动特殊攻击。
拦路猪复活了。
加速喽！
记住，别想走。臣服于我的意志。
流星坠。
比数0比1。
找你进捍卫者根本是个错误。
是他们犯过最美妙的错误。
嘿，看我的！
灯都出来吧！
现实。
绝招正在蓄力。
我来修复。
站住！别想逃！
意志。
常赛
开始之动。
第2回合，胜利。
杀！
比数1比1。
正义必将伸张。
Philadelphia, we'll see what they want to run. I do like the Toronto adjustment, though. I think their plan is sound against Philadelphia. Isolate Carpe, don't let him do what he wants. Let's run the dive. It plays to agility strengths on Genji and Doomfist. Short 4, an extremely intelligent player, which you have to be to play the Sombra, make those calls. I like the plan. It's just the execution is not always perfect, not working. And look, Philadelphia's just a really good team right now. So that's all there is to it.
And the scoreline currently does definitely reflect that, not only on this match, just in the first few weeks of the 2020 season. Carpe switching over to the Reaper, so they're going just full on frontline with this comp. Yeah, so Agility's obviously kind of a little bit harder time actually committing anything here.
Carpe's
have to rather in and out. Well, that's a boot. There you go.
Astro gets hacked, but it's not going to matter.
I'm out of here. Need healing over here.
Yeah, they might switch this, but I think Carpe was just tired of getting dove on by the Winston.
It's a nice hack actually onto Poke. He's going to scurry for cover, but a little bit too late. Beautiful ping. See, Agility's like, I'm going to get him out of mech, dude, no worries. Sago's like, wait, what are you doing? You're on the floor. I have a charge key. It's a nice kill. Now they can just push on forward. Is going to be able to get back rather fast, though. So it shouldn't be too much of an issue. As long as Beast doesn't die here, they should have another re-engagement in this archway.
Gotta be careful. Alarm is nearing that coalescence. Grieve on the other side of things with the Nano, two of the fastest charging ults in the game. So the execution goes. Alarm gets hacked!
Alarm gets instantly hacked. Agilities with a cleanup kill. Nice ice block there by Ivy to stop that punch damage coming through from Agilities, but Agilities cleaning up. And Sato taking out the trash.
You think about it, though. I mean, the Sombra and the Doomfist work so well together, because the only way to stop a Doom is with abilities, right? I think a counter Sombra might actually be the order of the day, because Doom can't do anything without his abilities. So it's a really interesting dynamic, but Short 4's hacking people, and Agility's like, thank you very much, that's free, now I have shields, and I'm just going to roll all over the place, and no one can stop me.
Yeah, it's basically a one team fight right there, right? Yeah. One hack and a kill. Doomfist is very good at doing that, funnily enough. Alarm has Coalescence, can't get hacked again, but he might not have any choice in the matter, as Shieldball does have that EMP straight on top of Philly Fusion. However, Sato, Poco, staying alive through all the damage. That Coalescence is going off. That self-destruct, find the kill onto Alarm as well. Agility is using that ult. It's a little more of a get out of jail free card than anything else, but that payload is ever so slightly rolling back as Shadow gets completely dodged out, and Toronto doing a fantastic job of just negating Fusion right now. Death Blossom on top of payloads, and we're not doing all too much for Carpe. They're actually kind of shooting into it. Not the best wall I've ever seen.
An ambitious Death Blossom is what we would call that in the industry. It was just right around the corner. It's gonna be able to clean up Agilities, though, and that is huge. It has been a scrappy fight, but that's how Philly usually likes it in all of their competitions here. And now they are cleaning up. And I really want to go back to that time they got EMP'd and Alarm stayed out of it. He kept everybody alive. And yeah, maybe it didn't seem like a one fight, but that's a lot of health bars that don't go Toronto Defiance way into their ultimate pool. Alarm gave his life for it, but he kept his team in position to roll through, and they fought really hard to take that position in the stairwell. So Alarm died during that, but the Coalescence kept everyone alive during that EMP. Another great play from him on yet another hero.
Sato was purple through that whole thing as well, which is the scariest thing in the world. Now they have capped the first point, 3 minutes and 20 seconds. There's the Blizzard straight on top of the monkey. Instant freeze there as well, as you just hold the left click. Nothing Beast can do. He's been frozen for eternity. Let him play Overwatch, please. Oh, Alarm finishing him off with the orb. And Agility's in a bit of a sorry situation. He's going to be able to get out alive, but the damage has really been done at this point. They don't have a front line to really play behind. They are just chasing them down. A hack onto Ivy's not going to do much. However, that nade will do a little something to stop him being so aggressive.
What more can you say about Ivy? What a perfect defensive Blizzard that was. He saw the Nano get used, and he's like, okay, guys, this is going to be our immortality field for the moment. Everyone hang out and fight inside the Blizzard. They can't do anything to us. They hang out, they pick up the main.
Another EMP might come out, though. He's looking for Astro, and he's looking for Alarm. Astro's just backing off. You can see the beams, though. That's the big thing he's got to watch out for. Astro's hiding around the corner. You have to stay in line of the LOS, of the Supercharger, of course, so as soon as those beams break, he knows Astro's going to go try and hide, which is exactly what he's doing now. He's actually just hunting him straight up. They found him somehow, though. Carpe Yet again, how does he keep finding these people that are invisible? Potentially just got revealed ever so slightly, and Carpe just holding the left leg. There's the beat from Astro. They know you can use this safely now. Surefour is going to come back in a moment, but that payload is so close to that second point. Self-destructs on top of it, kills off Carpe, didn't have shift, and now Surefour is back with agilities. BT a strike on top of the tanks, the shield negates the damage, but the EMP shreds through those shields, and agilities gets to work.
3 meters away, but I think it's going to stay that way. Toronto investing everything to make sure they can hold that second point, and you know how good it is on hybrids and payload maps to hold at second point because it's a long way back to get where you were. That is Poco being escorted to the glue factory. Philadelphia is going to have a chance to come back in on this one. But yeah, Carpe's, I mean, just, you saw it yesterday, the blind flashbangs. He's that rare combination of insane mechanical skill and just galaxy brain game sense. We'll see if he's gonna have the opportunity to use this Death Blossom, though. That can set it up. A Blizzard into Death Blossom is nice because it gets the kills quicker. But playing very spread out is the Toronto defense.
Yeah, Calyx has actually switched over to the the Brigitte, even. They wanted to take this fight on the ground, or at least Calyx and Nevix and B-Star. Agility is gonna have to get out there rather fast if he comes across Ivy. Waiting for that Matrix, he's frozen up. Perfect time to Blizzard, but doesn't want.
前往多拉多。做好防御准备，选择英雄。
还有，
人人都是斗士，别离我太远。
当然，不然你遇到麻烦的时候，我要怎么救你？
攻击方将于30秒后开始行动。
应该再多花一点时间准备的。
라인 어디가 우리 라인?
4、3、2、1，攻击方出动了，阻止目标前进。
开战吧！
상대 놀라자. 차려 내려가지 마. 야타짤. 라인필. 아나짤. 차려필. 차려짤. 나이스. 아 미치겠네.
Want to do it just yet. Alarm gets taken out. They don't want to fight this, maybe. No, tell a lie. Ivy's still laying out the Blizzard. Alarm is dead. They do manage to find the D-Neck onto Nevis as well. However, Agilities has still got Ol and Carpe having to use the shift to get out of there, so he can't play aggressively either at this point, and Sado just gets taken out. Just the aggression from Calyx on that high ground. Karib even, sorry, on that high ground.
Super commitment up there too, but now Carpe is able to dislodge them on the high ground. Still ults incoming here. Philadelphia, last best chance here. 30 seconds left.
Okay, Carpe's in the back line now, hunting with the Death Blossom, but Surefour once again has the EMP. The beat's going to come through. It's the perfect time. Surefour can wait this one out. He's got the rally armor as well. They're going to be so hardy in the face of danger now. Carpe's been launched into the air. EMP came through. That's 5 people hacked on up. Alarm with the Coalescence is going to do absolutely nothing to stop the onslaught of the Toronto Defiance. OT's coming in a matter of moments. They're still contesting the payload, but they haven't got a lot to work with. Carby's going to come back with Death Blossom, but I think this is going to be it. No way Alarm surviving that one, and Philly get held at second point by Toronto.
Toronto Defiant living up to their name, defying the odds, defying death, and fighting back into this one. We got ourselves a fight on our hand, Jaws, and I'm glad to see it. I hate shutouts. I hate when teams get squadooshed, as it were, and they look very comfortable. I love this plan. I love watching Dive. I don't care what Toronto Defiant does. That we went to Temple of Anubis, and that one could have been a draw. Philadelphia last second. Dorado was Defiance. And I believe that music is from your homeland.
Yes, it is. It's good old Kings Row. Fan favorite, one of my favorite maps as well. I think Hybrid's my favorite game to be honest. Just because of Kings Row.
How did the clock get its name? How did Big Ben get its name?
The Big Ben is not the clock, it's the bell inside.
Oh, it's the bell inside.
Yep,
okay.
It's the bell inside. And it's not going to ring for another 8 years, I believe, apart from the year, well, the 2020 that just happened, because they're repairing the bell. They've got repairs going on. Kind of sucks.
So our country has broken and cracked bells too. I get it. We have a lot in common.
Your history, Joseph, just goes straight over my head. You know I got a D in GCSE history? Okay. Not one of my proudest grades. I was only ever good with computers.
Well, let's take a look at these compositions. Philadelphia seems to be back on the old standby. Toronto going to try to match it with Shore4 taking over the McCree duty. So we do have a mirrored matchup here. Just kind of playing it standard, adjustments as need be.
These nades from Crew have just been so good. Sato and Poco went purple for a second. Poco's going to get slept. However, they can't get the pin, unfortunately. It's all about agility. He's just threatening the front line with these walls and just holding down left click for eternity.
Kind of what we've seen on Kings Row is everyone playing patiently and waiting for your McCree or May to get a pick, or the other team to make a mistake. But it's been a very patient dance so far in AL 2020.
It's all about the walls. Whoever can get the best wall off and isolate the main tank or someone on the other team does their job a little bit better there. Speaking about isolation, thank you very much. Carpe, flashbang straight over the shield. And Beast goes down, so they're going to have to go for a smaller reset here. However, Sato does end up falling as well. They've got Lucio, so they could speed him back from spawn. However, Toronto still pedal to the metal. I'm going to take high ground. Ivy's going to meet them up there. You've got to be a little bit more careful than that, unfortunately, Kellex. Didn't expect Ivy to use the wall to escort himself to high ground.
Yeah, Kellex gets punished there. Still putting some progress on the point is this Toronto team, and they're going to have a lot of ultimates. They have the low ground advantage, but it's the high ground advantage you want.
That was almost too perfect for Carpe. Drops to the ground. Oh, no! Didn't hit any of the scores. Kellex came in there actually with the beat at the very last second there.
Just came in at the absolute right time to save his team from that Deadeye, but Sato's now back in the mix too. This one is a brawl.
Agilities and Beasts are going to go down. Alarm is traded out, however, and Funny Astro is so close to that beat. If he really needs it, he can press the panic button. If he gets interrupted, it will be a disaster. But Toronto still a little bit of percent on the clock, on the board.
Heal Poco, please. Someone heal Poco, please.
He's getting healed, you're fine. Ivy's got Blizz. Agility's no way near. Now he's moving in. Instantly put up the wall. That was actually perfect coming out from Agilities, but that self-destruct, even better. From Poco, straight over the wall, killing off Beast. That wall was so sick, though. I want to touch on that really quickly again. Agility's put up the wall as soon as he saw that animation come out, so the snowball hit the wall, didn't travel any further, and then they could just kind of hide around it. I think the bomb was too good.
I think they should buff May so that snowball goes through walls.
Oh, imagine a world.
Yeah, I mean, she didn't used to go through barriers.
Don't remind me, please.
That fight went on forever. There's only 90 seconds left on this clock here. Agilities needs to get to Blizzard. That will be the lockout ultimate that they need here. Beast and Nevix with the tanks with their ultimates online. Reeve doesn't really have a great nano target. Maybe save it in a reactionary nano to try to heal someone up, give that giant burst healing. I like this rotation from Toronto. He's seen New York do this rotation a couple times before. Now you have the high ground advantage.
Carpe's there. Carpe's going to have to drop at some point. Oh, the flashbang from around the corner was perfect. And a nice sleep as well onto Poco. The barrier grenade to follow up, then the charge into the wall. A D-Mech. Beast is in a lot of trouble, though. A world of hurt. As it ends up getting taken down. Sato is nanoed on the point, but didn't really find all too much. But has got the shatter and no shield to worry about. The beats used also aggressively as Sato is almost escorted out. He couldn't get there in time. And Nevix with a self-destruct will finish it off. Alarm as well. 35 seconds remains for the Defiant. 2 ticks on the board. There's no way they're going to be able to come back into this. No, Billy.
It was close for a second.
It was close.
Because Poco got 2 on his way out. He was just trying to leave, and he found 2 in the hotel. He was able to get Kareem and Short4 on his way out. Bunny Astro tried to get some last-second heroics, but in the final attempt, the Toronto Defiant will unlock the first point, and thus the payload moving forward. And because Philadelphia were staggered in that fight, they're going to have to give up this great secondary defense point, the archway, as the cart moves all the way through. Seems like they're going to have to set up on a corner because they're just waiting for Carpe. The jingle-jangle of those spurs still very distant.
Ivy's got the Blizzard advantage though, and that's what I'm scared about, and I'd be scared if I was the Defiant as well. You can set up Carpe kind of easily here, however, there are a lot of places to hide from, not only Blizzard, but from the Deadeye too. Philly Fusion just taking the fight on this corner. Not too much of a shock. Double wall. Although they're going to be able to sneak under there if you do crouch, but yeah, they're not going to dice with death, not when Beast's got Shatter. Slowly inching their way around the corner. Beautiful stun. Straight over the top of Shadow Shield. The Bio Grenade to follow up as well, but instantly Nevix eating that Blizzard, stopping them from going down. That Deadeye's good though. That's a lot of damage from Carpe, instantly killing off Beast. That wall isn't going to stop them for long, jumping on the payload straight over the top 2. Carpe comes in clutch for the Fusion.
As a nice little knock them down and rack them up for Sato and Carpe there. Now, it's interesting to see that they're back into this cart because they were in position to try to hold that archway if they had wanted to. They're a full fighting 6-up right now, but perhaps they feel a little bit pressured by perhaps a back cap. We've seen a lot of those, honestly, in the early days of the Overwatch League 2020. So just gonna play cart here, escort it on its way back home. Alarm and Astro nearing their ultimates. You have to think that a Nano Beast is incoming for the Toronto Defiant.
A couple of support ultimates online for the Fusion though. You just gotta counter Nano at this point. Or Nano someone. Oh, that's a good pick. That's the actually perfect pick. Alarm getting double headshot by Shur4. The nanoing Beast as well to present another threat. But Poco actually eats the Blizzard. Is it going to mean anything, actually? I'm not sure it does. Still eating is good to get it off the field, but Toronto still churning their way through the Fusion. Nice little stall of extra time there by Ivy. Has the Blizzard at his back, so they can, again, hold fairly far forward here. Defiant are going to come back with the Doomfist as well to make sure they are 6 people on the payload if Fusion decide to contest.
No, they're going to get this point. Fusion is not in any sort of position to be able to contest, and that is the cap. And some time on the clock. $150 remaining for this Toronto Defiant push forward. Much better. And Short4, I mean, I just like the style they're playing with Short4 in there. You got to think those are aggressive calls to flank on left. Walls up though.
Yeah, it has been nanoed as well. Sato, oh, look at that. Sato gets frozen up instantly, but it feels like he was the bait. All the resources were just shoved into him from the Defiant to try and get everybody away. But, hey, guess what? There's a Blizzard at your back. There's no way you're going to be able to run away from that one. And they do hold the corner with a minute remaining.
Main tank players are saints. It has been a strange year to be a main tank in the Overwatch League. They get slept, they get frozen, they get used as bait several times, and I think it's exactly what that was. We're going below a minute. Sato's gonna have Shatter. See if they try to do the combo again.
Help destruct over the top. Kelix finds the melee kill. Beautiful Shatter from Sato. That's it, under the payload with the Deadeye on top. Kelix, goodbye. 50 seconds now remain.
Knock him down, rack him up, rawhide. They do it again as the Earth Shatter goes down. The Deadeye comes in to clean it up, and that is all she wrote for that fight. Toronto Defiant nearing one of their final attempts here. They can attempt the same combination. Knock him down with Earth Shatter, clean him up with Deadeye. These are the only ultimates they have online, and they can buy some time, though, to get these support ultimates, but I think if they finish this map, it's going to be an OT.
Okay, he's going to get escorted around the side. There's a lot of skulls lighting up the screen. Doesn't quite find anything. That actually just got 8. However,
this Philadelphia team is so good at disengages. I mean, it's just like yesterday. Their disengages are the cleanest in the league right now.
You just got to eat these Blizzards, man. That's all you need. Ivy's going to have his online agilities soon as well. OT's going to come online very shortly. Beast coming through. There's the Shadow. That's 4 people down. Sato instantly cleaned up. And Beast putting his shield back up, making sure no one else takes any damage coming out. Ivy's Blizzard just disappears off the map. There's no way that Philly are going to finish this one off. That's Toronto netting the payload. 3 points on the board. However, clocks did run down 2-0, so there's a very clear win or draw con now for the Philly Fusion. They just finished with over a minute. They'll be as good as gold.
You see him right there. Beast is playing really well. It's reminiscent of the very first time we saw Toronto in our New York homestand. Kind of feast or famine. Gets those enormous shatters. That shatter at the end cleans it up for the Toronto Defiant, much to the chagrin of ZP, Mr. Andrew Rush. Not the highest on the Beast stocks, but...
No, Zucchini Panini is my favorite.
Zucchini Panini is CPs. That's where CP comes from, actually.
Yeah,
by the way.
yeah.
In case you guys didn't know.
Yeah,
He
it's
says
actually Zucchini Panini.
Yeah.
It's just his favorite food.
At some point...
正在前往釜山。准备战斗，选择英雄。
人人都是斗士。
我等不及要开始战斗了。你们跟得上我的速度吗？5、4、3、2、1。第一回合，占领目标。你会没事的。加速治疗。
任务还没结束。
When he said it was Zerg Protoss, and I was like, whatever, Zucchini Panini.
Yeah, whatever, man. That's your third Zucchini Panini today. You need to calm down, dude. Just start looking.
前往努巴尼。做好防御准备。选择英雄。
可以大开杀戒了。让我来对付他们。
抽烟对你的健康有害。
完了，医生，有你在，漂亮。
攻击包将于30秒后开始启动。拿出全力。
Looking like one soon, that's what my mum used to say.
A very close match as far as kills go, 22-19, but it was just the clutch ultimates at the end which drove it home. You know, I like the Earth Shatter into Deadeye combo, but if you think about it, Short 4's Deadeye was truly his owning Deadeye. Like, you pushed them all the way back, it bought all the space in the world, and then when Philadelphia tried to re-engage, you saw the little 180 shatter from Beast that kind of closed out.
现在进入阿努比斯神庙，做好防御准备，选择英雄。
我是破坏大魔神。
冥想时间。
传送器运作正常，我打开传送通道了。
帮你恢复。攻击方将于30秒后开始行动。
致谢人，我会盯紧你的。
我也会好好帮你留意后路。
回到家真好。
攻击方出动了，防守目标 A。
我们齐心奋战。
我强化你了，上吧。
200几个来报道。各位英雄站起来！
火力全开！
启动战术锁定。系统启动完毕。
有敌人。起来吧！
发现敌人，
还剩60秒。
没有人躲得过我的双眼。我强化你，上吧。
引力弹就绪。
战术锁定尚未就绪。
还剩10秒。
即将达成。
敌人重回战线。站住！别想走。回合结束。比数0-1，攻守互换。做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
躲到我后面。
准备上场了。
一起走。
进攻还有30秒。
在这里啊，朋友，大家干嘛站着不动啊？荣耀在等着我们呢。和我会合。屏障立场启动。
开始进攻。
朋友，别担心，我就是你们的大腿。 等等我！
睡吧。发现敌人。
输定。
我正在占领。
我绝不怯战。
哎。没有人能逃出我。来我这里集合。有人在打我！加速喽！我强化你了，战灯。各位英雄，站起来！敌人又死了！
控制连接建立完成。
加速治疗。
下来。流星坠，
在这边汇合。
尽情探索，成就你的想象力。大家集合。
各位英雄，站起来！看来
map form. Very well played there. Looks a lot cleaner right now than Toronto Defiant. They're making decisive calls. They probably get second point, that very first kill and alarm, because that's a speed boost on the flank. Philadelphia had no idea that was coming. They were caught sleeping, and short 4 made them pay. See what the Philly offense has.
Griff setting up for another cheeky nade. Who's going to hit? Anybody? No, I think they just got eaten. Yes, yes it did. We're good. Going to try and escort them up across the hotel onto the high ground so they don't get walled off. If you're ever against main solo queue, this is what you need to do. Go to hotel, then drop down. Best way to play it. Nice nade, actually. Agilities and Nevix go purple, but they're going to be okay for the time. So funny, Astro trying to find a big boob here. Yeah, so now they've actually surrounded them in the mega room. Kellex is going to get chased out. Carpe running straight towards the supports. Kellex and Kareem forced away from the enemy team.
They tried to escape, but there's no escaping a somersaulting Cowboy. He gets down in there. Really nice peel there as Carpe was on the low ground getting pressured. Poco's in there. And a clean, as clean can be, engagement from Philadelphia Fusion.
That wall was not...
You know, I like the Earth Shatter into Deadeye combo, but if you think about it, Short 4's Deadeye was truly his owning Deadeye. You pushed them all the way back, it bought all the space in the world, and then when Philadelphia tried to re-engage, you saw the little 180 shatter from Beast that kind of closed out the map form. Very well played there. Looks a lot cleaner right now than Toronto Defiant. They're making decisive calls. They probably get second point, that very first kill and alarm, because that's a speed boost on the flank. Philadelphia had no idea that was coming. They were caught sleeping, and short 4 made them pay. See what the Philly offense has.
Griff setting up for another cheeky nade. Who's going to hit? Anybody? No, I think they just got eaten. Yes, yes it did. We're good. Going to try and escort them up across the hotel onto the high ground so they don't get walled off. If you're ever against main solo queue, this is what you need to do. Go to hotel, then drop down. Best way to play it. Nice nade, actually. Agilities and Nevix go purple, but they're going to be okay for the time. So funny, Astro trying to find a big boob here. Yeah, so now they've actually surrounded them in the mega room. Kellex is going to get chased out. Carpe running straight towards the supports. Kellex and Kareem forced away from the enemy team.
They tried to escape, but there's no escaping a somersaulting Cowboy. He gets down in there. Really nice peel there as Carpe was on the low ground getting pressured. Poco's in there. And a clean, as clean can be, engagement from Philadelphia Fusion.
That wall was 900 IQ as well, because that stopped the tanks from actually going down the stairwell. It blocked off the stairwell completely, because that's where you want to hide support, right? Because then you could just back off the mega if you get injured. Ivy's May has just been so good.
I mean, May's meta, and if you don't have a good May right now, you're going to get dominated by teams who do have a good May. Carpe is now feeling a little safer.
Almost picked off Kellex.
This Carpe guy's not very good. Hit those shots.
Yeah, wow, imagine missing shots, man, when D.Va's around with Matrix. Uh-oh, someone's creeping up on him. Oh, it's Sherfor. He knows his game. A howdy and a goodbye. He's gonna die, but they do trade Cowboy for Cowboy. Uh-oh. Oh, well, the Arctic Explorer is going down as well. Uh-oh, Sudden just swings for the heavens. That's the commitment there by Nevix, right? By Poco, sorry.
Yeah.
He commits to Sherfor, and then it almost forces Defiance, like, okay, we need to help him, maybe we need to throw our resources to try and get him. And Sudden's like, no, not today. You have to battle through me first.
It's looking really one-sided on the Philadelphia offense here. Remember, Toronto finished in overtime, so if Philadelphia can finish with some time on the clock, over a minute, Toronto's best hope is a draw, and we saw how badly their last draw hope went. Philadelphia just be playing with house money on that point. Still a lot of Overwatch left to be played, though. This is a highly contentious point on King's Row. Ivy and Carpe with the DPS ultimates ready.
Blizzards, both sides are available. Nevix and Poco just watching the animations to come out. They'll be battling on this corner for a little while. It's who makes the play first. High Noon launched out. Sherfor over the top. Using the May wall for height, doesn't find anybody. Now Carpe's turn. Poco is actually set. Ivy's going to go in with the Blizzard. Nano as well. They're throwing a lot into this fight. Self-destruct on top, doesn't quite find anybody. A beautiful headshot. Mixed up with Alarm's rifle, does finish off Nevix. Not getting the remake at all. And Nano Sherfor was pushed on forward to the front line too, but he didn't have any backup. Another nice shatter coming through from Beast. The wall comes up, actually stopping him and his momentum forward, but it was a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah, Ivy going down early in that fight, man, they just didn't have the control of the space that they needed against an opposing May. Sato slip, he's so close to shatter.
He has to die right now if he gets kept. Oh, he's alive somehow. How does this happen?
Alarm's pretty good.
And the Matrix as well coming through from Poco. They know Beast is no way near this Shadow. Sada can just play up to his face. Just knuckles to knuckles. Got to be careful though, you are purple. Now backing out with the speed boost from Freddy Astro. The Shadow around the side. Manages to hit down one. Nevix is going pretty low, but Kareem keeps him alive. Nano on to Beast. This sustain coming through from the Toronto Defiant is just ridiculous.
Counter Nano goes on to Sato. Sato gets stayed alive, frozen. This fight's been going on forever. That might crack it open though.
Carpe and Beast. Carpe goes down, Beast follows. Like, no, Carpe gets the kill, sorry, Sherpa goes down and Beast follows even. My mind's just full of fish, I don't know. Carpe's just popping off a complete team kill for the Fusion right now, and 4 minutes in the time bank. I said, this is such a good position for them to be in. If they cap here with more than a minute, Toronto once again.
We have seen bonkers fights on Kings Row Second this year. I don't know what is going on with that point, but fights seem to last for minutes. Teams refuse to leave and give up on fights and just re-engage. That fight went on forever. Philly in a great position to get this Deadeye in. The wall comes off. He's gonna try to find something on the right side. Cancels.
Dropped on the back. Or Carpe with the YOLO flash. Sardo's frozen up on the side, but look at this. Instant beat. That nade's gonna hit 2 people, but he's still alive. No, Sherfall runs him down. The aggressive return beat from Kellex. It's going to push the Fusion back to their spawn, just waiting for Sado. They still have a lot of time in the bank. Still have 3 minutes to work.
Sato, I mean, the funny thing is when Sato gets frozen, it takes an entire team to bring him down because the Philadelphia supports just start pumping it all into him. Ivy's going to have a blizzard of his own here, going to try to line it up.
This is perfect, actually. Sheffield's going to unleash the Deadeye, has to roll out of it. In fact, didn't even click to send it out. Nano of both main tanks, Beast playing a little bit more passive. A self-destruct being launched in by Nevix, and you'd have thought Beast would kind of run up to him at that point, but he's so scared of Carpe with the flashbang over the top. Speaking of that, that's exactly what happened, and managed to get the shield back up in time to stop that Shadow going through from Sado, but they're still managing to hold on. Maybe not for long though, as Sherfall gets picked off. Carpe with the Deadeye on top of the payload, doesn't find anybody, but buys a lot of space.
Trying to clean it up now. This is a great spot for McCree. Even before he goes meta, you can see him on the last point of King's Row, but Ivy goes down to Kellex somehow, and I believe that should be enough for the Toronto Defiant to hold on this defense. Important to note the clock here. 2 minutes left. They want to finish with over a minute to not give Toronto Defiant a chance at a second offense. But right now, the Defiant are holding strong. Their economy is in good position. I think the Fusion want to win this one. You have to wait for Alarm to get the Nano and go in, but Kareev has been with him every step of the way. It's been Nano and counter Nano for the last 10 minutes.
Agilities has the Blizzard once again. Ivy's getting close to the Blizzard. That's what it's been playing around thus far. Killing off Sado, killing off Carpe has been the main aim right now. Sherfall, always go around the wall, you gotta be careful. Everybody's gonna scurry for cover. It was important there that Sado didn't actually take that shot either, doesn't wanna risk anything happening. And shield health as well, of course.
I think it's a battle between the Maze right now. The wall comes down early on both sides, but they're both Blizzards ready.
Ivy's in trouble. First Blizzard coming out from Agilities. The Shadow on the front line. Ivy goes down on the floor. Funny Astro and Alarm follow them as well. Perfect bomb from Nevix, finishing off the May. The retreat as well from Defiant to stop the Billy from jumping on them after the beat was used. What an expensive fight for the Fusion. As we are nearing what could be the final fight here. 1 minute now remains, so Toronto Defiant have survived for 4 minutes almost on this corner.
It's looked really good. Agility being a little bit more aggressive than Ivy during these situations. The counterpoint to that, though, is Ivy still has his Blizzard. That is the last best chance for this Philadelphia offense to get in here.
Deadeyes again. Nevix with the E, though. That's not what you want to see. Sherfall does get stunned up wildly, like flinging himself around, just trying to find a semblance of a direction as Funny Astro was on the back. A beautiful shadow from Sado. They're going to get jumped up, but the beat just came in just in time. Kellex, it's going to go down as Beast gets shoved into the wall. Astro and Sado just on a mission to kill off the back line. They finally push it around this corner. The Fusion have 15 seconds remaining now. It's going to complete an OT. Defiant just need to stall, wait for Beast to come out and hit a shatter of a lifetime.
You can't panic here. You have to come out as a team. You have plenty of time. They get walled off one side.
They're okay, though, for the time being. Nevix is touching the payload. The Blizzard's going to come in, but Poco eats it. No Blizzards here today. A shadow on the ground. That's a good start. Focus down Poco and you might have the W. Funny Astro falls, but they do trade out Nevisix Meg, and Agilities falls as well. Sato and Beast in the 1v1, but Carpe comes in clutch once again, picking up 2. Philadelphia Fusion refusing to go down without a fight. The same with Shirt 4, Nanoed on the side, but Carpe once again surviving with the help of Alarm. The Blizzard on the point will do it. Nice.
Or, man, nade, and it's not really important for the anti-heal, but it's important for that 15% he just got.
Easy peasy. Grieve will get just about that by healing everybody up, but Alarm's going to be more than safe up here. Beautiful spot too, just bounce it off that wall exactly like that. Agility's had to pop the ice spot there so fast. Just saw that purple going through. Beast ends up going down with Carpe on the high ground. He's shooting away from above, and now, well, Toronto have one more fight. That is it, and they killed Nevisix Meg. Nevis who get mad staggered here. No, he gets taken out, but it doesn't matter, to be fair, it was a stagger enough. Agilities goes down late. They've got the Lucio to speed back in, but they've got one more fight. 15 seconds remains for the Defiant to get anything on point.
Let's play a little mini game called Where's Carpe Going? He is hiding up on the high ground right now, just to the right of your screen with both healers. Sato also in a strange spot. Philadelphia team all spread out. Carpe now just behind the point.
They have to touch, they've got it. Kellex managed to cause OT, but he gets taken down for it. Pays with his life, Carpe with the Deadeye. There's the charge, it's perfect. Beast goes down, had to hold shield, could not retaliate. Sato is going to get taken out though, but the issue is now for Defiant. They're going to have to get back to the point in time and kill Carpe. He's still on the flank.
He's trying to get Grieve, but Grieve in great positioning. He's behind the wall, there's no angle.
Funny Astro is going to go down. They managed to take out both mechs as well. Pogo falling in Baby Diva form. Sherfall comes back. The Nano was all that he needed to stand up to the fusion. Sato has got that shatter, but they can hold so close. Defiant looking good though. They have got Blizzard. Deadeye's going to come up soon as well. If they leave that payload, this round will be over.
It's going to be overtime now, but really smart play here from Toronto to try to create some space ahead of time, so maybe they won't get held off in the archway, and it seems to have scared Philadelphia back. Huge brain play by Grieve to sit behind that wall, knowing that Carpe is that flanking McCree, who will rotate through the hotel. If Grieve is 2 feet forward, I think that Carpe ends that push alone. He gets Grieve down, and then Shoreful would fall soon after. See where the Philly engagement is. Okay, let's play another game of Where's Carpe Going? He's on the high ground rotating now.
They must know he's here. Yeah, they know.
It's almost becoming like it's easy to know where he is because he's kind of predictable that he's going to be in a weird spot.
Yeah, Sherfall was in a bit of an odd spot as well, potentially wanting to catch Carpe by surprise. Gonna have to take a long rotation. This is actually a perfect time for them to strike. Agility's laying out that Blizzard. Ivy's in a world of hurt. There's no way he escapes that. Perfect placement from Beast's shield as well. The Shadow's gonna come out. Beast is gonna get Nano slept. Goes back down on the ground again. Get up, man. You gotta fight to win. Sherfall on the sideline, kills off Carpe. Flanker who? This is what you want to see from Sherfall when he gets put on the roster and put on the stage. Sato goes down to Beast, and now Grieve just keeps everybody alive and well as they push towards this second point.
Little style there from Shore4 as well as he gives them the hello there, hey there on the way out. They will grab this second point. Of course, no time extensions here. We're in overtime. It's been overtime for a while, so you have to keep a constant presence on the point. It's almost at the point where a boop off of the cart will end the map. So you have to be very cognizant of where that opposing Lucio is, be very cognizant of your positioning.
This is such a sick push for a minute as well, but it could all end here with this Blizzard. However, Toronto Defiant were able to actually get out of it. The Shadow on the side to send Poco back down again after that sleep. Perfect counter charge from Sato in his bright purple. The time to strike is now. Carpe goes down yet again first. Beast or Famine currently for the Kree as Ivy also goes down. This is going to be Defiant pushing it all the way to this third point. Just dying on payload now is Alarm. Defiant have got one more fight to sink this one in. They got a couple of ults to do it with as well.
This one has to be Nano onto Sato, let him be aggressive, let him try to get shoulder length with the shields, and then hit a shatter, then clean it up with Carpe's Deadeye. That would be the order of operations. They might not even get out, though. They do a nice split so Poco can touch.
What a beautiful nade, though, onto Poco. Self-destruct on point, as well as the Blizzard. Throw everything in, you might as well. Funny Astro donates himself, but kills Agilities, but it doesn't matter. Let's go. Toronto Defiant with 1 minute. Take it all the way to third and find the cap. Fusion have got a tall task ahead of them.
6 points on Kings Row. We've seen 6-6 on Kings Row before, many of times, so it is possible, but Toronto put themselves in the best possible position to bring us to a map 5. A lot of never say die in this team. The momentum has clearly shifted to the other side of the stage. Philadelphia, once they lost that first point, really did nothing. Carpe tried to make big individual plays, but Toronto was on it 100% of the time. They knew exactly where he was. Carpe disappeared in that second time, and it just seemed like that hot hand went right over to Shore4, and he was hitting every shot he needed, being clutch. Agility's there. I mean, you can talk about every part of the Toronto Defiant in that last push because they all contributed a great deal.
It's funny, it's like Carpe got scared off by Defiant, right? And then we saw Shore4 doing exactly the same thing, and you see an Infusion like, there's no way Shore4 was going to flank, man. No way. Carpe was just there. They scared me off. Like this, they have to fight a 6 right in front of us. No, you got to watch out for Shore4. He's going to do exactly the same thing as soon as Carpe is out of the picture.
All right. First thing is first for the Philadelphia Fusion to try to win this map. Take first point, then never get off the cart. Minute left to get 3 more points on King's Row.
The reverse sweep is very much a possibility for the Defiant. Big rotation. Never. Oh, that nade! What in a world? Are you serious? Kareem is an absolute animal.
I think people forgot about Kareem. There was a little bit of time when the Valiant weren't playing so well last year, and you kind of forgot about him. But like I said, he's got that Roll Star icon now, his name, for a reason. Showed up big in Stage 4 of Season 2. But what I really like there is that Toronto didn't wait for it. They went after it. Aggression wins games in Overwatch, and Toronto has flipped the switch. 10 seconds left, Philadelphia's last chance, and we're going to map 5.
They got a touch. They got a touch. Kareem's going to have this nano as well for this fight. Very early wall. Attempted sleep dart to stop Philly from actually pushing onto the point. OT ticking down. Another beautiful nade. This time on the side of Alarm. Kareem nades himself to get himself a little bit more healthy than he once was. Beast is going to get nano, but he's going to get slapped right in front of that taxi. Not really where you want to be. Sado slams him into the wall. A flashbang as well. Ivy throws in the snowball right into Nevix's mech. A beautiful start from Defiant. They kill off Poco as well. Ivy's going to be nanoed in the front line, but they can give up ticks. They only need to just win the fight. That's it. That's all they need to do. But no, Funny Astro and Ivy are going to strike back. Yeah, but it's still going to be OT, Hex.
Yes, Agility isn't getting anything out of his Blizzard either, so not the biggest mistake by Ivy. Well, obviously, so you don't want to get your ultimate eaten. But yeah, now we're back down to it. Carpe was getting a couple of clutch kills there to open things up for the Philadelphia Fusion. And as you mentioned, it is just stay on the cart to stay alive. I said it though, unless it says zeros in defeat, you don't want to count out this Philadelphia team. They have pulled rabbits out of the hat in the past.
Deadeye available for Carpe. They have beat as well. Near that music. How tense it must be up on the stage right now. High Noon used. Currently for Carpe is just... Oh, that was an extremely ballsy play. Putting that wall up on the bookstore to stop Carpe from going through it. Self-destruct in the front. Nice little turn there from Sado. Doesn't go down just yet, but they did use their beat. The shadow into the payload, but straight into the wall. Doesn't find anything as Carpe with the Deadeye flashbang over the payload to try and find something, but another beautiful nade from Kareem. There's going to be a beat coming through from Kellex as well. They run down Alarm. Carpe in trouble on the back line. They still need to touch the payload too. Blitz is going to come out, but Beast kills Sado. But Poco goes back with the bomb. Kareem and Agilities go down. Clutch after clutch after clutch from the Philly squad. They're not out of this just yet.
Now, this will be Philly taking it. The flashbang over the shield, a ability as old as time, trying to kill Reinhardt's. Carpe, what's so impressive is that he held his own. They tried to isolate him. Nevix got in the back line, tried to beat him up, but it was Carpe who came out on top of that. That allows the rest of his team to keep pushing the cart. The Blizzard comes up. Ivy stepped up huge. Now we'll see if the Defiant want to contest here. There's really not a huge reason to try to contest. The checkpoint does nothing at this point. It's just about winning one fight on defense. All you have to do, win a single fight. But they want to fight at the checkpoint anyway. Old habits die hard.
2 support ultimates available for Fusion coming up. They've got the beat. They can just surge forward with it. That's what they've been doing for the longest time. Carpe's holding so far back. He knows he's going to have that ult rather soon. Sado marching forward, gets the nano. He's in a lot of trouble, though. The High Noon's coming out, and Sado receives the beat just in time, somehow staying alive once again. The support from the Philly Fusion squad is insane. He follows it up with the Shatter. They're going to be able to complete the second point
on London with a minute. OT is still ticking down.
I want to play main tank for Philadelphia because Sato gets to play all the time. He's dead to rights so many times every week. And then here's the beat, here's the healing. Oh my God, a perfect barrier from Funny Astro keeps this team alive and in it. Carpe and Ivy about to have ultimates up. Agility's gonna have his Blizzard too. God, the next ultimates phase is going to be intense. Watch these divas. If you're Nevix, you don't even ult here because the ult is going to open things up for a Blizzard to come through.
Oh, this Deadeye's pretty good. Oh, just.
前往哈瓦那。做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
我来保护你。
好，准备上场，来吧！距离进攻还有30秒，一起让得分突破天际。
你好。
你们跟得上我的速度吗？
战争尚未结束。
目标跟到我，快来护送！
我需要治疗。
我叫麦卡利。
敌人在攻击我。
多了。
我是多米。
集合！
我来修复你。
和我会合。集合！没问题。
我的双眼。
我可以施展绝招了。
目标可不会自己动，快帮忙！
我叫麦卡利。
会把目标安全送达目的地。
启动远程系统。来我这里。
瞧瞧我们的厉害！
10秒。
躲到我后面。
为什么停下？我锁定。
我强化你了，上吧。
路者死。快来这里治疗。
我利用不会的。
还剩30秒。没时间了。没有人躲得过我的双眼。继续推进。
在这里呀！
还剩10秒。
没时间了，快全都出来吧！
延长赛，好戏上场。
我正在护送目标，别让他停住！
可以。帮你维护一下。目标照我们期望的方向前进。
启动自动程序。系统开启。
我利用不会的。
退出吧。
正在变换位置。
让目标上路。
确保目标符合计上，小心。没有人躲得过我的双眼。让我希望相信。神的啦！
我不会再手下留情了。让目标前进，让目标前进，让目标前进。
加速治疗。
这个会治疗你。
谢谢。
还剩60秒。
在我面前虚无吧。
每次死里逃生都会让你变强。
我正在护送目标，
还剩
别让他
30
停
秒。
住！
释放你的力量。
去死一锤！让目标上路。
好戏上场。
死亡降临。
让目标上路。
我超神的啦！
淘汰出局。躲到我后面。
还剩60秒。
送给你。
我控制住目标了，前进！
目标锁定。
灵魂之眼，洞悉一切。
目标即将抵达还剩30秒。
加快脚步。在我面前屈服，释放耐力强化。
挡路之子，还剩10秒。
全都出来吧！
上场。比数2-0，攻守互换。做好防御准备，选择英雄。
一枪
给他们点颜色瞧瞧。
我们会在光荣的战斗当中证明自己。
攻击方将于30秒后开始行动。
最强大的武器。
我等要开始战斗了。
屏障立场启动。
攻击方出动了，阻止目标前进。
最大的敌人。
朋友，别担心，我就是你的烂牌。
发射鱼弹！
海底再生。快躲进来！
明天起床全身酸。
这个世界值得我们努力保护。
وريهم قوتك
全身充满力量。
有本事过来！
快躲进来！给他们一个痛快！
我向你致敬。
发现敌人。
起来吧！
集合！
你跟新的一样。
只能阻止他。我好多了。
战斗还没结束呢。
来对决吧！一步心灵祥和，给我站住！被摧毁了，开始再生。
等等我！
发现敌人。
和我会合。
我来修复你的伤口。
啊！躲到我后面。
这是我的意志。我的意志化为现实。
发现敌人。
帮助我！
起来吧！
这是我的意志。
这能阻止他们。
快找掩护！
我利用了我的
对决吧！拔枪吧！
等等我！
在这里集合。
目标抵达检查。
一起走。
看我这招！
集合。我就是你们的盾牌。一起走。
大举击中！挡住他们了！
快速定位！臣服于我的意志。
冻住！不许走！
还剩60秒。
我就是你们的盾牌。
刚刚真惨。
目标即将抵达终点。
在我面前屈服了。
对决吧！全都出来吧！
还剩30秒。
团结起来，我们会赢的！
我利用所谓的帮助。
about Survive. Nevix with his mech. Carpe's on the back line now. He's trying to go for this flank. He wants to kill Shuffle, exactly that. Ivy's watching for that Matrix. He has the Blizzard, but the Blizzard laid out from Toronto first. All he has to do is survive. He gets flashbanged and taken out. Self-destruct in the back as well. This is bad news bears right now for Philly, and they step off. And there it is. Toronto aren't out of this series just yet.
They use the Blizzard to force the Ice Block, and then after Ice Block, they flashbang Ivy and take him out. Now that you know that Mei is gone, and that there's no Blizzard possibility, you just send in the bomb to clear it up and sends them scattering like cockroaches when the light gets flipped on, and that is going to be Toronto hitting a second map, the reverse sweep, a distinct possibility here. 2-2, map number 5 when we return.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League.
Gonna have to rush back in. Carpe's trying to stick with his McCree here. Might be better fit.
Widowmaker?
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Okay.
I think he needs to go on Doom.
Desperate times calls for desperate measures. Dangerously low. Will be melted down. Roar finds the kill. Carpe looking for a shot. Takes one. Finds Stratus. Looks him in the head. Now is looking for the support. Gets stuck in midair. Over top of the pit. Carpe. And it worked. Carpe comes back with the Widowmaker. Takes them in the skulls.
The reverse sweep is possible. Toronto Defiant with 2 map wins back-to-back under their belt. Philly, they just need to clutch this final map out. It's going to be Control Hex. And what happened last time around? Carpe was on the flank, and Carpe clicked some heads.
But Shore4 wasn't in the game there. This looks like a little bit of a different team when Shore4's in the game, because now it's forcing Philadelphia to kind of look around. They have to swivel a little bit like, where's Shore4 now? This must be what it's like to play against Carpe. This is, I don't like this feeling, right? But what a clutch play there at the end. The order of events to make sure that Ivy never got his Blizzard off, to force him into Ice Block, and then flashbang him out of Ice Block, get that kill, and then Nevix is just like, all right, sweet, zoom it in there. There was a self-destruct, everyone had to run. That's how we got to map 5 on Nepal. Oh, I love Control. It just means we're not going to a map 6 though. Like, this is it. It's first to 3 this year. Both teams have 2. And as far as I know, you can't draw on Control.
Unless you like time the server out or something. But that'll be just a ridiculous
First you're
fight.
boosting, now you're hacking and your lags. But come on, man, who are you?
You gotta stop exposing me like this, man.
I thought I knew you. I'm learning new things.
Apparently
every
not,
day.
no.
Yeah, I
not
guess.
very well. Toronto needs to close this one out, but the glaring issue I'm seeing right now for Toronto is these Blizzards are just being thrown into mechs. To be fair, on both sides, in fact.
I believe
the play just unreal so far.
3 eaten by Nevix and 2 by Poco on the other side. I mean, it's a hard ultimate to get off when the Diva's on the field, just because that voice line is just like, hey guys, are you ready? In 3, 2, 1, I'm going to Blizzard. And so that's why you see so many Blizzards get eaten up. Not to diminish the abilities of these Divas, it's really important that you're around and in the right spot and that you even have Matrix available. But of all the ultimates to be able to gobble up, this is a pretty easy one to hit that Blizzard, which is why you see so much focus going on these Divas. You see Mei's just running after Divas with a little blaster, trying to freeze them up, because they get frozen up, they can't use abilities, and then you toss it in there. That's why you see walls come up and tossing in there. Like, you're just trying to get that Blizzard down, because it is one of the best ultimates in the game right now.
Well, we are jumping on to Nepal. Like you said, this will be our last map in the series. Can Toronto find the complete reverse sweep, or can Philly fight back? They must be a little bit down the dumps right now, but they've got to just rally around Carpe, and maybe Carpe needs to change his playstyle up a little bit, because like you said, Shuffle is looking for him now. People are checking him to make sure he can't get off these ridiculous flanks.
I mean, Nepal just has 3 very different stages, so we might see different compositions. We talked a little bit earlier about how Mei has been good for a long time on different situations and different maps. Village is a stage that comes to mind on Nepal. On that point, you can completely wall it off, and once you take control of that point, that's great. However, it looks like we are going to start on the Shrine of Nepal, the big brass elephant right there. And so I think we're gonna see mirror matches here, and it's so much about the mid fight. I don't know the exact stats. Perhaps some of our stat wizards can figure it out for me, but I think winning first fight gives you about a 60% chance to win the map overall. Once you're in control, it's so difficult for the other team to come up, especially in this meta, where a Mei is just walling people off. They know where you want to come in, and control is so much about the Mei walls. You can win or lose an entire map based on how your Mei is positioning walls.
Especially on this map too, when you think about it. Not many entrances to the point, and most of them, they fit a Mei wall nice and snugly. Well, I guess there are a lot of entrances, but they're rather small, is what I'm getting at. Already, Fusion have taken a dominant position on the point. So now it's up to Defiant right now to touch the point and actually stop the capture, which is going to be unlocked in about 5 seconds. Nice sleep on agility. Funny Astro's going to get slept though as well. They're going to use this opportunity to use the speed boost of their own to kind of run into them. Nice headshot onto Ivy, forcing the ice block out. Point does unlock, but they now jostle the position.
Well, Philadelphia in a better position. They're getting
beautiful damage. That's an early nano as well. Sada was naded on the front of that. You saw Karith, that wasn't even an aggressive nade. Sada was just way too far up, got purple. And then they go, well, okay, we nano into this because you can't do anything, you can't heal up, you can barely speed boost out because we got Lucio on our side as well. Carpe's going to go down too. They're just stalling out for as much time as possible at this point, but there should be a cap for the Defiant.
Yeah, no point in stalling out here. Shore4 is just going to farm it up and get to his own Deadeye, as there's almost no way that Philadelphia brings it back, and it will be a first point capture for the Toronto Defiance. You gotta wonder if the mental game is there for Philadelphia. You were up 2-0 and so close to closing out this series, and now you've lost the first fight on the decisive map of the Decider. A little bit rough, and this is exactly what we're talking about. These entrances up here, they're already scouted that Philadelphia wants to enter here.
Oh dear, yeah, showed a little bit too early there.
They were trying to do the King's Row Gambit where they just get in there and hit a huge nade and just rush forward.
The smallest margin there, he's gonna be able to see through, but he can't stop that pin going off. Sado and Alarm are antied, but it doesn't matter at all. Sado's now moving himself onto the point. Kellex tried to lay down the beat there as well to save Beast, but it wasn't that lucky. There's the Blizzard on point as well. Should be an easy cleanup. Everybody from Defiant just scurrying to the corners of the point to try and stall out, trying to escape a frozen tomb. Now Fusion have a lot of ults to work with, but still quite a respectable time, or percent even for Defiant. They got 46, not a bad start whatsoever.
It was very nice, and Philadelphia did clean that up. My only question is maybe use a Shatter there instead of Blizzard, because you've just taken out the opposing Reinhardt. Yes, there's still a Mei wall, and there's things that can interrupt the Shatter, but I think Shatter would be, in that chance, you have a great opportunity to use it and get value, whereas Blizzard's almost always good. We'll see how it works out here. Ivy is charging that Blizzard very quickly, already at 50% again.
Oh, self-destruct in the back. Everybody's going to have to jump under cover. As Carpe is escorted around. Oh, dearie me. Shurfo gets taken out. That's just what you need. Self-destruct, make everybody look one way, and then just speed boost Carpe, push him to the front line, and there you go. Deadeye, easy as that.
Now they're just going to take position. Philadelphia is just holding on defense. Toronto will back up and wait for Shore4. You need that finishing power, especially if you're going to try to hit a Blizzard here. Because Philadelphia is so good at keeping people alive during Blizzards, you need Shore4 hitting headshots if you actually want to get eliminations.
Yeah, Ivy, like you mentioned before, is building up his Blizzard rather fast. Now Fusion
is almost even.
Fusion are still kind of posturing around this point, but what a beautiful, beautiful shatter. Someone actually pinned up against Ivy's own ice block. They can't take him out. There we go. The Matrix from the back, stopping a lot of that damage go through, but now Poco has been found out. Stalling out is the aim of the game now for Fusion. 75% and still building. They're not securing these kills, and in fact, Alarm's going to come up with a kill onto Kellex. Shurford's going to get nano, but can he find the head? Yes, he can. Carpe. Brains just splattered across the snow. Nice flashbang as well to finish it all off. As Bunny Astro, in fact, all the supports from Fusion are actually...
Ivy, no, sweet child. That fight was over. That fight was over, and he still tried to Blizzard. Even if the Blizzard connects there, I don't like it, but it gets eaten up anyway. That might be of like, Toronto, let me go. I'm going to win this my own. No, you're not. That is a little bit rough. Like I said, he's been building up quickly. They are one fight away, though. You know what would have won that one fight for? Maybe a Blizzard that Ivy could have saved in that opportunity. But that is the past. Moving on forward, there's an Earth Shatter up, and Philadelphia's been so good at these Earth Shatter Deadeye combos. 70% for Toronto. I dare I say we are reaching final fight potential.
Yeah. Shuffle's got the Deadeye, I'm so scared, and I'd be scared if I was Fusion too. They got to touch. They got to make a move at some point. Uh-oh, he's on the floor. He's still sleeping. They got a body block and use the Matrix. Perfect by Poco. Eating every single one of those shots up. Now they still need to move on. 90%. Agilities has the wall and the Blizzard. Perfect wall there to stop that Blizzard from getting eaten, but Fusion Curve, they kind of saw it coming. Now Carpe with the Deadeye around the corner doesn't quite find anything. In frustration, here's that right click. Beats through for Defiance. Bomb as well, as Nevix doesn't really find too much. And a shatter from Beast, yet again coming up so big. Sado trades one out as Agilities goes down, but OT is here, and it is Beast gonna be the one trying to pick up the kills, but Ivy with the Blizzard didn't let this one go to waste, as they do clear out the point, and now 94% for the Fusion.
Hiding Lucio. He's gonna be able to get to the touch. So Lucio's on the point, he's gonna get there.
You know, OT, okay. Kellish just has to survive, he's probably not gonna know. Alarm, a sharp shot manages to take him out. Agility's coming back on the Doom Fist. Sure, on the Tracer to try and stall out. Even the Wrecking Ball for Beast. The only thing they need is one pick. I'm not sure they're gonna be able to get it, not with Carpe on the Doom Fist. A faded Moira onto the point, but this should just be it. No way Nevix is going to be able to hold on out. Beautiful punch from Carpe there, sending Kellex flying. OT ticks through, and there we go. Fusion with one map up, one map away from denying the reverse sweep.
I'm just so happy for Ivy, because he would have been beating himself up for donating that Blizzard, but it was his Blizzard, his second one that he built up during that fight, that locked it out for his squad. Again, we talk so much about Carpe, but Ivy has been a phenomenal Mei in this meta right now, an enormous reason why Philadelphia is as successful as they are. Now Philadelphia one stage away from letting victory slip through their fingers here. Let's go on to Sanctum.
Big boops is what we want to see from Astro and Kellex.
Oh no, this is, yeah, Sanctum. Sorry. My overhead went a little wonky there for a second.
Double shield, Baptiste.
Toronto on the dive. It worked well for him. It's gonna force Carpe off the McCree. You don't want to let Carpe do McCree on this map, because there's so much space and he can just sit alone and do whatever he wants. So, all right, Shortford going over to the Reaper. First time we've seen him on the Reaper this match.
It's gonna take them a long time to build that EMP, so not too surprised. It just means he's also going to be a permanent presence as well in the front line. It means that Sado and Pogo have to pay a little bit more attention to where he is and where he's going to be. Dive onto Funny Astro, he was on the high ground, he's going to be able to push out from the safety of his nest they set up. Nice little movement to Kellex. Kellex narrowly escaping that hold from Pogo. And now Funny Astro just dominating the skies at this point. Point has been unlocked also, speaking of that. Alarm's in a little bit of trouble. Agilities with the resets now. Carpe's going to go down. That's the main damage dealer falling for the Fusion. Sado is very low as well, but Alarm comes back with a little bit of vengeance. The Shuffle ends up falling too, but Agilities does what he does best. Play that Genji, find the resets. Fusion in a very bad situation, but they're still going to be able to stall out. They've got a reset and they have got the Mei still in this very small corridor, but Agility.
准备战斗，选择英雄。
人人都是斗士，
别胡思乱想。
今天适合搞破坏。要是你玩过拆炸弹，就告诉我。
4、3、2、1，第一回合战役目标。
妈妈咪呀！
Hello。
炸弹来啦！
火力全开，释放耐力强化。
加速治疗。有好戏看了！我来帮你治疗。
你会没事的。
不要动！搞定了！真糟糕！我利用我位置治疗。
帮你恢复。
绝招准备就绪。加速复原。
我要拔刀了！
放在这里。任务开始。正义枪。
第1回合胜利。比数1比0。
请问要点餐了吗？
袁氏，你不是说？
想办法活下来吧。
4、3、2、1，第2回合战斗目标。
这就对了。
英雄永不消逝。
你好。
战争尚未结束。
在这里集合。
帮你治疗。绝招准备就绪。
恢复吧。
引力弹就绪。
发现敌人，回来战斗吧。
感觉像是无敌士兵。抱歉。
熄灯。自由开火。
死亡如影随形。
有什么需要补的地方？
我来帮你了。让你恢复战力。
火力全开。
英雄永不消逝。
必要的话，我会亲手抢下这个目标。
这会有。
我来帮你。
你会没事。
你可以大开杀戒了。
帮我摆脱敌人。
延长赛。
请问要起泡水还是白开水？报仇。
绝招正在蓄力。敌机听号拆解。
死亡降临。
自由开火。
比数1-1。
今天适合搞破坏。工程部长詹米森·福克斯，听起来真爽。
5、4、3、2、1，第3回合，上场目标。
招呼方式真过瘾。
我得补充能量。敌仗正式开始，流星降临。敌人在入侵我。
温斯顿报道。
这点皮肉伤杀不死我的。
我来修复你的伤口。
见证无名。
自由开放，在我面前出流吧！
我才没那么好打吧！你往哪里跑？
我锁定你了。
要是第一次不成功，炸弹来啦！
士兵7-6，前来报告。
我利用补位。
快过来接受检查。
秘密强化，自由开火。
敌对全灭，
再度上场，
感受敌人的力量。
失败。精彩重播。
自由开火。
快过来接受治疗。
我来治。
He's completely untouched. Almost with a blade off his first fight as well.
Philadelphia got their tanks on the point, and they got a couple of healers near the point, but they left Carpe a little bit behind. Toronto noticed it and did a mega dive. It was 4 people on Carpe. They almost got Alarm, but the boots were able to keep him alive. Alarm did save his team's life with a really nice IF early in that fight, but really what Philadelphia wants to do with this composition is get everybody to the point and play double tank and force Toronto to come with them with their squishies. Here's a blade.
Oh, beautiful blade, beautiful boot. Immortality field gets taken out. Agility's trying to find somebody, but that beat was good enough, and Carpe takes the kill. He didn't have a nano at his back, so he was going in there solo, basically.
They force Primal out. That means they don't really want to go on the point right now unless they get punched into the void by a monkey.
Oh, what a beautiful matrix for that Shatter. Unfortunately, you can't eat that one, Nevex. Carpe just fan the hammering in that room. He wants to find somebody, and they managed to find Beast. 50% now on the board for Defiant. 2 kills, though, from Agility. He's coming back on the Doomfist. Already 50% ult charge. Managed to punch Poco off the edge. Gets a whole bunch for that. And even a nano boost coming through. And a beat, in fact. They're just jumping on the point. Alarm's going to be able to sit back here doing a whole bunch of damage, but it almost gets booped off. And now he's going to be the target for the Defiant. A bomb coming through as well, killing off Ivy. They're still holding on, Hex.
I knew Agilities was going to push a Doomfist the moment that the Genji didn't work out. I think he should just start on Doomfist. It's been much more successful for him than that Genji has been. And though Carpe is pulling some heroics, that's still a big old 0 for the Philadelphia Fusion when it comes to capture percentage. Toronto Defiant need to win a single fight here. We're going to go to a defining map, on Village. Some point pressure here with the double tank.
Teleporting the back to Sherfall. There's the death boss. Carpe opens up big with 2 kills. Beast kills off Astro though and finishes up with Carpe as well. Poco's on the points, but he's having to deal with not only Kellex, but Nevex. He may be Baby Diva, but he's going to be hard to hit. A very ambitious charge, but almost a perfect wall there, setting up that kill rather well. Kellex ends up going down. The Shatter is going to help finish off Beast, but somehow staying alive.
Agilities pops in at the last second, trying to get something done. Forces Ivy to use the Blizzard on the point. There's no use not using it. You need to secure that point in this point in time because you are at 99%. Toronto Defiant is single fight away. It's a very good point for self-destructs. Nevex, well, he was just remeching. I got a little too excited there. I don't know, I wonder if Philly's going to be reactionary. They're a team that will use this beat to engage, but so far Toronto has been the aggressor in the last several maps.
Yeah, Toronto just kind of taking point right now. Not the point, but a point where they want to die from. There's a lot of damage actually onto Vicious there. Funny Astro hit 4 or 5 headshots in a row. Yeah, he's still checking that corner. He knows Sherfall is there. Just keep poking them out. Just buy them time. They do need to get healed up. That's a very early beat, but they saw the teleport coming in from Sherfall. Agility's on the point. Almost gets insta-domed by Poco. BT strike in the back. Doesn't quite find anything, but still disrupts the backline of the fusion. But flying through the air, Poco still on the point, refusing to be moved. Funny Astro with the boop at the end. Philly will survive.
That's really nice too, because it helps them get to another beat very quickly. You don't just want to let people reset for free and not get that damage counted in your total. Carpe at 70% with nearing another Deadeye, and Agilities goes back to the Genji because what was working for Defiant was, hey, everybody jump Carpe, and we'll see what happens after that. Agilities unable to do so on the Doomfist, got stunned too early. Of course, Genji with the deflect is really good at getting in on McCree. So far, Genji's not been anything to write home about.
And he's only just switched as well, and it's 20% before they do take the map. As Sherfall jumps to the back line, does get stunned, has to use the Wraith Form to get out of the way. Started with the Shadow as well, narrowly avoiding Sherfall. I need to force everybody away, and that's a very good start. Agility's going down. No way he's going to get a blade before this final fight now. A frozen monkey right in their sights, but the beat comes in clutch, and the Matrix too. Nevex keeping the rest of his team alive, and Nano on the Diva might just do it, and Carpe gets stepped on the side. Almost 0 damage now available for Fusion. Sada goes in, the bomb's on top, finds Carpe. What a start, Defiant. All they need to do now is just sit themselves on the point. Agility comes back on the Doomfist and finds another kill.
Well, there was a Blizzard on the point though, and they're still very...
现在抵达伊利欧斯。准备战斗，选择英雄。就是要赢！
我曾在这里度过舒服的假期。
5、4、3、2、1，第一回合占领目标。
嗨，哎，
那是我的衣服。
能源导入，打开检查，目标。
尽情探索，成就你的想象力。
在这里集合，嘿呀！加速治疗。
没有人能逃出我的双眼。
我抵达目标地点，让连续进攻。
没有人躲得过我的双眼。
科学带来了奇迹。
你好啊，
我在这里。
所有人集合！
释放你的力量。
刚刚聊到哪了？这个地点是不大。
大战！
失败。
科学带来了奇迹。
比数0比1。
要来根睡眠。
捍卫者有充分的理由终结你的研究。
跟不上了。
那就别挡路。第二回合占领目标。
先屈服吧。
看没有？有出来！
尽情探索，成就你的想象力。启动屏障，闪开！
帮你治疗了。
神龙合一！
目标，一起来吧！
需要再进一步实验。
一起出击！麦克正在对你效果。
在我面前，没有问题。别往前。
healthy. Funny Astro's gonna come back in. He just used speed. He got Kareem!
What? Funny Astro kills Kareem in the back line, doing what he does best with the solo kills. Agility's gonna get nanoed, but he's in such a bad situation. He doesn't have any cooldowns to fight with, but Beast comes up big on the... This is madness!
Carpe comes back on the fist and he gets short for. There's a ball on the point. Sato is going to try to get something going here. Still 4 alive.
Shirtfall might be able to come back with the ult, but they're clearing them off. OT's ticking down. This is going to be it. Carpe kills off Kareem. Finally, they clutch the points. And Fusion deny the reverse sweep away from the Defiance.
Oh, do I love being right. Fusion is clutch, and clutch is everything in life. You can never count this team out. They did it all day. You know what? I think they lost 2 maps just to do that. I think they wanted to do that. Well, I don't really think that. This team is so fun to watch. I think they've gained new fans. They've already got an amazing fan base here. Even this crowd was kind of coming around on them as we went on through that match. What an extraordinary display from this team. But Defiant really, I love to give some credit to the losing team. Defiant put up a hell of a fight. Gutsy performance to come back into this one because it was looking like a 3-0 really early out of the gates. Defiant, I think, still a good team. Some people had them 19th, 20th in their power rankings. Not going to name names, CP. But this Philly team, so good. A big part of it, the barriers kept this squad alive. So let's talk to the man providing the power of music on stage. We got GB with Funny Astro.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. What a match that was. I mean, come on. You couldn't have asked for a better game between these 2 teams. I got Funny Astro here. Dude, okay. You know, I had like this whole line of questioning planned about how Philadelphia is like, you know, looking like the most dominant team in the Atlantic Conference, but you guys just, what happened? What happened in that game? You guys almost lost it.
I mean, they've been practicing 2 weeks just for this match, and the first 2 maps we came in strong, but then after it was pretty obvious they had some strats we weren't ready for, so we hadn't really expected them to do stuff like that, so it was pretty hard for us to adapt, but we're lucky we managed to get it back map 5.
Yeah, and you know, speaking of map 5, right? You guys were able to do so 2-0, but it was very close there. What was the coaching like? What were the guys telling you to kind of keep yourself focused on as you got ready for that final deciding control game?
I mean, control is a really good game type for us. We're very strong at it. So the coaches were just saying, play normal, play like we do in scrims. And we managed to do that, and it worked out well.
You know, and the support team for the Fusion has just been, it's been incredible. What is, I guess, like, how has, going back to the coaching again, how has that actually helped you guys become the backbone of this team? Because it has been so impressive.
So our coaching is very individual focused. And a lot of the time when you make like small mistakes, we'll just get pointed out to us. So it's very easy to fix those mistakes. And the coaching is really useful for that.
Finally, do you think that the Philadelphia Fusion right now are the best team in the Overwatch League?
I think we could be. Yeah, we could be.
I like that. You know, it's modest enough. All right, well, Funny Astro, thank you so much for your time, my friend. Give it up one more time for the Philadelphia Fusion. What a win that was. Let's send it back to the casters.
Cheers, guys, on the stage. That was your Coke victory moments. Yeah, a little bit modest. A little bit too modest, I must say. Astro, you got to, you know,
I think Poco would have given a little bit different answer to that one. But, you know, Funny Astro's just trying to find his place on the team. Look, what a great play from him today.
做好防御准备，选择英雄。
正义必将伸张。
攻击方3名30秒后开始行动。 5、4、3位选手势力。攻击方出动了，防守目标。
躲到我后面。
帮你恢复。
这场仗还没完呢。我是破坏大魔神。
产牙塔在此。
阻止目标前进。恢复吧。
蓝露珠复活了。
我强化你了，上吧！ 攻击准备，选择英雄。
团结就是力量。拿出全力。
加快速度。距离进攻还有30秒。
非得用武力解决一切吗？
启动战术锁定。
继续战斗吧！还没倒下，真继续步吧！护送目标了。我还能打。屏障开启。
开始。
加快速度了。能帮我一下吗？
有死才有生。帮你开好屏障。
没问题。在这里。好。
快点移动目标，屏障开启。休息时间。
让龙魂吞噬一切。
英雄永不消逝，持之以恒。自由开火，
我遭受攻击，
释放你的力量。用蚊子叮你。
毁灭前王驾到！
清除障碍。
我来治疗你。
治疗。
这么点本事。好吗？
在对我歌唱，开始。
屏障开启。蚊子叮你。自由开火，我现在
要加快速度了。
自由开火。充能量。我无人能敌，帮你开启屏障。
结束。
释放你的力量。
比数3-3，攻守互换。做好防御准备，选择英雄。
我的职责就是保护你们的安全。
朋友，你有梦想吗？
我不像人类一样有梦想，但我希望能成为英雄，不辜负一菲的期待。
我来了。
已取得授权，可使用致命火力。 障后方。你最好别触到我的屏障后方。
防守目标 A。
出发吧。
别想逃！注意，请尽快移动至屏障后方。
精彩重播。双杀、三杀、四杀。
Been picking up alarm, but you know the support line is only as good as both of the guys. A team is only as good as the sum of its parts, and Funny Astro put on a great performance today. So many of those beats were on a razor's edge. You think about even just Anubis should have been a draw, but that beat comes in last second, keeps everybody alive. The supports played clutch, and it was so fun to see.
Oh yes, it was. And Sato inches away from death almost every single corner as Toronto just throwing so much at him.
Yeah.
Doesn't like Funny.
Looking for their first victory, but it will be a tough task going up against a home team, Washington Justice, who have looked promising at times in their previous showings. Now, let's take a look at their starting lineup, starting with the Spitfire. Guys, anything standing out?
Bernard?
Yep.
What? He's the best player on the team.
Okay, now CP, you and I both
are going to be diving down onto the main stage to see these two teams battle. Josh, I got to ask preemptively, who have you got for this matchup? I got an inkling of who you might say, but I just want to hear it from your own mouth.
I'm not even pandering to the crowd, Bren. Unless Glista comes out with something sublime, I've got to agree with the desk. It's the Washington Justice. They should have the advantage in this game. They look like a very solid team.
Yeah, and the London Spitfire, it is a group of rookies being sort of slammed together in a lot of aspects, you know. Plestine's going to be playing as well. I mean, we haven't really seen him that much.
We have no idea what to expect from that guy, honestly, because he's a brand new rookie player that came very deep out of the trial system within the Korean contenders area. So why he's being fielded over Bernard? Who knows?
All right, well, it's time to get this show on the road, on the go, on the wherever we're going. I don't know.
Across
but
the Delaware.
I do know where I'm going right now. It's the Golden Boy on the stage. Take it away, lad.
Thank you so much, fellas. Yes, it is now time for the moment you've all been waiting for. Washington Justice, London Spitfire. It's about to go down, and you know, I think DC, why don't we go ahead and bring out our first team? Let's give them some love. Only way DC can. Ladies and gentlemen, the London Spitfire. The chorus of boos that the Spitfire are coming out to here. Oh boy. Starting six ready to go there, but I tell you, it's going to be a very, very tough matchup. London Spitfire looking to pick up a critical victory and to silence everyone here in Washington, D.C. Question for the crowd. What in the world? Oh, come on. What is this? Jaws, what are you doing?
Well, I'm here visiting the Commonwealth, of course. And, well, having a cup of tea and collecting my taxes from all of you.
Okay. This isn't Overwatch, man. This is like some history course, man. We're here to play some Overwatch.
Well, of course, I'm going to celebrate the boys in blue over here, of course. And I mean, let's be real with ourselves here. They're going to smack down Washington.
Wow. Boo this man. Boo. What the? Is that the ball? It's Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam is here. By God, I can't believe it. He took the tee. Oh, no. Uncle Sam's throwing tea bags at Jaws. I can't believe it.
I only have one thing to say. USA! USA! USA!
What a startling turn of events here in Washington, D.C. Uncle Sam has arrived, and you know what that means. It's time to bring out your 2020 the team. Let's get loud for the Washington Justice. First out on damage, number 21, it's Tuba. Next up on tank, number 28, it's Elivo. Also on tank, get loud for Roar! On support at number 31, it's Aim God. Also on support at number 0, make some noise for Ark! On damage, number 27, the one, the only, it's Stratus! And finally, at number 11, this is his house. It's Corey! Give it up one more time for your Washington Justice! Starters, take your seats.
I think it's going to be very even.
Yeah, this is a game that there's a lot of upset potential here for London. Going to be jumping into the map set shortly as well. As you can see, the first one's going to be Oasis. A map that sees some interesting, unique strategies being played on it and employed just based off the fact that the geography of the map is so varied from stage to stage.
It used to be a terrible map for the London Spitfire, but not a single player remains from that roster. It's brand new, full of rookie players. Krillin's not being fielded.
That's true, Krillin's not being fielded. Don't dirty my boy Krillin like that, though.
That's absolutely true.
As we head into Oasis, it is bound to be a good one. A lot of pressure on Washington's shoulders, I should say. These guys want to be walking away with a win here in the homestand. You can see the crowd is behind them.
They've been pretty good at running this default composition, the Washington Justice. They weren't quite able to get the win over Paris, but this could be a whole new tale here today. The crowd has certainly hoped so. They're hyped as we roll out for this first fight on Oasis.
Corey on the McCree, Stratus on the May alongside him. Matching him in a mirror composition, and you can see the brawl kicking off. Both teams, nice Ice Wolf and Stratus. Completely segregates away. J-Mac takes him out with that pick-off. Should be an easy peasy fight now for the rest of the Washington Justice. London should have no option now but to back off. Might be able to send in a bit of spam damage here, but you always got to be careful. Corey gets slept up here. Fade away there from Hailey.
That's not going to be a problem, though. That is the perfect start for the Washington Justice. Get that momentum behind you, have a good start. Crowd starts cheering. You feel the confidence ooze into your body really early on in the match.
Washington are going to be feeling good about having control right now. You can see Elevo just contesting the point so that they don't get any free capture process. The rest of Washington holding onto the high ground. You never really want to give it up lightly. They want to choose to engage when they want to. Just going to be waiting for those cooldowns to come online.
AimGod coming close to his nano boost as well. That could be something that the Washington Justice used to engage with.
Very close indeed. He's left 98%. He's got it now. but they're perfectly happy to wait this out. They're just buying a lot of time. The ice wall goes up, and Nano slammed down. Raw is going to be the recipient. Sees if he can get anything done with it. Let the Spitfire smartly back away. They don't want to be messing with him whatsoever when he has that damage boost. But this is a perfect scenario for Washington right now. It might feel like there's not a lot happening, but they've got control of the point. But Glister gonna find a pick on the Stratus. Corey instantly answers back with one of his own. Not a Deadeye. See if he can collect any sort of kills whatsoever. Nice pin from Raw as well. Lays up the damage, and Corey comes in into the flank. Glister gonna be going with the flashbang. Does end up taking him down now to High Noon as well, just to take down Elevo. London are in a bit of a good position here now to start to take this.
But Raw and Arc are still keeping this point alive, and 72%, the Washington Justice have played this slow and played it really well. Their spawners are just going to start to come in here at the end, but they don't mind giving this up at all.
Yeah.
The point only just now flips over, and Washington, they basically just need to win one more fight, and this first round is theirs.
Very good situation to be in for Washington. It's the danger of this city center section of Oasis. It's so big, the actual capture point takes up a large amount of the map, so you can often stall it out for days. Corey going down though, not ideal for Washington.
Still tons of time to work with though.
Still is a lot of time.
And London Spitfire used so many of their ults in the previous engagement. Washington can come in, try and play a bit aggressive, see if they get a nice wall off, trade the sound barriers even, and then they've still got so many ults to work with.
We'll see how they choose to engage. Look, they're not taking any long sight lines, they just want to go straight onto the point. Forcing London to try and recontest here. The spam, the poke is actually pretty good here. Elevo don't get caught out of position. Yeah, Stratus was instantly there.
He was trying to boot people off the high ground to start this fight out early, but didn't quite manage it. Shadow goes in though, finds Glister.
Clestine is going to eat up Stratus's Blizzard at least. Gets a kill as well with a self-destruct onto Arc. Glister as well. Look at this cleanup duty for him.
They're so far getting a lot of value out of this McCree. The Blizzard just ended up being eaten there. Stratus not finding anything with it. That's a huge win condition. But Washington Justice have still got a little bit of time. This next fight absolutely crucial though.
They're going to have an advantage when it comes to the nano boost. Look at that, Aim God has it online. Might look to try and coordinate it, maybe with Corey's Deadeye. We've seen that from a couple of teams when they have a lot of faith in their damage-dealing players. It's more often used though on Reinhardt, D with tank players, but getting picked off like that, again, not ideal. Washington will be looking to disengage almost immediately. You can't be caught out of position like this. There's not a lot of time here, Josh.
No time whatsoever. They're going to have to touch the point. The advantage is that this city center area, the point can be played very slowly. They can play this fight so slowly that Corey will be back in the fight.
Clestine's in the background here. Nice peel from Arc as he boops him away. But still, the fight now is really kicking off as the front lines are starting to clash on the lower levels.
But Justice have bought enough time. Corey is back in the fight.
It's good news for Justice. Shui's going to be trying to get some value, though, out of this Blizzard. You can see the Deadeye used. Now the Blizzard comes round, but I don't know if it caught any line of sight, but it doesn't matter. Glister's there. However, Glister will instantly fall just as quick as he got that pick off. Still anyone's game. London look like they still have an advantage, though. Both their tanks are alive. Hiley's in a good position, healing them from afar. Nice wall from Stratus is going to be stopping that, but they are stuck once more. Washington need to try and get a pick off now to try and make something happen. Struggling.
Corey's been slept as well. He's not going to be a factor in this fight for a little while. Manages to roll out of the way of damage.
Dangerous fight, but you can see how agonizing it is, how slow these fights can truly be. But London, they want to press the go button, diving straight onto Corey. Earthshadow laid down, and London Spitfire, they're biting back. You recognize that they had an option here. Washington Justice, though, don't want to go down without a fight. Still, could be anyone's round. Self-destruct. Not going to be finding any value, just forces the positioning of Washington Justice. Stratus, though, nice fade away icicle. Almost with the freeze onto Clestine, but doesn't quite get it. Still, Elevo has the self-destruct, lays it down, so he's going to survive a lot of this. They get the recap as well. That could be critical in winning this fight, Josh.
And Corey's back on the Tracer as well, really just trying to make as much as he can happen. It's one of those clutch heroes, same as Stratus moving over to the Sombra. Gets back in the fight insanely quickly. This final fight has been going on for so long, neither team really getting any edge, but both refusing to give it up.
The ultimates are starting to come online for both sides. You can see the Blizzard now being used. Shui just wants to freeze him up. Engo keeping his team alive with the Coalescence, dealing the damage. Soundfire is going to be used now by both teams as well. Really trying to prolong this fight. They need to keep Roar alive. It's imperative They manage it, and he's still alive somehow. The boy that lived, not quite enough though. Glister smacks him down. The melee will bring him down, but it looks like the Justice, they're battering back. The D-Mech on the Clandestine. Corey, the tracking is superb. Some would say beautiful. Postman in hand, he wants to try and clean this one up. And the Washington Justice, they take round number 1.
Corey looks so cool, calm and collected. Stratus doesn't. That was insanely close there at the end of that first round. Both teams fighting tooth and nail for that first pick. The first kind of foothold on the ladder of this match. But it is the Justice in front of their home crowd that manage it against London. That could bode very well for how Oasis goes in total.
Yeah. Winning that first round, cannot stress enough the importance of it in the grand scheme of things. For the entire series, it sets you off in a good way. Your emotions are going to be high, in the right places, usually. We'll see now if the Washington Justice are able to clinch out this first map, or will London Spitfire battle back? I like that stat.
I don't personally count the American Revolution when I do my statistics rundowns at the beginning of a week, but Raw getting battered around here. Yeah. Trying to contest the high ground. Good healing from AimGod. Keeps him alive. But it is London that have taken control of the high ground.
Yeah, that high ground is so important as well, especially for the D.Va players.
Looks like Justice are coming back up. They want to try and make a play. Stratus is there looking for an ice wall as well.
AimGod has such a huge advantage with this nano boost. If they keep building this, playing it slow without letting them really cap it, it's going to be in a very good position to just try and unload this nano boost. Look at the difference between Hylie and AimGod, almost 40%. Bionade connects onto J-Man, but Glister on the flank takes him out. Aggressive angle punished here by Glister. He's playing very well for this rookie squad.
He certainly has. He's found picks onto AimGod many times so far this map, and we've only had a single round. A couple of really crucial picks onto the back line. Glister playing very well at the moment. That's something that Elevote's got to keep in the back of his mind. You must shut down Glister. He's the star player for London.
See how they choose to utilize this nano boost then. AimGod has it available. It's in his back pocket. Might opt to be using it. Now it is go time indeed. Seeing if they can get any damage done. London using the ice wall. They defend themselves a little bit. Absorbs a lot of the damage. See Glister using his Deadeye. He's forcing the position in Washington just round these corners. Flashbang misses. South is drugged straight up in the air. Corey though, he hit the deck. He's going to be stunned up, and it's going to be another one team fight now for the London Spitfire.
Establishing good control over this point. London have been able to maneuver around the map, take control of the high grounds, find good flanks with Glister, and pressure Corey. That's been the name of the game so far, but Washington are about to come up to all of their ultimates, and Shri is not
the sleep dart onto Clandestine. Caught out of position, stunned up. He's got a defense matrix. You see the instant peel. J-Mac has to be there with the shield. Now they're going to be waiting, trying to use these cooldowns, these ultimates, I should say. Deadeye from Corey to try and create a bit of space. Being pressured heavily, boots forward. Stratus going to be using the Blizzard. They can freeze up anyone whatsoever, but Shui has Spank of his own, and there's a slightly better one. They have the advantage with this. Corey going down as well. 75%. This is going to be another one fight for the London Spitfire. Baiting the ultimates really nicely there from Washington.
And they're so good at putting pressure on Corey. They put damage on him when he was well protected by the rest of his team. And then Hylie managed to thread through a Bionade so that AimGod and Arc just couldn't heal him up at all. Whoever manages to take the opposing McCree out of the fight will probably have a huge advantage, specifically in this match, with Corey and Glister on the field.
Elevote's able to touch the point, at least to contest it. The overtime now will start ticking. Nice boot coming out from Elevote from behind, and that's the setup. AimGod with the grenade. Glister goes down, and that's that carry potential gone. Very good for them. Nice dodge from Stratos with the ice block as well. He avoids the Earth Shadow from J-Mac. That's still in the background, causing a bit of havoc here. The bomb, you got to be careful of that.
Both DPS have gone down from the Washington Justice. The May duel lost for Stratus, and Corey got pressured. This is going to be a hard one to win.
Yeah, Justice now need to start expending a couple of his ultimates. Raw has to come out clutch with this. See the pressure he's applying, and they have flipped over the point. This might have bought them enough time for the DPS players of Washington to get back in the fight, especially with London rotating all the way around.
Clandestine's made the swap over the Wrecking Ball just to get back in the fight earlier on. Deadeye out from Glister.
Speed boost as well. Dangerous for Raw. The shield goes down immediately. He did not get the opportunity to use that Earth Shadow, but it doesn't matter because Elevote is instantly there once more. Corey Tries to put in a bit of damage with an ultimate of his own. They do manage to take down J-Mac. It'll be critical for them. Nice flashbang from Corey as well. Going to be keeping Clestein in one position for his team to take him out.
And the Washington Justice need to do what the London Spitfire have been doing to them all round. Take the high ground, make sure that Elevote's in positions to pressure Glister, rotate ultimates effectively. They've almost got a nano boost, and they've got this Blizzard available for them in the next fight. And Elevote's positioned on the high ground. He's been scouted, though, already by Sanguinar. They know where he is.
Yeah. Unable to remove him, though. The boot was there. Stratus is just trying to get a freeze up, so he gets a free Blizzard. It is laid down. Raw using the Earth Shadow as well, preemptively. Two big ultimates used, but they won the team fight, and that's the important fact.
Yeah, huge shatter by Raw. Catches 3 people, lays them all down on the ground. Easy Blizzard as well. And they can continue rotating these ultimates up. Stratus hasn't been able to find too much value with these ice walls. We do respect him as a very good May. In stage 4 of last year, that he was able to get so much done with that hero. He's not quite got the flow of it just yet in this series. But a good ice wall here could be completely the difference maker when combined with the nano boost.
Yeah. Nano boost is, if anything, going to be buying them time as well. You can see they don't want to use it just yet, but now it is go time. Bionade onto 2. Glister's in trouble, but a Soundbio will save him. But Rory's powered up. The damage is immense. Be chunking down London, and now Washington Justice come back in with a Soundbio of their own. Slightly better. Opening pick there onto Sanguinar and D-Mech on top. Washington Justice seconds away from winning map 1. Glister needs to be taken out though. Still alive. London have a chance to try and take this one back. Still in the fight, but Glister gets destroyed. Evaporated.
Corey with the huge 1v1. Can't put the Blizzard.
Nice by Corey once more. Nails the shots. They bring down J-Mac. They're going to stand a very good chance of winning this one. Ark is on the case. Hunts him down. It's not over just yet, though. There were casualties on both sides.
And Clestein's going to be able to keep this one alive for quite a while. They need to focus on the Wrecking Ball. Freeze him up. Get him out. If he manages to survive, he'll delay forever.
Now you see the switches over to these store heroes. Glister on the Tracer, taking a lot of damage. We're going to see if he can get at least a kill. The rocket punch, but flashbanged up. Corey takes him out, recognizing who's the threat. It's a danger zone for London Spitfire. So when he's to touch the point, J-Mac clutches up though. He's going to eat up the Blizzard from Stratus. That could have been used to close this one out, but I think Corey has got it handled. Slams him up with the Deadeye. The shots are on point. And the Washington Justice are going to take map number 1.
A great start from Washington, playing in front of their home crowd. This is exactly what they were after when they're playing against the London Spitfire. It was close on both rounds, but they managed to win the map.
Don't go anywhere. Map 2 coming up after the break.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
You definitely do not want to miss out in the slightest.
Yeah, the crowd here has been fantastic, right behind the Washington Justice team this entire time. And desperate for a win today as well. And so far, it's looking really good. The Washington Justice, they just about held in on both of those rounds and managed to secure them out. It was close, it was clutch, but Justice are ahead 1-0 in the series.
We'll be heading over to our next map shortly. See cool, calm, and collected players. Here's our map set. The next one going to be Hanamura. So we've seen some fantastic different compositions. A lot of Genji being ran here and there. Always a big fan.
Yeah. Corey has the options to play snipers whenever he wants as well. He's so good on those heroes. But we've seen a little bit of Hanzo being played, usually on Anubis, actually. Washington Justice have actually played that on Anubis when they've had the opportunity. But you could certainly see it come out here as well. Symmetra can be played too. We saw Corey play that at the Overwatch World Cup, where he's part of the Team USA roster that ended up winning a coming away with the trophy, beating Team South Korea.
Good times if you're a fan of America.
You are pandering, sir.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, London have got a composition where they have to play fast and aggressive. The May Reaper, they want to ball up and they want to take these fights close to the choke. Corey, on the other hand, would like to play the high ground, uses Sonic Arrows to scout and find pings.
Round the corner, he's just going to search for a headshot. Now the Storm Arrows trying to put a little bit of damage in with them. Who's struggling. Big Bionade comes out from Aim God. It's going to connect onto J-Mac. Connected onto 2, but it was purged off by Shui. See Corey just being pressured a little bit, but look at the peel from his team. They're there to keep him up. They realize that that is the carry potential, much like Glister on the enemy team.
Highly going down could be enormous, actually. Even though they've lost their main tank, the source of healing is completely absent here for the London Spitfire.
Yeah, look at London. They've immediately backed off. They've recognized that they're in a bit of a dangerous scenario because you don't have your main healer. You're going to be lacking the sustain throughout a lot of these team fights.
And Roar is almost back in the fight. Highly still miles away.
Oh, Elevo gets moved back, stunned up. There's only peel for him. His team is there, and the heals are definitely there as well. The Nano Boost was expended onto him to keep him alive. Now they've already got 2 ticks of progress. Washington Justice are looking very clean. But Shui has a blizzard. London are going to be looking to operate it. Slams it down in front of the wall. But look at that! Laid straight down. Big Bionade from Aim God as well. 3 members of London are very, very weak. Sanguine out with a clutch blade, knocking Stratus off the edge. The freeze onto Corey as well means that this could still be winnable for them. Elevo going to be using his South Strike to just get back into his mech, see if he can create some space for his team. And remember, they do have the superior spawns as well.
Neither of these teams want to give up in these clutch situations. They just don't want to back off. They feel like it's winnable every single situation.
Glister, Nano Boost on him, doesn't have the Death Blossom yet, but he doesn't want to use it. In fact, forced to use his Rainfall just to back out of there. He's gonna get rid of these ice walls real quick. Pillars, pesky pillars, in the way, but now he's got the ultimate available. Needs to try and wait for the right timing. When Stratus has the Blizzard down, though, that is not it. Still unleashing it, but frozen solid in the nick of time. J-Mac tries to clutch it. His own little Earth Shatter, but doesn't really find it. Aim God, though, now it's his time to shine. Nano Boost going to be employed onto Raw. He's got enough damage with his Rocket Hammer just to really slam it into London now. London with just a few players left onto the point. Clean up the rest of them, it is going to be their point.
Shui takes a hammer to the head, and the Washington Justice proved that they really can win those kind of fights. Great work by them, just a small disengage, even though they've lost a bunch of players. Build up those ultimates and push back in.
Good news for the London fans, they do have a Blizzard waiting. Shui is going to be using that one to defend. That's going to be one of their major win conditions.
Yeah.
All eyes on Elevo to see if he can eat it, though, as well.
Absolutely. There's still potential for a clutch play to come in, but the Washington Justice don't have a huge amount of momentum or an ultimate advantage to be able to work with. This is going to be a bit of a slog to take this final point.
Shui pressured. If he gets a freeze up, it's a free Blizzard. See the Ice Wall by Stratus here. He actually uses Stratus' own Ice Wall to lay down the Blizzard. Downside to that is, Stratus is okay, saying, you know, okay, I'll leave my Ice Wall up. You won't get any value out of it. He's going to be baiting him a little bit with the Ice Wall. He knows his team can burst through. Washington just trying to take a good fight. Nice! Bionade again from Aim God. Up to 3 targets.
Shadow as well laid down, didn't actually catch anybody, but the Washington Justice have gained this high ground. Elevo D-Mech, he's going to use his self-destruct in an attempt to remech, but he was already taken out.
Back on the fight, Corey from the flank, from the side angles. Counterpins, so both Reinhardt's going to be hitting the deck. Now Washington have a big opportunity to try and take this one.
Yeah, if they can get presence on the point, they would be in a good position, but Corey's gone down. A shot from Hailey across point B, and Corey is now in no position to be able to help his team. They needed his damage to be able to convert that. It's so difficult without the McCree being there.
The longer this fight goes, the worse it's going to get. The Washington Justice, remember London, they've got the spawn right there. Any players that go down, they're back in the fight very quickly. That's cue for Washington to just back out of there.
Elevo almost certainly going to make the swap back over to D.Va. Yes, the Washington Justice have been fairly clutch so far in this match, but that was one step a little too far. But it's all right. No big ultimates wasted. Nothing too bad for them. They've still got a Blizzard to work with in the next fight. It's so difficult, though, to push in against this May Reaper composition. The ice walls have to be perfect. Okay, what's this?
Loop to loop. They're going to be going all the way around.
Down to the bottom, and now rotating all the way underneath.
Force them onto the high ground.
Straight down onto the low ground.
see Washington just getting positioning. So Stratus uses his Ice Wall again, just to absorb a bit of the damage.
But now they're kind of stuck here. They have to go towards the point, and London know exactly where they're going. Ice Wall, very predictable.
Nice by Stratus though, puts up the counter wall, takes down J-Mac. The Blizzard though, from Shui is gonna be really doing a lot of damage here to Washington. They gotta be trying to heal themselves up here. Core is still alive though, anything is winnable, especially when AimGod is clutched with these nades. Core is gonna try and hit some shots now off onto the side. Still not a tick gain though, but Washington do not want to give this up just yet. Pounding in the damage, fanning the hammer, slamming it in. J-Mac force, and Animus onto Glister is wasted. No one really in the vicinity, but he does manage to just catch Raw. He's charged into stunned up.
Yeah, those two picks are going to be so crucial. Stratus also came back on the Doomfist, but really wasn't able to do too much. He ends up falling without a pick to his name. Could have been great. Stratus is a phenomenal Doomfist, actually. He's clutched up many, many times for the Washington Justice. But these attempts just aren't quite working. Not even a single tick taken, despite the fact that that really seemed like a good opportunity. And less than a minute on the clock. All ultimates essentially expended, apart from the two support ults here as well for Washington.
Washington gonna have to clutch this one up now. With not much to work with. It's a very difficult point to try and push into here. You can see Stratus is the first one to go through. He's gonna be safe with his ice blocks. So.
They've also got Elevote and Arc baiting onto the point, starting the cap time, drawing people down for London.
AimGod is going to connect it here onto Shui to charge the pin. That's what you need to try and take him out. Buying it onto J-Mac means he's in a precarious position. As long as AimGod keeps his team alive, they should be good to go. Washington going to slowly start working their way on. Arc actually...
けわからなくなるマジでこういうの。
Had to use the soundbite there. Only onto 2 of them just to stay alive. But I like the play. They've already got 2 ticks on the point, and Corey's already in the back line. And Corey's demolishing! Shredding the opposition. The Peacekeeper doing so much damage. Clister now forced to try and clutch this one, but as a Doomfist, or as a Reaper, I should say, there's not much you can do.
The beat used from Sanguinar just onto Cleston as well allows him to escape, and Shwee's got this Blizzard. It did get eaten!
Eaten again, Elevo. Beautiful stuff. Takes that out of the fight, removed completely. J-Mac though has a nano boost, it's not over yet, but Corey still on the flank, destroying them with the Peacekeeper once more. Laying in the shots. Goes for the flashbang, J-Mac, very quick reactions, blocks him with his shield. The overwhelming pressure from the rest of Washington was far too much. As they boot them away, they just have to take down Clestine. One last player stands between them and capping the point. And there you go, Washington. Nicely done, they get both points on Hanamura.
Great work from the Justice. Part of that was that split work with Arc and Elevote, looping around the left-hand side of Hanamura Point B to pressure the point, drag players from London away, set up for an easy kill onto Shwee, or rather, a very lovely kill onto Shwee from Aim God Sleep. I like that split play. I think that the D.Va and the Lucio should often be working together in this meta. Trying to find targets, go aggressive, pull.
欢迎来到绿洲城。准备战斗，选择英雄。
뭐라는 거야?
뭐라는 거야? 나도 누가? 안녕하세요, 바다님.
예, 안녕하세요. 님 친구들 불러요.
왜요? 제 친구들 힐러 2명에다 더 1명.
네,
근데
불러와요.
지금 안 들어온대요.
왜요? 저럴 거면 경쟁 왜 해?
싫대요. 부끄럽대요.
저럴 거면 경쟁 왜 해?
저도 몰라요.
우리 윈스턴 여기.
안녕하세요,
따라갈게요.
하니마이.
근데 맥클이 있어요?
라인 있어요. 솔저네.
야, 뒤에 틀에. 들어보는 중. 라인 졌다. 걔 존나 아프네. 라인 가능. 라인 피. 야, 진짜 힐좀 물어봐봐, 우리. 나 터져가지고, 못 가겠다. 하나 피. 윈스턴님 어디 갔지? 여기 있구나. 같이 가요.
윈스님, 이거 아나 쪽에 아나나 맥크리 쪽에 뛰자.
야, 뛰자. 뒷라인 물자, 뒷라인. 이거. 어디 갔냐? 야, 맥크리
상관없어. 맥크리 상관없어.
우리 윈스턴 어디 갔니? 야, 이게 시그마 혼자인데? 시그마 하나. 야, 라인 물자. 어디 가지? 그쪽에 갔다가 다 죽이는 거다, 이거. 이거 다 석양 하나. 나 피.
我得补充能量。
빈스님 잘하네. 우리 겐지 너무 앞에 가는데?
나 피. 있어. 다이. 나 없어. 메카 없어서 죽어요. 이거는 어떻게 할 방법이 없어. 나 죽을 것 같은데. 혼자 있는데, 우리 위치. 천천히 다시 가보자.
让我们重返战场。
삼촌. 지금만 10부터 빠지고. 여기서 점프백 빠지고. 어디 갔나 보지?
맥클이 성공 없어.
나 근데 우리 윌슨이 못 찾았어. 여기서 점프백 빠졌는데, 야, 누구 윈스 가능? 피. 나이스. 들어가자, 이거. 저 뭐고, 시그마 보는 중. 모이라 보는 중. 못 갔다. 모이라 피. 10부터 없는 모이라.
윈스님 저기 한 번 더 뛰자.
우리 윈스 뒤쪽에 있어. 들어왔다. 윈스부터 잡자. 윈스 거. 우리 윈스로 들어간다. 야, tum피 쏜다. tum피 갔죠? 하고. 3일 탔다.
점으로 와.
갔죠? 티브 안 터졌다. 일단 된장할. 나 티브 가야지. 아깝네. 갑시다. 네, 왔어요.
가자.
우리 왼쪽?
이거 맥크리 쪽에
맥크리.
뛰어야 돼.
맥크리. 하나 보는 맥크리필 이게 맥크리 파워 나피 위피 거점 안 들어왔다. 리퍼. 하나. 또 들어온다. 윈서
못 들어와.
점프. 석양. 윈서 하나. 나 들어온다, 뒷길로. 윈서 커. 윈서 커. 하나 보면 돼.
하나부터.
하나 커. 먹었어. 여기 못해.
加速治疗。
比数1比0。着装完毕，你好啊。
많이 들었다. 템포까지.
네, 파이팅. 상대 윙스 조합 그대로인 것 같아요.
이거 뭐 들어가면? 받아치기만 하면 될 것 같은데 우리. 안 가. 야 리퍼 가나? 윈스필. 나 주방 2초전. 아 너무 앞에 있다. 너 좀 더. 라인한테 이거만 못 쓰겠네. 야 자리야 가나?
아 저기 방 안에 그거 있어.
뭐야? 리퍼 보는 중 리퍼 하나? 핸드필 야 스pad았어. 뭐야 우리 라인 힘싸야. 뒷라인 보는 중 핸드필 커.
라인 해요.
모이라 보는 중
하나 나갔다 상대.
몇달 터졌다. 나 2초전. 나 뒤에 탱크. 나 6초. 못 들어가 이거. 야 공원. 80초. 87초. 리퍼 보는 중. 나이스. 리퍼 필. 아 이거 다 죽겠다 이거. 리퍼. 오 우리 힐러 다 죽었다. 하나 잡았다. 뭐야 어디다 이거. 야 나 한 번 봐줘. 나 필요없단 말이야.
이거 밟아 비벼 그냥.
와 이거 우리 라인 어디 갔니 근데. 우리 라인 어디 갔지? 그래. 라인 오른쪽. 라인님 오른쪽. 왼쪽. 나 지금 킹페이저예요. 하나. 나도 할 줄 알았다. 오. 일단 뽕. 존나 아프네. 그러니까.
뭐야?
나는 봤다.
왜 여기 방가고 여기 있냐?
여기 있죠?
이거 자탄에 리퍼.
야 리퍼 뒤에 있다. 리퍼 우리 라인.
이거 자탄 좀 때면 박아야 돼.
나한테 못하겠다. 나 자리야. 나 뭐? 리퍼 다이 똑같이 다이. 우리 될 것 같은데. 69, 69. 3명 나갔다 저기. 끝났나? 한 명씩밖에 없네 저기. 와. 뭐가 들어왔는데? 좋다.
People away. If they can develop that kind of synergy, they might just have a leg up over the London Spitfire.
Well, Washington going to be very pleased that he managed to get both of those capture points. Turns otherwise quite a sweaty situation into a more workable one, and
I think they'll still be sweating, Brett.
Probably on this stage, yeah.
A great hit scan player as well, but so far hasn't quite been able to come up with the goods. Only 22% of his ultimate. That shows how much damage he was able to get done in the previous fight.
See another ice wall by Shui just to allow London to get in. Sleep down onto Elevo. Stratus being healed up, and Nano Boost is ready. Now he opts to use it. Raw going to be taking that one, seeing if he can get any damage done with it. The Fire Strike sent off into the fray. Really just a deterrent. Just keeping a shield up, trying to keep his team alive. London have worked their way in. They've got a bit of positioning now onto this first checkpoint, this first point, at least into the courtyard area and the high ground. So Glister can start to try and get an angle or two to see if he can get a better Corey. But when Corey has the vision like that, it's hard to try and take him by surprise.
It is difficult, and the longer that London wait, the closer Stratus is going to get to his Blizzard. If they can pick Stratus, though, that would be huge. Oh, Glister finds the opening kill.
Okay, onto Elevo, that's pretty good. Corey, though, the Dragon gets sent in from the side. The Blizzard going to be sent straight down the middle. Raw, though, is caught. Bionade as well means he can't be healed up. Lose their main tank. Washington's still going to be trying to clutch this one out, but London now going to gain even more of a foothold. And Glister's on the flank. Glister, 3 kills before he's finally taken down, but the damage is done. Let's see that one again.
Glister is proving that he is absolutely no slouch on this hero either. With the Sonic Arrow, scouts out exactly where Corey's going to be. Patience as well, great patience.
Flick of the wrist, that's lovely. And the Storm Arrows just to clean it up. Glister has been phenomenal for London.
Oh yeah, I mean this guy is a potential Rookie of the Year candidate. He's so good on both hit scan and projectile, and he has to be this good in order for London to have a chance in the series.
Well, London, they just waltz in. They get in for free almost. Stratus with the Blizzard means that they are going to get the D-Mech here onto Clestine. Raw opts to try and take this 1v1 on the bridge section against Shui. I don't know how confident I am in that. He's going to get frozen up, flashbanged, and taken out almost immediately.
Arc Sound Barrier wasn't able to save him either. Corey needs to come up with the goods here. Can he get a pick?
He's got to hit a shot, but oh goodness me, he's actually jumped a little bit too far off. 61 HP, but he stays alive. And it's the benefit of the Washington Justice being so close to their spawn point. You can often slip up a little bit, make a mistake here and there, and it's not going to be as punishing compared with your attacking.
Definitely. Corey's decided to stay on his Hanzo for the defense. It is really good. The sightlines you can get here on Moira onto the attacking team. Difficult for London to do much while they're transitioning into an attack. And one pick here just resets you for 10 seconds. Free 10 seconds off the clock.
JMac is just trying his best to guard his team with the barrier. Engod, though, is ready and waiting. You see the speed boost being used, along with the self-destruct, trying to coordinate a little play here.
Boostio, though. Arc was nano-boosted instead of
nano-boosted. 2 kills. He's making the most of it. This guy, a bloodthirsty support play.
Yeah, it was certainly unintentional to give Arc the nano-boost there, but he made the most of it indeed. He took it, surprised, and then he just goes in.
You've got to make the most of the situations. You can't be flustered. Look at this.
Oh,
so he speed boosts, he realizes, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna put some damage in. The nano boost actually saved him from dying to the Deadeye there as well.
Huge. Great reactions from Arc. Did exactly what he needed to do. Oh, a feint. They're moving underneath here. London,
great Dragon Strike. It splits London into 2. Now, Washington going to capitalize. Are they going to try and pounce onto them? But Corey certainly is. Stormeyer's finish off Shui. Now London just trying to evacuate. Get out of there, is what they're saying. You lose one player, you just really can't be taking too many of these fights. And their time back now, burnt down to just 2 minutes.
If Corey finds another couple of picks, he will single-handedly ruin this attack for the London Spitfire. It's so difficult to deal with him because he hits shots that he shouldn't be able to hit.
Yep.
This guy's that talented.
You can see him, look at this. I mean, he's taking these angles. The tanks have to body block to force him out. Shui goes in for a very long-range blizzard, but, I mean, they're only going to catch out Stratus here. I suppose it's as good as any, but they need to get a couple more picks now. We see the nano boost coming out from JMac. Laying into them. Engod using his own onto Raw to keep him alive, but Corey finds a pick onto Glister. That's your carry gone. London, you cannot really keep pushing this. Glister might opt to try and change over to something that has a bit more mobility, because London, they still look like they want to fight.
They might be able to hold on to the high ground, but Corey is just peppering them with shots from the other side of Hanamura. If Washington want to recontest this high ground, they potentially could, but it seems like they're just going to hold their ground for now. They've got almost all of the ultimates, apart from Aim Gods. Stratus back with the Blizzard as well. They've got every tool they need to be able to defend, but they won't recontest the high ground.
But now London, they choose to drop down. They want to try and fight into them. Dragon Strike comes up. Oh, J-Mac walked right into it. Straight into the trap. Washington Justice off the back of that easily clean up the fight. Now only one team fight remains for the London Spitfire. Try and take this away, to try and prolong this map.
They need a clean entry onto the high ground, or they could just try going main, but I think it's way too predictable. They need a clean entry up top. Stratus maybe has to die and avoid the ice wall.
Straight away, they're going to go main.
They feinted up top and went main instead. The sound barrier comes out immediately.
Ice wall comes up. Stratus has the Blizzard. He's waiting, trying to see where the May is. But Clandestine, he reads it. He hits the Blizzard. Rodo answers back. The nano boost helped him get that charge go. Glister. He has the Deadeye. The Raw is there, ready and waiting with the shield. Still, Glister. He may have just clutched this one up from 2 kills. The Deadeye actually getting the D-Make. Can Washington try and keep it holding together? Only a few players onto the point. London are trying. Glister with the nano boost is a very, very scary thing. Still on the point. Nice by Aim, to get the sleep dart off, but he is being pressured from behind.
It's only Arc that's contesting the point at the moment, and the tanks have just respawned. They're pushing
them respawns. They push them away. Washington Justice going to take map number 2.
And Corey's Hanzo, you've got to say, was the deciding factor there, in my opinion. He had some crucial...
I don't know if Shui has actually played.
Okay, a little harsh, a little harsh.
Those blizzards, man. I gotta up that level a little bit. Otherwise, you might go back.
It could be a... Get him play more around Glister and sort of give him an opportunity.
Earlier today?
Yes, absolutely. Good point.
A lot of options here, and we've seen teams actually, I feel like what fits more in the wheelhouse for Tuber is probably going to be the Farah. You know, we've seen some of that, at least on the first point. A lot of line of sight angles you can play off of. It can be figured out pretty quickly, but we'll see. The Washington Justice must have something in mind.
Absolutely. Some map-specific strategy to close it out here. And London, they've, made a couple of changes coming into this match as well, with Cleston being played, but he's been all right. He's been fairly decent.
He has, yeah. No complaints from Cleston as an individual in terms of his performance. It's an immense amount of pressure that's going to be on Glister's shoulders, though, to really bring up his team. He's been performing very well. Some would say arguably the best in the server as it stands, but
I think you could make that argument for the first map. I think Corey kind of ran away with it, in my opinion, when you consider the half as a whole.
Yeah.
But definitely, London have had their moments. They've made it scrappy, and they've forced the Justice to fight for it.
Now, if London do this, I really like this strategy.
Yeah.
What they're employing right now. It feels like they're going to be sticking with it. It's a full hold in the industry. Well, that's what they're going to be attempting, at least.
Yeah.
By attacking so close.
And even if you lose, you get another fight at the archway.
Yeah. I love it.
Utilize the May walls to play inside the buildings as well and still block the payload. Corey's not going to be given too many angles, but he can play from the top, which will force positioning out of Cleston, who's currently asleep.
Corey, he's wiggled his way off onto the left-hand flank. 14 HP, just about survived. London are doing a great job so far of just holding on to this right now because they're shutting down Corey. Corey wants free reign when he's on the Widowmaker here. He wants to be going over to the rooftops, but when London are playing so far forward, it's very difficult. It's going to be putting a lot of pressure on him to try and hit these shots.
I would quite like to see Juba switch over to the Doomfist. Okay, all right, here we go. Corey on the Bastion.
He's like, okay, you're not going to let me shoot you in the head, that's okay. I'll demolish your shields instead. I'll switch it out to Bastion. Suddenly, JMac, he's got no leg to stand on. And this ice wall is going to get destroyed, evaporated, as he slams into damage. Be a little bit careful, though.
It doesn't matter how many players fall for the Washington Justice. It just matters if they manage to get a single pick on London. As soon as one player falls for the London Spitfire, they have to retreat. That's the whole game plan here for Washington. But they want to do it with a bit of time left on the clock. They've already wasted 1 minute.
Yeah, and this is the strategy from London. They want to just burn as much time as possible. They don't even care if they realistically win the game at this point. It would be nice. They just want to burn off time from the clock. Raw's going to try and prevent that from happening. Counter Shatter comes out from JMac here. Raw very close to one of his own. Now the Blizzard on top of that as well.
正义必将伸张。
有人召唤女巫吗？
将于30秒后开始行动。
非得用武力解决一切吗？
让我来对付他们。
莱因哈特，你说要比瓦力是吗？别紧张哦。
紧张？我？你说笑啊？
不要动，可以。
攻击方出动了。阻止目标体系，
硬思考就能度过难关。
躲到我后面。
到底要多久？